at the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जैसे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जैसे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed, pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. What do you see? I'm more than average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसा मैं टरेंचुला. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खो दिया. तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या किला तू लोरियां. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way or leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja.
Welcome to the thrilling VCSA 2025, where the top teams from South Asia have a golden opportunity to showcase their skills and bring glory to our region at the prestigious VCT Ascension Pacific. This exhilarating tournament unfolds in 6 stages. Let's dive into the heart of the action with the qualifiers. In the VCSA qualifier, teams from India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, Afghanistan, and the Maldives will compete, with 4 premier teams directly entering the quarterfinals. Only 2 teams will earn their spot in VCSA 2025 Split 1 through a single elimination format. In Split 1, a total of 8 teams will compete. This includes 2 teams from the qualifiers, 2 directly invited teams, and 4 pre-qualified teams from VCSA Split 3 2024. They will engage in an intense round-robin competition over the course of 14 action-packed days. Only 6 teams will advance to Split 2, while the bottom 2 teams will face relegation. In promotion relegation, the 2 relegated teams will compete against 2 premier teams in a knockout round to secure their place in Split 2. Get ready for an unforgettable tournament filled with fierce competition and dazzling gameplay.
For another frag, and पीछे से हेलम का सपोर्ट, हेलम with the board.
Watch me, get down, give me my shot, 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 give me my shot. Get down.
1v2, the spike is kicking in, the after shot comes in, but Eden King takes him down, velocity secures the
Give me my shot, give me my shot, keep calm, I don't care. Get down.
Well, last time we saw the teams that are going to show up now, they dominated the other like none other. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have to see if that domination continues today, or will we see some new names that are powered by billions of heart show up like none other. My name is Sahishnu. Alongside me, we're going to have Aladdin, and we are up here in Valorant Challengers South Asia 2025 Split 1. Aladdin, VLT versus S8UL. This seems to be like a match made in heaven.
Absolutely correct. Once again, thank you so much for having me here. VLT versus S8UL, a match that we were looking forward to, a match we were waiting for. VLT, once again, one of those teams in this tournament that we consider the most heaviest, and on the other side, S8UL, they have so much to prove. Unfortunately, when we saw them playing in the previous best of 3, they did struggle a lot, but this time around, when they have velocity in front of them, they have to prove a lot, and they have to make sure that they shine better than them.
Absolutely, they have to shine brighter than the VLT side. But here's the thing, how are you going to shine brighter than the side that has got the experience of the Pacific Leagues itself? This team is just unmatched. And there's one more thing that's unmatched, and that's going to be the prize pool of this entire event, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be 1.13 crore overall prize pool, and that's going to be divided into 26, 29, 53 lakhs respectively for Split 1, Split 2 and Split 3. Plus, we've also got a 4 lakh rupees special prize. What's that going to be for? It's special prize. I mean, that's the main thing about it, right?
Absolutely, we don't want to expose that here, but for now, if we move forward and talk about the prize distribution, Split 1, 26 lakh rupees, the first team is going to get that lion's share of 12 lakh rupees, and the second team is going to get those 6.4 lakhs, and as you go down, the prize pool also decreases, and it decreases to, towards the 7th and 8th spot, where it is 80,000, and absolutely nobody wants to have that share of 80,000. Everybody wants to have their eyes on that first prize pool of 12 lakh rupees. But as we move forward, we talk about the point system. The prize pool was definitely changing, and as we change the splits, the point system is also changing as well.
Yeah, every other split, that's Split 2 and Split 3, they're going to have more points being dedicated to the teams who are all of the way up in that top 8 position. So, of course, it's going to be super crucial for you to have the consistency, because top 4 teams, based on the point system, will move to the Ascension playoffs, and we may never know. Maybe it's the teams that are on our screen right now. S8UL, Velocity, Reckoning, Aura. Maybe some other teams who we've not yet seen. Who knows, man? It's all down there for all the people out there. But yes, it was the schedule for today. Super intense matchup. The first one itself, it's gonna... I think so. Most of the guys are gonna be on this one, right? Because we expected S8UL to be possibly winning in their opening match. But they were struggling like none other. And if you're talking about Velocity, I mean, what they did to Aura, I'm pretty sure they are not forgetting that.
Absolutely correct. S8UL, it's going to be really interesting from their side. Let's see how are they going to play. This is going to be S8UL versus Velocity. Velocity in their previous match, they just dominated. They just went all in. They struggled in a few first rounds, but after that, a timeout, if you remember, Team Velocity, they were just different. They just completely annihilated their opponent team. Their attack was so impressive that Aura Gaming, they had no answer of it.
Yeah, it was a 13-5 and a 13-0. So, of course, VLT is basically on that cloud 9 right now. Of course, no pun intended there. But let's have a look at their roster. SK Rossi, Lightning Fast, Russ, Damara and Madeline. I remember Russ in the interview mentioned that his team is super confident and they're going to showcase some things that were unseen all the way back in those open qualifiers, because Aura faced them in the open qualifiers and it was actually a pretty close matchup. But what VLT showed there on the first match in the VCS Split 1, sheesh, they just seemed untouched. And of course, there's this one fun dance of SK Rossi that he does along with Russ too, right? And we can't really forget about his operator shots. It's some highlights that is created.
Absolutely, these are the highlighted moments, and definitely if you look at these moments, you will see that Damara is doing all those heavy liftings from VLT's side. But on the other side, Lightning was also there to support him. And look at this, the beautiful use of that magical finger. Damara getting so many elimination numbers, and Lightning was also there. He was also doing all those supports. He was trying to complement the performance of Damara. That's the reason why Damara was there when we saw the MVP list. But Lightning, his stats are also shining. So these two players and their role is going to be really important for today's matchup.
I still remember Lightning Fast having those 2 aces for himself. He was asked the questions in the interview itself on the Hindi desk, and they were asking what was going on, man. And it just seemed to be, just another day in the park, walking by and being like, sure, of course, just a few picks, absolutely fine, we'll be able to do that. But another team that was not able to win out on their matches, but rather was struggling a lot, was the lineup of S8UL, Disease, Helif, King Kappa, Techno, and Miz. And you mentioned about the point of heavy lifting. We saw 2 aces from Lightning Fast for Velocity. Techno for S8UL was the top fragger in the entire series. So you know that this man, he's got those skills, but he needs someone to support him.
Absolutely. Although King Kappa was there to support him, but his support was not enough. And on the other side, Miz and Disease, they need to step up, and they need to step up big time, because these were 2 players who were playing with the KD of around 0.4 and 0.5, I guess. And this is something that definitely disturbs your whole team. But as we move forward towards the highlight, and you can clearly see that on one side where Techno was trying to get to do all the heavy lifting, King Kappa was also there. But this time around, he has to make sure that he supports his teammate, and their team wins at least one match, at least one map. They have to win it, because Velocity is definitely going to be a bit more bigger challenge for them.
Yeah, it eventually comes down to how many maps can you steal away from Velocity. In the form that they've been looking, defeating them is just a behemoth task. It's even more difficult than climbing over to the top of Mount Everest. So you eventually want to try and find other peaks, right? Maybe some Kanchenjungas, maybe some K2s, and that's probably just stealing those maps away from the other team. That's going to be the main priority, because everyone loves S8UL. Seeing this entire organization hop into the Valorant scene itself, I don't know, I can't even count how many fans were waiting for this. And now that they have stepped in, expectations are super high. And whenever those kind of high expectations come around, you know that it adds on to that performance pressure. Techno showed that he does not care about it. He's going to play his natural Valorant. King Kappa as well was gelling up pretty decently with the team. But I want to talk more about Tricky, right? Because it's Damara, Tricky. One player on the other part, the other player on different roster. Both playing on the duelist role. Damara has been looking super successful, but when we talk about Tricky, he's been struggling.
I mean, we can say that he struggled in a few maps. He did struggle on Yoru, but his jet was really great. But on the other side, BGG, he was there. He was there to help him in Mono. These 2 Russian players, they are just making sure that their entry is seen by all the Indian competitive scenario of Valorant. They were playing so good. And BGG, if we talk about the heavy lifting from Revenant Esports side, he was there to support his teammates.
Yeah, but I kind of want to talk about the Smokes players right now, because we've been talking about all of the duelists out there. Techno, Lightning Fast, both of the smokers for their own respective team. Techno has got more kills than Lightning Fast. He's on 34, while LF is on 32. But look at the ACS. That's where the major difference is. 315 for Lightning Fast, while 214 for Techno.
Absolutely a big difference. But on the other side, VLT, the way they dominated, the way they were playing the match, if we look at that, it was definitely very different. Like Team S8UL, they played a bit slowly. They tried to get those numbers early on, but Team VLT, Velocity, once they won the first match, their second match was just insane. They just went all in. They were just, I can say, they gone bonkers in their match. But for now, if you look at the highlights, S8UL, Techno, you can see once again that he was doing the heavy lifting, but once again, his teammates has to complement his performance. So they at least try to win one of those matches. But I really want to see Team S8UL, I really want to see them do better in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Miz was the one who was on the struggling end for S8UL last time on that duelist role itself. Therefore, Techno had to do so much heavy lifting. And that's why we're also seeing those 4 first skills from the man himself. I kind of want to see other players step up as well. We've seen the double duelist compositions from S8UL. We've seen some ideas. but in order to properly make them work, in order to implement them as well and get the results that you desire, I think so. To do that, you have to take down those duels. You have to win on those duels. Taking down those duels against Velocity, that seems to be a pretty tough task out there, because Lightning Fast has been looking crispy on that form. SK Rossi has been constantly watching out for flanks, his op shots. They have not been missing.
As we talk about the duelist, we have to make sure, I mean, the duelist has to make sure that he stays positive. I mean, if you look at Damara, he is 24 plus. If you talk about the number of his kills and deaths, so 1.7 is his total kill death ratio. That's something that takes your team towards another level. But on the other side, Homeboy from Aura, he is in -4. And if we compare it with the other two teams, Reckoning and SATUL, that those teams who played previously against each other, BGG was in +12. But Techno, he was definitely in +5, but his teammates were not there. And King Kappa, he also played duelist and he was in -1. So this is something that you need to focus on, that you stay positive as a duelist, because this is that role that is the most important one. If we talk about the Valorant competitive structure, you have to make sure that you justify this role, and then your team complements your performance, and that's how you win it.
Yeah, exactly. It also comes down to how well the team is getting up together, right? And I think so Disease is the man who's struggling a lot in all of those terms. On that Cypher, I still remember he was not at all comfortable for some reason. He went 13 and 32 in those games. Now that's not some kind of record that you want to see from your Sentinel player. He was falling down for the first as multiple times. There were so many situations. If I'm not wrong, at least 5 times he died first. Now if your Sentinel is dying first, that's a big problem, because that, if you're in the attacking side, closes off the opportunity of any late lurk plays, any late openings. Right, you don't threaten the backline of the enemy. If it's on the defense, well, congratulations. Now you've got so many open avenues where you've got to spread out your players. That makes the defense thin. That was the main idea, main part where Reckoning was utilizing their full composition to push against the lineup of SATUL. Now that's, if the same thing is going to happen today, I don't see any way that they can stop the lineup of Vitality or Velocity, because they have been so strong. They have been so solid in terms of those executes, and the follow-ups have been so precise.
There's one thing that you mentioned previously when they were playing against each other, that keeping your smoker alive means you have that utility till the end of that round. So this is something that you can play with in the post-round situation as well. Those smokes are very crucial. That paranoia is very important in that situation. But on the other side, when I was mentioning the stats of all those entry fraggers, all those duelists, I did made a mistake. I mentioned Techno. I was supposed to mention Mez, who was in -10. So this is something that you need to focus on. Being that duelist, you have to make sure that you get your kill death ratio towards that positive number. But on the other side, definitely util usage really important. On the other side, if we talk about the composition, that's another factor that has to be right. You have to make sure that you pick the right composition and you plan accordingly, because we have seen some of the teams they're picking those compositions from pro tournaments, but they're unable to justify that.
Yeah, there's been quite a few question marks out there, but there's another team that makes up their own compositions and they performed really well on that, and that's Velocity. We've been seeing this team time after time, even the chamber being pulled out onto the Pearl as well. Now there are so many questions that we need to ask, some things that need to be answered, but we're going to be throwing it to a very short interview, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the coaches of both the teams and maybe Russ.
Guys, what's up? How are you guys doing?
Hello.
Hello, you're good. How are you?
We are doing perfect, man. Okay, Eldanger, मेरा पहला सवाल सीधा आपसे. आज ओपोनेंट में रॉसी, लाइटनिंग फास्ट, गोलू आपको देखने को मिलने वाले. How does it feel like to play against them now?
I mean, if I'm being honest, they're just, they're just any other 5 player who are playing against us. I know them personally, वो अलग बात है, but it's just, they're just names for me. I'm more concerned about what they do in the round than who is doing it, and that's how we want to play. But on another note, personally, it's going to be fun. I know there's going to be banter for sure after the game between the 3 of us, which will not be on social media, but yeah.
and when we talk about the entire thing, Godspeed, see, आपकी team is definitely soaring extremely high with a brilliant 13-0. वहाँ से अब SATUL है सामने. Is this sort of a challenge, or are you thinking कि भाई अब एक और केक वॉक होगा हमारे लिए? What do you think about this team right now, given the fact कि आप एक बहुत अच्छे एक domination के साथ यहाँ आ रहे हो?
To be honest, we are just taking it game by game. We don't actually dwell upon our past results. वो हो गया 13-0 जो भी था चला गया. Now there's a new game, new opponents, a new challenge as usual. So we're taking it as it comes.
Okay, Godspeed. Follow-up question on that. Do you still going to pick up Pearl as a map? Because last time it was more like a run-through in the game. 13-0. ज़्यादा कुछ करने को मिला नहीं. तो क्या आज Pearl वापस ही देखने को मिलेगा या फिर कुछ map वीटो बदलने वाला है?
Let's see. I mean, given the chance, why not?
No, for sure. I mean, we are up for surprises, Godspeed. We are definitely up for surprises. But Hell Ranger, क्या आपकी टीम आज एक बड़ा अपसेट करने को रेडी होने वाली है? मैं वो आंसर नहीं चाहता कि जो भी होगा देखेंगे. वी हैव प्रिपेयर्ड स्ट्रैटेजीज. आर यू गाइस कॉन्फिडेंट इनफ कि आपकी टीम जैसे पहले गेम के पहले बात कर रहे हैं कि अभी तो नई टीम बनी है, जेलअप होगी. डू यू थिंक दिस इज द गेम जब एक बड़ा अपसेट मे बी हमें देखने को मिले?
I mean, last game के बाद एक दिन हुआ है, but I'm gonna say we are confident but not cocky. We are confident about what the style of Valorant we want to play, and obviously it's a process, but that doesn't mean we cannot win, and we are going to do our best to win.
Well, I would just leave this here, and all the very best आप दोनों की teams को. We just want to see amazing Valorant today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We just want to see amazing Valorant. Perfectly said by Ocean out there. And honestly, with these two teams now going up against each other, I think so that's going to be the best Valorant we'll probably witness for the evening. Unless Aura has got something else to say against Reckoning for their second matchup. But for this very first one, Aladdin, we've been asking so many questions. Now I'm going to ask a question from you. Who do you think is winning according to you and according to the audience?
I think it's going to be a 2-0 for Team Velocity. They will win it very easily. And on the other side, it's going to be a 2-0 from Reckoning side. This is what I think. I am being blunt.
Okay.
I am being honest. This is something that I believe in. I mean, Team SATUL, they will definitely give a lot of challenge to Reckoning Esports, but Reckoning will still do it. And on the other side, Aura versus VLT, it is going to be so easy for Team Velocity Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, I think so, because again, Velocity going up against SATUL seems to be a pretty fairly simple cakewalk task for them with the form that they were carrying a couple of days ago against the matchup that they had against Aura, right? So I feel that this time SATUL, the best they could do is probably steal away a map or something like that. But
I think I'm sorry to cut you off. I think I mixed some stats here. It's Reckoning versus Aura, right? And Velocity versus SATUL.
Yep. You don't worry about that. There's so many stats.
My
out there,
prediction is still the same. It's going to be 2-0 for Velocity and 2-0 for Team Reckoning.
It's absolutely cool, my man. For now, we're just gonna throw quite those stats out of the window now. Let's have a look at the map veto itself, because I don't want to see a Pearl with the domination that there was. And guess what? That map's gonna be banned out. It's Abyss, Lotus, and Haven. Thank God that Lotus is not the first map, but it still is the second one. Now, SATUL has picked up Abyss as the first map. So, Aladdin, it becomes even more crucial for them to eventually find the win on this first one, because Lotus, I'm pretty sure, is going to VLT.
To be very honest, both the teams that did not play on Abyss in the previous ones, Lotus is definitely going to be that map where Team Velocity will have an upper hand advantage, as this is the map where they made sure they win against Aura with a 13-5. And on the other side, there's one thing that is that I would like to mention. Team SATUL, they definitely dodged Pearl, because they know Velocity is so good on this map.
Oh, but since we're talking about some good things, right? This Teho Breach combo is something that I love, and both the teams are bringing it. It's a full-fledged mirror composition with the Vice, Jet, and of course, the Astra for those smokes. Lightning Fast has shown how solid he is on that. We know that Techno is also super good on those smoking angles, but the fun fact is, this is the main duel that I'm excited about. Techno and Lightning Fast. One of the players who's been on the international stage versus one of the players who's been making a big name in the Indian community. What's gonna happen when these two giants collide?
It is going to be really interesting. Velocity up against Team SATUL. The composition is almost the same. In fact, it's the same. Miz on Jet. This is the game where the responsibility is on his shoulders. As he was underperforming previously, Miz has to prove himself. Some miraculous performance is what we need from his side. But let's move forward. The first round is going to start in a few seconds. The pistol round, where definitely Team VLT will try to get that upper hand advantage. There's one thing about VLT, they make sure that the pressure is there on their opponents, and from the beginning of the game of the map, they try to push so heavily, so aggressively that the opponent, they get a lot of pressure. And as they're on the attacking side, this is something that VLT will try to do once again.
Now being on the attacking side means VLT can set the pace, as you mentioned, as all the players are starting outside B, but that's exactly where the stack of SATUL is. This clash is going to be crucial. That determines the pace of at least the first 4 rounds. Out there, the Astra Star goes out early. VLT starting things slow, not being very explosive, just setting up for their executors. The drone goes out. Now they're going to follow up on the back of it. All the players on the container will have to move back, but what a stun! But still, it's Miz who wins out the fight. Damara not being able to land that shot. Rossi answering back, only good for 1. As Techno holds his ground. Can't really fight against this man, but the smoke is eventually going to give Lightning Fast an opportunity as Disease finds out their angle. The aftershock goes in, pushing them towards Techno. He needs to win the fight. He dinks 1, and King Kappa is there for the support. He finds not 1, but rather 3 from the heaven angle, and nice pistol start for SATUL.
I mean, the advantage was there when Miz picked the first one. Although SK Rossi, he tried to take that trade, but unfortunately, he got dealt with so easily right after that. And King Kappa finishing all the last players that were remaining. Velocity, they lost the first round. I was expecting a heavy push from their side, but pushing so slowly towards a cluster, that was something that went wrong towards Velocity's side. And SATUL, they have the first round in their backpack, in their favor. Once again, 4 players are pushing towards B. The setup of Astra is almost there. But Astra, as he's pushing slowly and steadily, this can go wrong. This can go either ways. Techno, he has to be really careful about this. He has a bulldog. He cannot push and give this weapon to his opponents. And Velocity, they're waiting. They're just trying to get those numbers up. They're just trying to get that advantage. But SATUL, they know that they don't have to push, and this round is gonna give a lot of information. But this was good. A good idea. 2 players were hiding behind it. And this will probably force Team SATUL to push forward.
Yeah, King Kappa quickly throws out his guided salvos as well, but can't really find anything. They've eventually given up the site entirely. Still a couple of players missing on the side of SATUL. They've got to handle onto this push. Right click, pretty decent. 47 HP down, Techno. It's going to be a good amount of chunk damage out there, but King Kappa, Techno finding important picks out there. And oh my god, guess what? King Kappa makes it 3 as Disease's Ghost will be enough for Madeline. VLT wanted to put down the spike, they were able to. Some good chip damage, but maybe just a few bullets would have taken another weapon away. Did not happen. SATUL, a pretty decent anti-eco conversion.
Absolutely, 2 of those weapons down. In fact, one of the players was playing with Ghost. So 1 weapon down, not enough damage. But Team VLT, they wanted to plant and get those extra creds. And now they have full buy Phantoms and Vandals with heavy shield. One of the player, Russ, is playing on Guardian. But he can go towards a light shield and a Vandal. But he knows that there's an outlaw that can definitely be very threatening for that light shield. Once again, VLT cluttered, but this time around they're on towards the A side.
Yep.
Only 1 player, Disease, is there to deal with the entire team, and now a rotation from King Kappa. He's making sure that the entry is being denied, but now look at this. So quick entry towards the A side. Team Velocity, they're planting now.
King Kappa is just 1 away from his Armageddon. So 1 pick, it's going to help him out. Helef with a nice snap onto Lightning Fast. That was a good one. An opener that they needed. But the post-plant util, it's absolutely insane. This late lurk that's also coming from Madeline, that's going to be a bit of a problem out there. So Miz They've got to make their move fast now. Crossfire broken perfectly. Miz catches one onto Damara. That's a bit better than him, but Madeline is also making his rotation all the way from spawns. They've got to try and move way too quickly as the trades come back and forth. It's all down to Madeline, who will be noted. Position figured out, and that's a bonus conversion for S8UL. Seems like they're prepared for this map. Seems they are prepared for velocity.
I said UL, the game was definitely there. King Kappa, Miz and Disease, they're making sure that Team VLT remembers their name. This time around, Helif started the game with a bit more aggressive pick. And this is something that they needed. An advantage, definitely a man advantage in a bonus round. S8UL easily converted this one. Once again, Team VLT, they're coming up with the same start.
Kind of a scrappy force buy, but that's a
Oh,
very
good
good
one.
fault. And the follow-up is even better by Damara, but he's only good for one as King Kappa trades not just one, but rather two on the other side. Standing his own ground right now, concussed, and that's going to be a movement left-right for us. That stinger in the hand, pretty sleeky to catch. Takes it down to a 3v3. Helif with that outlaw, the drone. He did not scan who's under him. I think so. Lightning Fast's position is unnoticed. That's going to be a big thing. They're waiting for Miz to complete this flank. It's going to be coming from behind. Should catch on to one, at least Madeline. No ultimates yet to work around with. They're going to just hold it down. It's about time though. Crabwell being used up. Recon comes into play as well. Lovely utility coming in. Lightning Fast. Fence down. Techno Miz finding their trade. Down to a 1v2 situation. 5 HP on the guy. Russ. It's super crucial for him to survive, but he will not be able to ring around the Rosie. As both the members of S8UL find him and put him to his grave. 4-0 start.
A brilliant reveal to reveal out the position of Madeline. Now on the other side, this wraparound was just so good. That's one of the reasons why Team S8UL converted another round in their favor. But that fault line and that push in the beginning, that's something that we need to talk about as well. VLT, they did not do anything wrong. But unfortunately, they did not have that weapon advantage.
I agree. And then follow up on the re-engage. Just beautiful from S8UL. With the combinations that were missing the last time this team was playing against Reckoning, it just seems like that they have a lot of ideas now. A lot of information being gained out by King Kappa, who's got his Armageddon up, by the way. Techno with a Cosmic Divide. Very ult-heavy round. And Miz, he's already found a pick in mid. King Kappa just spams out his Vandal. And Damara cannot catch a break. Third time this man has been taken down.
No map control given whatsoever. King Kappa. A one-way smoke is there. And now he's using his guided salvo to push all the players backwards. Once again, S8UL, they're just they're just getting the better of Team VLT. I mean, even in this round, there was no map control given. VLT wanted to push mid, but they were pushed back by the side of Team S8UL. Specifically that pick by Miz. And now the situation is down to a 3v5. S8UL, they definitely have that advantage. The numbers advantage is there. Miz finds another.
One enemy remaining.
Madeline was good for one, but the question is how can he survive this onslaught of 3 players now? LF gave him in the individual and won that individual. 5-0, another buy round converted for S8UL. Seems like VLT are tasting their own medicine. And it seems like Hellranger, he's technically being the kryptonite of Lightning Fast, Russ and SK Rossi. Because Rossi is going 1-5-1. Not the kind of score you'd want this man to be on. They've got some big ultimates up now. Aladdin, they've got Rolling Thunder, Armageddon, Cosmic Divide. But 3 are up on the other side and 2 of them are exactly the same. Armageddon and Cosmic Divide.
A fun fact we mentioned. This can be those ultimate heavy rounds, one of those ultimate heavy rounds. But on the other side, if you look towards the composition of VLT, they have a bit more defense-heavy composition. STUL, 3 initiators in their team, definitely so many utils to play with. And that's what they're doing. Making sure that all those informations are being denied, all that control is being denied. For now, it's working for them. So I think Team Velocity, they just need 4 to 5 rounds in the attacking side, as their composition is defense heavy. That's what I think. You can definitely disagree. But Team STUL, they're not gonna give them those 4 to 5 rounds. That's the whole point.
Oh my god! Lightning fast. He was concussed, and even after that, he just landed in a nasty headshot. Can he find the second one? No, he cannot. A good trade, just as fast as that first one was, and both the players just going to retreat back, run down to safety. But the question is, have they carried forward that one additional rifle which could be picked up by the members of VLT? Just have to wait for a few seconds to figure that out. Madeline's position is also noted, so he can't really make a move out there. And yep, it seems like STUL kind of played their macro game as well, as King Kappa shuts down Madeline in mid. He was known to be at that angle, at that place. Rossi sees a retreating player, and Helef baited him perfectly to set Techno up for that success. And in an off angle, Damara wants to quickly close the gap out, wants to pick Techno, but this man is just super sly. He's so slick. This guy just does not stop. A master of reposition, a master of disguise. Techno obliterates the push of VLT.
Brilliant play by Techno. No chance given to Team VLT at all. In the last moment, you saw Damara. He gave up. He was looking towards the ground because he was flashed. All those utils being used towards them. And once again, STUL miss.
Oh my
god!
Kamikaze play from Miz. He's like, they can't kill me, I'm just gonna kill myself. But not before. He picked one player off out there, and that's SK Rossi. Did not even see what's coming for him. The Rolling Thunder being invested inside, scratched none apart from his own teammate, that's Damara. The Cosmic Divide was there, so STUL is just gonna wait it all out. Plants down, but they don't really have a lot of space. Madeline's gonna go for a very late flank, or maybe just hold it down, as they're gonna be Armageddon used up. It's gonna clear out the entirety of the backside. There's a front fully flashed out as Techno and King Kappa combine their ultimates to delete everyone on the other side. Now, yes, there's gonna be the guided salvo skill, but it's all down to just Madeline. He's got no clue what's happening in front of him. The fuse being star, he has not heard a thing, and this man is just gonna play back to save his weapon. STUL. Don't want to say what's gonna happen, but it seems like it's gonna happen.
So much util as we talked about. So much. You can't say coordination is also there. The way they coordinated their ultimates, Rolling Thunder and Armageddon, being used at the same time. Team Velocity, they had no answer for that. And this Kamikaze gameplay, as you mentioned, Wiz made sure that SK Rossi, he does ask a lot of questions that how did he get eliminated? I don't think SK Rossi was expecting this. Nobody was expecting this. And these ultimates, definitely, these two ultimates, Rolling Thunder and Armageddon, shuts down the entire team of VLT. And once again, the pressure is still on Velocity.
No, alright, Miz. It's not gonna overstay his welcome. He will move back. The specs out there, the player, but wait a second. How did even Damara die? Seems like we might have missed the memo on that one. As the rest of the team of VLT slowly try and creep up. Everyone's been noted. Steel cage used up. But still a couple of players out there with a shorty in hand and smoke will do their job. Russ can't catch a break, running away, smithering away. One good thing that's happening is the fact that Madeline has slowly and steadily creeped up, moving all the way towards spawn, and it seems that Disease is not going to be aware about him. Miz has an
30
idea,
seconds left.
but not Disease.
Absolutely, Disease can get
this round-
surprised. Yes.
This round, Aladdin, can be either made by Madeline or broken by Madeline.
Absolutely, his position is so important. But now, a 2v3 situation it is, and Madeline, he's in that cheeky angle from where he can get 2 players at least. But as he has the information that 3 of the players are coming towards him, Madeline, he has that util as well. The guided salvo is the most important.
Time. It's going to be a bit
They
more
don't have.
crucial. Yes, they're running out of time. They've got to stick onto that one. There's the salvos going in.
One enemy remaining.
You've got to
Oh,
try and
no.
take that fight now. Madeline
Timing.
moves up close. The shorty so far forward. But there's no one to stop the defuse. They've got over 3 seconds remaining. And Madeline, he just waited for way too long, only doing the economical damage by stealing away the operator. But look at the bank account of LF. It's capped out at 9,000. They've got much more than sufficient crits to buy another op.
Unfortunately, Russ got timed. Unfortunately, he got picked off because he was using his utils, and that's where he got eliminated. But on the other side, Madeline, he was way too far. He used the guided salvo a quick, you can say a bit too early, but it was not enough to stop the team of SATUL. Another round goes towards them, and once again, they're putting all the pressure that they can. Velocity have to come up with a different plan now. The pressure is there, and you can see by looking at their faces, not looking happy at all.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Aladdin. I think so. It's the second timeout of VLT. They burned both of them up in 8 rounds.
I mean, the first half is not so good for them. In fact, it's so bad for them that they had to waste, or they had to use their both timeouts. But it's okay. We have seen Team VLT doing some miracles after timeout. Is this going to be that one? Let's wait and find out.
Oh, what a play in towards that mid.
Yes.
Miz just went in, dashed in, tried to clear out all that space, and on that reaction, VLT are just running it down towards the B side. They've still got a ton of utility remaining. Russ has got both of his flashes, Aftershock available as well. First fight though, Techno winning it out against Amara, finds out that opener, catches a lurking jet. Amara was all the way out in the open now. A ton of util remaining, but still not catching a break. Trades back and forth as it said, SATUL all across the board. Yet again, how many times has this man found himself in same situation, and same is the result. SATUL are not giving VLT even a single second to breathe. 9-0 start, and this team just looks entirely different from just a couple of days ago.
Absolutely. I mean, not just the util game, not just the coordination, but the aim game is so crispy from their side. I mean, picking the Mara at the first place, and after that, Lightning and Russ, they went down. SK Rossi, unable to take any of those players. It's like their bullets are not even connecting. Once again, the same strat. 5 of these players are pushing towards the B side. Heavy aggression is there, but Team SATUL, they are denying that push. With this Hunter's Fury, did damage 3 of those players, and Techno, he finds 1, and in fact, he finds 2. Through the smokes, and Miss, his position is so good.
Oh!
He finds 2 of those players. Miss with that cheeky angle. Nobody spotted him out. And now Damara, he had that responsibility, but unfortunately, Disease found him and eliminated him. Another round goes towards SATUL. I am unable to see any plan of action from VLT side. They are just going all in. No plan whatsoever.
It just feels that they're not prepared for this one. All right, so now this is the second time out of VLT. Techno just randomly spamming through the smoke, catches two, and then miss.
One enemy remaining.
Look at this complete shift. Crazy stuff. VLT are just looking like they are out of ideas.
I mean, look at the numbers. On one side, SK Rossi is on 210, and on the other side, Disease is on 24. Not a big difference, but if you look at King Kappa, 15-3, these are some brilliant stats. On the other side,
Fun.
yes,
I'll tell you one thing. King Kappa has basically been 15-3 for the past 2 rounds now.
oh my god, that definitely tells us that he's just brilliant. 15-3 in 8 rounds. That's some insane scoreline. And on the other side, Techno, although he is sacrificing himself again and again, but he is getting those numbers as well. 12-7. Complimenting the performance of King Kappa. But Madeline and Lightning Fast, these guys have to step up big time. Once again, Mez pushing forward with the operator. The fourth line was there. He falls back. And look at Disease. Making sure that his player moves back towards the safety. And Guided Salvo obviously slows down VLT once again.
What a utility from S8UL. They could not capitalize onto their own Armageddon now. Slowly and steadily moving up Damara's position.
Oh my
Noted.
God.
Crispy on that aim is King Kappa as he sends out the drone. Russ's position. No, now they've got no surprise factor apart from Lightning Fast as Madeline and Russ move in unison as Russ catches 2 of his own too. Even though he was noted, he was suppressed. Everyone knew where he was. Finally, VLT avoiding a complete annihilation, a complete obliteration, a complete embarrassment. Should put the first one on board. Techno. Double phase there. Rossi finds the head through the wall bang and saves the team.
For the switch.
10-1.
Finally.
This map, yeah, this map is anything but done. But the only question was, could it be a 13-0? Seems like it's not.
Absolutely. 110 is the score line. That timeout, it did work. But for how long is it going to work? If you look here towards the replay, the Rolling Thunder was beautifully timed, and even after that, the drone was given a lot of information, but VLT somehow denied all that advantage, specifically Lightning, as he somehow managed to stay away from that Rolling Thunder. And this time around, VLT using their ultimates, Rolling Thunder being invested, Tamara taking all that information as he moves forward, but Helef reveals him out, and now he has that advantage. He knows where the player is. But VLT, they have the side, and once again, they're taking the control.
Yeah, that's a good cosmic divide, but now they've got to push in through all of that. That's a good positioning by Damara. He catches 2. Quickly pulls out the Blade Storm as well. It's the last round either way as Techno answers back in style on the other side. You can't really keep this man quiet for too long, can you? Russ, all the utility out of the bag right now, though. SK, Rossi and Madeline were there. King Kappa needs to make a kingly play right now, but does he anticipate the positioning of Madeline? Threw out all of the salvos out there. Now he knows where Russ is. The time is anything but running out. He's got no chance as VLT get the last 2 rounds of the half.
Switching sides.
Another kill added in the inventory of King Kappa as Russ fell down to his death, but it's fine.
A switch on 210 is something that VLT did not want. S8UL, they wanted a 13-0 win. But unfortunate they were, and I think there's one thing that was different from the other rounds in the round number 11, and that was SK Rossi getting two elimination numbers. Russ, most importantly, and Lightning, they also got a little bit elimination numbers there, but Lightning, the way he dodged that Rolling Thunder, that was something very crucial. Now that they have another round on the board, this is the pistol round where they have to win at any cost. Because if they lose this one, this game will be over for them.
That early recon showed that there's no one playing aggressive, no one close. Clearing out at least one avenue for SAQL. And as you've said, side swap VLT desperately need this pistol. Madeline's position noted. Have they seen him though? That's the big question. You know that there's 3 people there, but this is the first one to build in the first blood. As Russ answers back, not good for King Kappa. Will be able to secure a good pick there as Helef just waited for Damara's aggressive play as he was forced to make a play there. And this B late split worked out perfectly. Techno's going to go for a late lurk though, while rest of the players are just going to try and move back, find timing. Miz was that backside onto the side lane. It's just going to play to move behind those players. They've got no clue what's going to strike them from behind. First one. Okay, Miz. Alright, find your own timing. It's fine. SK Rossi was good for 1. But that's about it as Techno shuts down lightning fast and it's a team ace. 11-2. S8QL. Pretty comfortable to close out this map now.
This match is raising a lot of questions about the performance of Team VLT and the way Team SATUL, they put a lot of pressure on Team VLT. And they're not stopping even after the side swap. Mez taking all that risk and it's working out for him. King Kappa getting those elimination numbers and making sure that his team stays in the advantage. Everything is working out so beautifully. Once again, Techno is going towards mid to take all the information and 4 of the players are pushing towards B. Razorvine is there to stop the players, but are they gonna get stopped? Miss again. Upstarts and dashes towards the side. SK Rossi finds him. The Razorvine is slowing down all the players. But Helef, he could have jumped through that smoke and take SK Rossi down, but he did not do that.
It was a risky play. There were still quite a lot of angles that were unclear. Russ has got a flash available though. Helef catching SK Rossi out there on side and Techno in mid. Catches Damara when he was in the rotation. It's down to a 2v4 now and King Kappa delivers a shot in the dome of Russ. It's all down to Madeline. You know where he is. You know all the utility is just so ready. Everything being thrown at him but the kitchen sink as he's still when he hops away to safety. 11 and 9. The question is, can this guy do the unthinkable? Moves out of the smoke though, but that's a little too presumptuous of him. Techno Stinger was enough.
Match point.
And it seems like it is enough. 12-2.
I think this is the 5th round that we saw Madeline as the last one standing. Although the results were the same, in all those situations, his team was losing. But Madeline, is he staying behind? Is he not playing with the team? Or the team is dying so early? Questions are there. But on the other side, this round looked a bit better from the other rounds for Team VLT, but unfortunately results were still the same. And now, once again, look at VLT. As they were pushing, Disease was wrapping around from mid. And now, as he picked one down, the opportunity is going down slowly and steadily. SATUL making sure that they convert this round as well.
One enemy remaining.
Phenomenal from SATUL. They were just playing so far back, anticipating this aggressive push. They knew what VLT were about to do. Read them like a book and delivered perfectly. One shot is good, the second nice, but not nice enough. As Lightning needed an ace to close that out, but S8QL delivering the first hand defeat to Velocity. We thought about if it's going to be enough for this team to steal away a map from VLT with the form they're looking in. It seems inevitable that they might close out the series, if not in 2-0, at least in 2-1 fashion. What a game by SATUL. My man, this team looked prepared.
You are correct. This team looks prepared. The way they were playing in the previous match, he he just jumped with a different mindset. I mean, previously, we saw him playing so scared. He was not that confident at all. But in this one, he was so confident, taking all those risks, making sure that he gets at least 1 or 2 frags for his team. Was putting his team into the advantage every other round, in every other round. And on the other side, King Kappa, he was complimenting his performance. So all in all, although VLT made a lot of mistakes, but SA2L, they were just brilliant.
You know, there were so many situations where we could have said that maybe there were some lacking ideas, maybe VLT were just not prepared enough. I'd have to say SA2L were way too prepared for this map. The way how they were playing in their own defense side, right? There was always a player in mid. They were ready to answer with the aggression of any kind on any of the sides. Yes, in terms of those fakes, we did see VLT lacking. They were not late rotating plays, right? They were not playing disciplined. That's what I have to say. That they could create a fake on one side and then move towards the other after basically dumping up a bit more utility. Maybe just trying to find some contact plays over certain places, or maybe just to try and, you know, send in a couple of players to spring trap the other side, trap play, and maybe counter that with your own. Those were missing, yes, I agree. But with the way how SA2L prepared this entire map for themselves, they were there wherever they were needed, sitting in towards the backside itself. And the best part, Aladdin, was the fact that they were not scared to give up the side. They gave up the side because they knew they've got enough utility to then retake the entire side.
Absolutely, this is something that I mentioned. They had so much utility to play with. 3 of the initiators, I mean, Aziz and then King Kappa and Hilif, they had all that information. They had all those utils to clear all the angles and making sure that they can play good in the post-plant situation. But on the other side, as their util use was good, their aim game was also very crispy. And in multiple rounds, the way Miz and other players were going for a wraparound, the late logs were there, everything worked out so beautifully. And all in all, Team Velocity, they struggled a lot, but SA2L, they showed some brilliant Valorant out there. And to be very honest, I was not expecting the 10th percent of this performance, but SA2L, they just surprised me.
There were so many situations as well where you thought maybe VLT have done enough, maybe they pushed enough. But as I said, the ideas were SA2L, the way they were retaking those sites on the defense, giving away the space and then slowly moving forward. And there were every single time an angle or two that were left unchecked by VLT. That's where you always had the members of SA2L slowly and steadily moving. Missed there, thought he probably might have had a headshot on the second one. Missed out that both of the body shots, but then this preparation, understanding that VLT are going to push. They haven't really done any kind of aggressive play on their defense. They were so very ready for that. Again,
Everything.
They prepared they prepared for all of that. That's the best part about it. It was their map pick though, Abyss. So the question is, can they replicate the same thing on Lotus?
I mean, the confidence is definitely gonna be there in order to win that match. But let's see how VLT, they try to make a comeback when it's their pick. But if we move towards the stats, 12 first blood from SA2L side. Not just the composition, not just the util, but the aim game was also top notch. But on the other side, the post-plant situation, Team VLT, they did struggle a lot in every of those stats. But as it's their map pick, can they make a difference? Can they place a different kind of Valorant out there? But King Kappa, if we look towards the MVP, is definitely going to be the most valuable player with 3.1 kill death assist.
350 ACS, as you mentioned, 223 damage per round. In every other round, he was taking at least one body, and then also extra bit of chunking damage on the other side. 27.8% headshot ratio. This guy was playing out of his mind today. It seemed like something just awoke in him. And then on the other side, Techno as well, providing a perfect support role. Miz on that jet, stepped up big time. 271. 3 players with an ACS of almost 300 is just nasty, man. It's obliteration. Madeline on the other side was doing his own job, was trying to find some timings, but again, how much can you expect from this one guy? Not a lot eventually. Tamara shut down 15 and 5, SK Rossi 6 and 14. It all just seemed like VLT were unprepared for this map. They were just not ready for Abyss, or at least they were not ready for what SATUL were bringing on the table. They've got to brush this one off and then slowly move forward for the next one.
I mean, SATUL previously in their best of 3, they did not pick this map, so they were also not prepared for this match. But we can say for this map, sorry. But we can say that in the days that they were not playing, they did plan something, and that's what they used in this one. I mean, Miz taking all those risks, pushing towards the spawn when they were on the defense side with the ultimate, that was something unbelievable from his side.
Yeah, I mean, he was constantly finding those timings and those openings as well. The gaps where VLT were. Even on their attacking side, they just seemed that whenever they were trying to send someone for that lurk play, someone from the other side was ready. Mostly it was Helif holding down those long angles, sent out all of his strong boys with the guns to take care of everyone on the side. The utility were on point, be those recons, you know, the couple of rounds that eventually VLT got. In one of them, Lightning Fast dodged the Rolling Thunder. They did not anticipate him to be so far forward and close. That was one round where he eventually got a double and saved his teammate from demolition. And then it was just the very next round where momentum was with VLT and they went in for another fast hit. I think so those were the two cases where SATUL were kinda, you know, they were caught by surprise as to how fast this execute could be or how fast can VLT move. Apart from that, it was just their game to win.
Absolutely, all of these players were struggling to stay alive, but on the other side, if we talk about one player from Team Velocity, Madeline was making sure to get those numbers up and as well as staying alive, as well as he was trying to stay alive. If you look towards his total kill, death and assists, it was 11, 11 and 2. So Madeline is the only player from this team who was in the positive numbers. But on the other side, Lightning Fast, Russ, Tamara, SK Rossi, every of those players were struggling. All these players were struggling. But as we were talking about previously about the prize pool that these teams are playing for, you can also play for something, and that is 7,000 Val points.
Absolutely, 7,000 overall Valorant points, 5,000 for the first winner, 2,000 for the second one. And there's a very simple way to participate in that. You just saw that question, right? There was a QR code. Make sure you go back in the video and scan that QR code, answer that question once the form it shows up, and then click on submit. You can eventually win those 5,000 points. Now, I know you need some time to do that, so we're going to send it down to a very short break. On the other side of the break, map of Lotus between these two teams. Well, seems like the Pandora's box of SATUL was open and King Kappa was a demon that came out of syllabus of VLT. A domination of 13-2 on the first map of Abyss, but Lotus seems to be one that was the territory of VLT. We've got a change on the desk itself. Shadow is going to be joining me in for the second one. And Shadow, I know you're very surprised. What are your expectations for the second one?
You know, I was expecting the same thing would happen. I knew that SATUL, they are going to get a victory for themselves because yesterday you were the one who said Velocity Gaming is going to win. You already jinxed Velocity Gaming. The main problem, what happened with VLT, was scared going with them in his own prediction. From day number 1, you have been jinxing the teams.
Now, according to that same logic, I think so SATL should win this series and then eventually Aura should win the next one. You know what? I could be the best script writer in the world, but it's absolutely fine. Ladies and gentlemen, Shadow is just pulling my leg out there. But
No, I'm very serious.
Of course, I believe that. Hopefully you can make the VLT fans believe the same thing too, because it seemed like they were sleeping while playing in that previous matchup, right? I mean, so many things that they could have done, but eventually they avoided. I really hope that they've woken up for this map of Lotus, because no one on their fan side would want to see a 2-0 of SATUL being winning the series.
Of course, no one would want a 2-0 because now that SATUL, they were struggling previously. If you remember the last performance of SATUL, they were literally struggling and no one anticipated that SATUL is going to struggle so much. But seems like they're again back in the form. Jokes, all the jokes apart. Yes, SATUL, they are back in the form. They have rectified all the mistakes and they have come back much stronger. And seems like they're prepared for the players of VLT. But now the main problem is the next map. SATUL, they need to win the next map as well. And the chances of that happening are pretty slim, like you also mentioned. But let's have a look at the map E2 itself, because the first one was a dominating victory for the players of SATUL. Can they replicate the same thing on the second map of Lotus? That's the main question.
When they played against Revenant Esports on that map, they faced a crushing defeat. Disease was struggling, Miz was struggling on that race itself. So I don't know, man. It could go anywhere. That's all I'll say. VLT as well. On that map, I've seen them play, but they've been looking very dominating. Tamara, he played that neon composition. SK Rossi on that chamber, Russ on the breach. I think so we're going to see the same composition from their side. But on the side of SATUL, I kind of want to see something different, right? Because the last time they played that ISO. So I think so maybe they're going to change some things. Absolutely not. That double duelist comp is going to stick. ISO, Raze, Sova, Cypher, as well as Omen in the hands of Techno.
For a second, I thought either of these teams are going to pick the G2 composition. The Breach, Teho, Double Control, Viper, Omen and Yoru. But seems like that's not going to be the case. Yes, Breach is there. Neon is there. Fate is there. Chamber. Well, SK Rossi, last time I still remember that how he annihilated the opponents as a chamber on the map of Lotus, and Lotus has been a strong map for the players of VLT, so there is no reason for them to change the composition. It has been working pretty well for them in the past as well. Maybe in the later stages of VSCSA we can see that Breach Teho composition coming up, but for now for the players of SATUL also we have got Cypher, so that means we can see too many lurk players also coming in. ISO, Raze, double duelist composition, and Sova is also there. But composition wise, I still feel that VLT, they do have a certain upper edge on SATUL. But for now, VLT on the defensive half and SATUL on the attacking side. First pistol round, and seems like Russ is just ready with his aftershock, just in case if anyone comes for the trouble control. But SATUL, they're going for the beat hit, and King Kappa was just prepared for SK Rossi this time. He instead shut down.
Good shutdown indeed. Anticipated an aggressive positioning.
Take flight.
Punished. SK Rossi right there on that chamber. The aftershock being used up. Oh, LF. Lucky that lightning did not peak on that angle. 1 minute trouble re-clear, but the players, they're sticking over towards the connector though, so this is a trap play. Relay Bolt going in with the flash as well, not just one but two, with the Paranoia on the other side to slow them down. But Miz is isolated, and he cannot catch a break as Madeline jumps in, shuts down LF. Techno good for one, but one is all he gets. A lovely trap setup from VLT, and SATUL jumped right into it.
Of course he did. Of course he did. And the first pistol round goes in the favor of the players of Team VLT. Yes, SK Rossi was not able to have his own shenanigans this time in this particular round, but yet the round goes to the players of VLT. And once again, SK Rossi, every single time, the players of VLT win a pistol. Rossi comes with an outlaw. A perfect weaponry for such rounds where all the opponents are just having 5 classics, nothing else, no shields, nothing at all.
Alright, lightning fast. We'll be just running it back down. Paranoia used up to slow them down a bit. And with that, Rossi is just gonna run in as well to try and support his teammate. SATUL, after seeing rather the smoke over towards the A, just wanted to capitalize on the fact that they might be able to find someone on mound. At least SK Rossi. That's why we saw King Kappa going in for that jump peak. But it's fine now, slowly moving towards the B. You've got the alarm bot. Slow them down. Position of Damara noted. Headshot. It's going to be moving backwards. The readable come in to try and slow them down to set things up for Raz. And things were set for him perfectly. As he answers, takes not 1 but 3 with lightning fast, wrapping up the job. VLT. Pretty convincing anti-ego conversion. No problems there.
That was a save round for the players of Team SA12. And the third round is going to be really important because it's going to be the first buy for SA12, but Russ being Russ, this guy was really good in the previous matchup also. The first matchup of VLT which we witnessed, and seems like again Russ is doing just Russ things. The bonus round for the players of VLT, the contingency is there on the back of it. Damara was aggressive. VLT, they're really pushing the A rubble, and Damara gets the value out of it. Not just 1 but 2 players down from the side of SATUL. A perfect plan, but Miz is going to answer back with 3 of his own. Not just 1 or 2, 3 of his own. Helef gets 1 more, and suddenly scared the tables have turned.
But hold it down, Shadow, because Miz is on a half shield. SK Rossi has got an outlaw. So if he finds that first pick on Miz, then things could be doable. Outrun is still up for Helef. He always saves it for the late rounds or maybe for the post plants. The question is where he's going to send it. Just hold it down there. Did he see him? That's the question. Have they seen Rossi as he slowly creeps ahead? They've realized the ping comes in. He goes in for the peak as Miz lands the shot on his skull. With a 4K in this round, saves his team. He went all around, found the timing through the smokes and behind the players when they were sitting just right behind that rubble. If Miz did not make that play, SATUL were not winning this round. And what an idea from VLT, Shadow. I love it. They are ready to give up the space on rubble early on and then move forward with a delay to re-clear that with be it the fault 9, the relay bolt. Damara set himself up for success and the follow-up came in with lightning fast jumping at the same angle. And they are ready to do the exact same thing right now.
Of course they are. They are also taking a leap from the books of T1. King Kappa, Techno gets 2. And SATUL seems like they are very much prepared. Helef gets a pick onto Russ as well. Rossi lightning fast. Only 2 players remaining from the side of VLT. Seems like the second round coming for SATUL. VLT this time. EB. They're not going to win their buy round, but lightning fast finds a finish onto King Kappa. Still a doable round. Down Ron on the back of it. Lightning fast trying to do some chip damage.
Rossi? No one sees him. Still gets 1. Disease answered back, and it's all down to lightning. Karan Wonders though has got a smoke to play with. Helef has repositioned. Smoke travels down. Helef peak preemptively. Lightning takes his skull away. There's still 2 players remaining. A crossfire and Disease. He was struggling yesterday, but now is the time for this man to shine. The spam goes in to maybe check it down. Same time peak, but lightning! He gets 1 and does not anticipate the repositioning of Techno. I love the idea what SATUL did. They both wanted to peek in smoke together. Lightning just outplayed that by moving outside of the smoke, but did not realize that now Techno is sitting in it. What a play from SA2L. I love it.
Of course, SA12, they have done their homework, and just now I realized, Scared, that this is the same composition which T1 has been using on the map of Lotus. Especially if you remember the match which happened between T1 and DRX in VCT Pacific kickoffs in the grand finals. This was the same composition which T1 had. And in fact, they got a victory also, a 13-6. So maybe SA2L also taking a leaf out of that book and trying to replicate a similar thing. But VLT, they need to find a counter of this, because man oh man, 2v2, this is a really important map for the players of VLT, because if this map goes down, it's going to be a 2-0.
You know, I'd have to say that, you know what, I'll not say it right now. I'll tell that to you after the stream is over. But yes, I kinda agree. VLT right now, nah, not right now, not right now. VLT, they've got to slow things down. I mean, their idea of re-clearing that trouble, they were able to do it for one round, and then SA2L adapted to that perfectly. They did not push out at all after using their first wave of util. They knew what VLT would do. And when VLT was standing at the rubble, that's when they went into re-clear. So they waited for their re-clear to re-clear that. I know a lot of people might think I don't make sense, but if they listen to me, they'll understand that.
Just look at Rossi.
It's you and me.
Oh, position noted. Oh my god, that is so unfortunate, bro. With a classic in the hand, and Rossi still wins that out.
One enemy remaining.
He wins it against King Kappa.
Thrifty.
That is the nastiest play. Does not matter what happened at Mount. Rossi won against King Kappa in the kill contract. It is nasty. Just a classic.
You know what, Scared? Only Rossi can do such things. That's why we always say Rossi doing Rossi things. Because no one in that situation would have thought that SK Rossi is going to win the duel against Kappa in that kill contract. And that was the only catalyst which the players of VLT needed at that point. Because after that, all the frags, all the trades came in the favor of the players of VLT. Sure, SA2L needed some little time to digest the previous run, what really happened. Because they went full buy. Everything was just lined up for the players of SA2L. But now they are on the same round, eco round, where Techno with just a stinger. And down to only 4 players. Seems like a 4th one coming for the players of VLT.
But it's not just that right? I want to take the people back onto the journey of the previous round. That after that trap setup, as soon as Rossi was picked up in the kill contract, there was a paranoia set up by Lightning Fast that caught not just 1 but 3 players of SA2L, and that's what set things up for the rest of the team in motion, with Damara with his own overdrive. But right now in this round, losing an early member, now the rotation is over towards the B. Russ sees everyone, throws in the fault line as he isolates Miz now. Along with that cage out there, the TP comes in from Techno as well, trying to move in from 2 different directions. The back and forth fight go in, but another 3k for Rossi from behind. King Kappa stays alive for a second, but not for long, as Madeline will be able to shut him down. It was a scrappy buy for SA2L, if anything, but just a few stingers into a Sheriff Classics. I'd have to say they did a pretty decent economical damage to VLT.
Is the goal for the players of SA2L. Because converting thrifty rounds with just a single and Sheriff is really difficult. So the main goal of SA2L was just to do some eco damage to the players of VLT, and that's what they did. 3 weaponries dropped. I've got few full shields, few half shields and rifles. SA2L, this should be around in their favor. Still 2 rounds deficit, and this time VLT, they're pushing the C mount. A paranoia on the back of it, and Damara finds disease, shuts him down towards the spawn. Just look at VLT, how proactive, how aggressive they are playing at this point. King Kappa finds Russ. Little bit opening towards the A side.
Tamara slowly moving down. Techno has got no clue, my man. Happy birthday. try and move a bit far forward. Yeah, the Nightfall invested along with the Hunter's Fury from the other side too. But Damara, how is he getting 3? Please don't tell me he's gonna get 4! Make it an ace now at this point as Helef shuts him down. Where are the comms from S8UL? He just casually walked past Disease. Techno seemed to be oblivious of that fact. And then that was not just him. Even Miz and King Kappa. Oh my god, I think so this basically marks a moment to take a timeout. Because that was a mistake after a mistake.
Seems like SATL, they're only just trying to do eco damage. Rounds are not coming in their favor. 2 rounds, and after that, back-to-back 3 rounds have been lost by the players of SATL. And once again, a scrappy buy coming in. SK Rossi once again on the Outlaw, and all the 5 players of SATL on half shields. A perfect weaponry in the hands of SK Rossi. But this time SATL going all the way towards B side. The recon, but seems like the B side was completely empty. And VLT might want to play B on retake. A flood retake should be there.
Spike planted.
Oh, and SK
SK
Rossi.
Rossi. Yeah.
I think this guy is just enough. He himself is enough.
Yeah, the connector, it was unchecked eventually. And that's where they found the first one. Techno as well answers back on the other side. Now Madeline is going to be stuck in that corner, but he's not the one stuck with them. They are stuck with him as he even eats up a showstopper though, but will be taken down by King Kappa. The paranoia comes in. Lightning could not win that duel. Shotgun just too good, but that's the thing. It's a shotgun. Paint shell, go in. He's sticking to half. He's got to move back. Can't really eat up all of those paint shells now. Taps in one more time. Moves up. And Russ will not miss. The IGL steps up for the team, moving them up to 6.
6-2, and that too in the defense. SA12, they've got the composition perfectly lined up, but seems like they're not able to do justice to that composition. In the map of Lotus, attacking team should get an advantage, and seems like SA12, they are struggling on the attacking half. This is not really a good news. And VLT, Lotus has always been their strong suit. Especially Raz, mid lane. Even they are also stepping up. Well, Damara has been a great addition in the roster of VLT. Once again, a chance for SA12 to go for the 3rd round. LF trying to get information of the C main. Establish the mount control, but nothing other than that. It was a C side, it's a solo anchor, SK Rossi, but you can't underestimate him at all and his setup. The reason that there is a slow approach from the side of SA2L is scared.
I want to see if there is a trap setup though, which does not seem to be the case, but Rossi not goes down. He takes 2 first and then was eventually traded. He's done his job as the Sentinel. Lovely shot from Lightning Fast. Holds on that connector angle right now. The Techno has made that cross.
1 enemy remaining.
Damara does not even matter as Lightning was able to win out the duel. Now they know where the last person is, but just on the opposite side. LF was able to win 1. Lightning tries to go in for the spray down through the wall. Bang! And the classic right click. Just to possibly to try and steal that one from Madeline, but he was there providing the cover fire. 7th one for VLT on board. Pretty scrappy buy again for this S8UL.
We are moving to a decider, scared. I don't see any chance. Yes, the timeout is there from the side of SA2L, but still 5-round deficit in the attacking half. I don't know what SA2L can pull off in the defensive side that they can get a victory on this map of Lotus. Really, they are playing it to the perfection.
They're just holding it down, that's what I'll have to say. They tried to slow the pace down and VLT are absolutely fine with S8UL playing it slow. The strength of this composition Shadow has always relied in how fast can you go, how chaotic can you make the map. how can you scatter the members of VLT and then move? Because in terms of utility, you don't have as much as what a Breach Teho brings on the table.
Yeah.
But there's still a possibility. It's gonna be very nasty towards Rubble. It's gonna get chaotic. It's gonna be a brawl. Kill contract ready. And it's a trap setup from VLT. The moment they hear something, the spring trap is gonna get activated. The Outro though kinda have an idea, and as soon as I say that, they're activating that, Russ has been brought into the kill contract. On the other side, it's gonna be something different happening. Kappa needs to win this, and he will win definitely, but he will be taken down too. They knew where he was. Activating it from way too far, close. Damara now dashes in, tries to style onto them, but that's two players in front of him. Big problem as Madeline now will use the Nightfall to try and figure them out where they are. Quite big questions. As Helef wanted to peek, Disease was using the neural theft, the coordination. It was just not there, and SK Rossi running it down as well over towards C. He knows what's happening.
Teleport's ready.
Already moving towards Waterfall. It's got the idea. Yeah, the cage goes up. He's hearing Plant as well. Knows where Disease is. Should win it out. But the question is, does he anticipate this cross? He did. Sees the rifle. Will not win out the duel as Disease wins the most crucial duel in this round. All mistakes are now forgiven.
I don't know how on earth Rossi lost that duel, but of course that's a good news for the players of SHUL because they have got the third round on board. Kudos to Disease for pulling that one because of course he was under tremendous pressure. King Kappa this time in kill contract was able to find one. After that, Helef was also able to shut down Damara. Initially, SHUL were having the trades in their favor, but during the mid of the round is where SHUL do struggle the most. But finally, Disease do step up and save the round, but this time not. On the back of Paranoia, Damara gets one, not just one, but two. And the third one as well. The entire Rebel control, the aggressive approach of PLT. Seems like SHUL, they are not able to withstand that. And the last player also has been shut down by Russ. 8th one on the board for the players of PLT. And that too on defense.
They just tried to do the exact same thing and the exact same result happened. SHUL, the composition is just not where you can directly brute force your way through Rubble. That's where you've got to play a bit more smart. VLT, they're just setting up a trap. As soon as they hear the first thing or as soon as they hear the first util, send out the relay bolt, send out the stun, they use the C's. And right now again the haunt not broken. Techno, that's the third or maybe the fourth time he's been thrown to the exact same fate, and King Kappa as well. And from the backline, Eskerosi jumps in, shuts down two. He will get the third as well.
You all did beautifully.
Switching sides.
Seems like a 9-3 curse.
It's just an unstoppable force right now. My goodness.
Yes, they're just completely annihilating the players of SHUL. Seems like what happened with VLT on the previous map. The same thing is happening with the players of SHUL on this map.
You know, it's the most basic idea, Shadow, that you send out the fast lane, you cut off any kind of backup that can come from the players who are at the choke point for the players who are towards the rubble. And towards the rubble, there's only two players. That's Techno as well as King Kappa. Techno has been eating up the relay bolt on his space for 2 or 3 rounds straight. So this time, he decides to be behind the rubble. But guess what? It still does not matter because this time Damara just slid past everything and finished him off. And eventually, because of the fast lane, there's no one who can provide the cover. King Kappa tried to go up towards the root, but that's where the aftershock is being put every single time. He had to jump down. He was shut down by Damara. So it's just so many basic ideas that VLT are bringing. But that shows you how well they've prepared for this map. And right now, they're just controlling out towards the B main, towards the C mount. Can go for any kind of split, just creating the question marks.
Yeah, VLT on the attacking side, yeah, they can definitely create few question marks, but for now the situation is looking in the favor of VLT, but a good reveal. A lot of information has been passed on to the plus of SH12 on the back of it. Helef do find lightning fast. Disease gets one onto Damara. SK Rossi is going to answer back with his own 2v2 trades. But look at the HP of Medlin, down to 10 HP.
That's a big problem, as you mentioned. Just slowing it down. Double tap has expired, but they've kind of figured out the position of the rest of the two players, Shadow.
Even Disease is also having just 74 HP, but that tripwire did really work in the favor of the players of SH12. All the credit goes to Disease, but the retake, a 3v3 retake, let's see how that is going to pan out, because not too many users are there onto the side of SH12, but Medellin gets one, King Kappa gets a trade, and King Kappa gets 3 and saves the round for the players of SH12. The fourth one coming on board. This pistol was really important for the players of SH12. If at all they had any hope of a comeback, and seems like that hope is still there because they have got the pistol. The next one is going to be an entire eco round for the players of SH12. The chances of the fifth one are pretty high.
First, that tripwire towards the backside of Disease, and then the paranoia. It was just brilliant. Just look at the placement of that paranoia. Catches not one but two. Russ did a good job to move ahead of it and try and pick the fight, but eventually was just traded off by King Kappa, as you mentioned, and then the double peek onto his face. SK Rossi couldn't do anything, and right now, a 1-1-3 setup. They want to try and play for the rubble control, and SATUL have established that. But that also means that it's a weak area for Disease. He's got to play all the way back, and it's a forced by the way. 4 stingers and an outlaw across the board.
The only problem is if you lose the force buy, the chances of you winning that next third round is also gone. The extra pressure is definitely there on the shoulders of the players of VLT, and seems like this force buy is definitely going to work as Rossi with the outlaw gets 2 of his own. Hilef is going to answer back with 1 of his own. Damara has been shut down. Medellin going for the plant, a 3v4 retake where SK Rossi is down to 56 HP. There is still some hope for the players of SATUL to convert this round in their favor.
And they've also picked up 1 dropped outlaw of King Kappa. So of course that's going to be 2 more lethal weapons on the other side.
Rossi, timing is not going to be there. Helef will shut him down, humble him down, and Miz also takes John Lighting fast. Helef with a 3k of his own. Now, the last 1v1. Helef doesn't have much HP to work around with. Where else? Rossi with a stinger will shut Helef down. Helef was completely unaware about Russ. And the 10th round also goes in the favor of the plus of VLT. SK Rossi, initially, those 2 frags were really important. But in the end, Russ winning that duel was equally important, and the 10th round, the force buy did really work in the favor of VLT, seems like.
He just found the perfect timing to move through the blind spots of SATUL. They had absolutely no clue where he was going. And then he struck like an eagle. And as you mentioned, with that, now VLT should move to 11. It's a save for SATUL either ways. They're stacking towards the A. We'll just have to wait and see now. There we go. Undercut. Relay Bolt was already there. Not catching one. King Kappa with a nice shot of that classic. Along with Techno, who now picks up the rifle. Will be just lethal. VLT not understanding that they need to play it a bit more patiently. Still a couple of people that they need to take care of. One is Rossi with the outlaw. The other is Lightning Fast with the Vandal. It's going to be a game of ring around the rosy. A couple of players slowly moving from behind the position. Rossi and Lightning Fast. Friends of White Peak understanding the play of that outlaw, but Lightning still wins out on that duel. Low HP on Techno. Disease runs from the other side as Techno catches a right click onto Rossi's head, but Lightning Fast and Russ with unison catching all the other players. It's all down to King Kappa. Contingency undercut is 1 away From his skill contract, lightning fast. He sees him, but he still tries to run away on the left side. We've got to take him down. The TP used up as he will rendezvous with Russ on the side. King Kappa, all you need is one. Lightning fast reload, hurt, position noted, breach after shock comes in, contingency was sent out, but 24 HP is enough for us to win out that round and carry forward the two main weaponries, both the rifles.
The hope which SA2L had after winning the pistol round seems like that hope has been demolished by the players of VLT. VLT onto the 11th one and SA2L still stuck on the 4.
59% of the audience think that SA2L will win.
I don't think if they see this goal line, they are going to hope for that win of SA2L in this one. Maybe in the next decider that could be a possibility, but the chances of that happening are really slim. If they want to stage any sort of comeback this round, obviously it's going to be really important. King Kappa in that kill contract is going to lose the duel against Lightning Fast. Miz also finds one onto Damara. 2v1 trades in the favor of VLT. Techno, he has pushed onto the A rubble. The entire A side control is with the players of SA2L this time, but VLT, they went all the way towards the C side, where they've got the setup of Disease, but Disease is all the way towards the spawn. This should be an easy plan for VLT. But for the retake, SA2L, they've got the recon, they've got the paranoia, they have got the dark cover to work around with.
Spike planted.
Let's see if this retake can be successful, because it's a really important round for the players of SA2L. If this goes out of their hands, this entire map will go out of their hands.
It already has, because Madeline is on for a late lurk and no one has got information about that. Aftershock for the delay as well. Madeline should catch in a couple of people. There we go. The Rolling Thunder comes into play. But SK Rossi will fall by the hands of Helif as Rusman out in duel. But everything is visible as Madeline completed his lurk on time. 2 rifles carried forward. And it is the map point. So we are definitely on for a solid series. Unless SA2L can take 8 consecutive rounds. And starting with a scrappy by first one.
VLT on the match point. I'm going to ask you one more time, Scared. Who do you think is going to win this overall series?
I did tell you yesterday that I think so VLT are going to close this one out.
That's the reason they lost all of the map
Let's
of
play.
SA2L, they are winning the next decider for sure, because you have jinxed VLT already, but this one is definitely going in the favor of VLT. The 9th fall being invested already from the side of VLT. They've got the entire side control. They've got information onto Disease, and Damara shuts him down in the back of it. The numbers advantage also there for VLT. Russ is going for the plan. 45 retake for the players of SA2L.
Got a decent amount of utility right now. A paranoia for Techno and a full util of Miz, but a lot of ground that they've got to re-clear. Russ as well, he's still got an aftershock remaining as Rossi with the Toad F-Force showing a solid amount of power. The Prowler goes out. Does he catch onto him? Yes, it does. Madeline with a spray down catches onto Hellef and lovely util.
Attackers win.
By the combination of all the players, VLT will close it all out as Russ catches one onto Damara, who was eventually just stranded out there, isolated, alone on that island. And we're going in for the 3rd map of Haven.
Of course, Haven will be the next map. The decider, Abyss, it went in the favor of the players of SA2L. It was a 13-2 victory. But on the map of Lotus, VLT did take the revenge and got a dominant victory with a 13-4 scoreline. But the map of Haven is going to be really important for both these teams. We wanted to see a decider, because if you remember, yesterday and day before yesterday, all the 4 matches, they were a 2-0 victory. And we all wanted to see a decider. We all wanted to see that nail-biting finish, where till the end we are not able to decide which team is coming on the top. And that is what I want to see on the map of Haven.
And you're up for a series. That's all I'm going to say. This is the best way that no one would have expected this series to go, to be very honest. You know, everyone who was predicting was saying that Velocity, with the way how they were looking, should close this one out. SA2L on that first map was just crazy good. And VLT said, you know what, we can do whatever they're capable of. Yes, there were 4 rounds for SA2L this time, but if I'm not wrong, almost all of 2 of them were probably pistol rounds, and apart from that, maybe just a couple of few gun rounds here and there. But overall, in terms of the macro, it still seemed that VLT were looking very crispy with all of that. But it's absolutely fine. We know that this was a map pick of VLT, and with the way how they played, really good. But what's going to happen on the next one is going to be a big question mark. But I'd have to say a good step up from Damara in this series.
Of course, Damara has always been fantastic as a Neon. He has always been doing those wonderful things, 3Ks, 4Ks, every single time we see this guy coming up with. But looking at the highlights, we can also see that Russ was also stepping up big time, because in the initial pistol round itself, Russ was able to get a 3K. So many rounds were there where Russ was showing his own heroics along with Medlin as well.
Madeline was just trying to find those times. Whenever we see VLT play on this map, Madeline is always the one who is set up for those late lurks, those late timing plays. That's what they were doing. Even this one round, you know, VLT, they just obliterated S8UL in terms of that macro. One paranoia, it was good enough. And again, some questions in terms of communication for S8UL. Damara catching 4 player, that's when he was going for the backstab, and that too when Disease was picked off outside of B main. And quite a big question mark, but it's fine. Slowly and steadily, they were trying to creep up. 7 and 3, we thought maybe they can move in for a 5-7 half, but it seemed like VLT, they were just on a steam-rolling engine, which could not be stopped. And over towards the end as well, just a bunch of utility saved up, right? That's the strength of Breach whenever it comes into play. Normally, teams are accustomed to playing just a Fade on this map, so you can go in for those executes with a Fade and an Omen. When you add a Breach into the mix, that means there's a whole new kit of utility that now you can use, be it for the aggressive play, be it for the side take, be it for the post plant, be it for the retakes. It just opens up a lot of possibilities. That's why a lot of teams love to run Teho as well onto this map and replacing Fade too. In order to gather the intel, you've got the drone out there. But in terms of the first skills right now, what happened in the previous map is the exact opposite of what happened right now. 13 for VLT.
Exactly, 13 first kills for the players of VLT and 4 for the players of S8UL. The post plant is looking good for the players of VLT. 5 times they were able to get the site out of 5. 4 times they were able to convert it. The post plant is looking decent for the players of S8UL as well. They got the site 5 times, and out of 5 they were able to convert it 3 times. But post plant win percentage ratio is 0.6 for the players of S8UL and 0.8 for the players of VLT. And in fact, there was a 4K as well in round number 7, where Damara was able to shut down Disease, Techno, Miz and King Kappa, and of course he's going to be the MVP as well with 1.8 KDA, and ACS is going to be 311. Damage per round 206, headshot percentage 36.5%, and first kills are 7. I repeat, Damara has been a fantastic addition in the entire roster of VLT.
And with the way how his team sets him up for success as well is also the key for his success. 7 first kills shows you how well he himself has got some of the utility which he can use to try and isolate some duels and then win it out too. You can just send out the fast lane with a relay bolt, slide in, catch in a couple of players maybe who are not ready for all of that push. But also at the same time, we've seen so many times Russ constantly going in for his own fault line plays, his own flash points, which eventually set Damara up for success. So it's not just that one player is performing good, but also the entire team that is now revolving around him. And you can also see SK Rossi, good amount of damage being dealt from him, 18 kills, almost a 300 ACS too. Not the same kind of performance that we're expecting from the other side, and Miz was shut down horribly. His 8 and 16 Shadow in the previous map, he was obliterating everyone on that Jet map. So I think so when we'll move on to Haven, I would rather want to see him on Jet, which he's more comfortable.
Of course, as a Jet he was doing really great, but as a Raze I think he was really struggling, because if you look at the stats also, there was not even a single 2K, 3K. In fact, in the entire roster of S8UL, Miz was the only one with 0 2Ks and 0 3Ks. There was just only 1 4K in round number 3 where he got Damara, Lightning Fast, Russ and SK Rossi. Other than that, I think Miz was completely missing. And in this composition, if you look at T1 also, Buzz was playing as a Raze and he was a top fragger of the team. So if you're playing this composition, you need, as a Raze, you need to step up big time. The entire team is relying on you. especially in those attacking halves, especially for those fast executes. And seems like that was not the case with the players of SATUL at all.
Comes down to the calls and the success rate for the comp itself, right? You're mentioning about the T1's composition. I'd also want to highlight when they played on Lotus against G2, they got destroyed there. And it came down to the amount of utility at hand.
Breach Teho, come on, Scared, let's be honest. A Breach
Exactly
Teho
my
composition
point.
is anyway better than this composition, and that is G2.
I wouldn't exactly say that. Now here's the thing, right? If we're bringing in T1 for SATUL, I think so we can bring G2 for VLT as well. Now here's the fun thing. The way how a Teho Breach set you up is also
Yes.
kind of similar how a Neon can set herself up with a Breach. They can clear out a lot of area with their own combination of Fault 9 and Relay Bolt. While if you're going with a Teho, yes, there's going to be those drones, guided salvos going in along with the Breach's fault line. So that clears almost the similar area. But in terms of what puts you up for success, that's where I feel a Neon kind of shines a bit more. Because as a duelist, you can set your own self up. You can give the go signal to yourself and be like, all right, now I want to go in for the play. And I was constantly doing that. Every single time Techno was trying to take the entry, every single time we were seeing King Kappa move forward, they were always met with a brick wall named Damara, who was always doing such a good job. But now again, what's happened for the previous map, Shadow, has happened for the previous map. Now it's going to be the map of Haven. And we have seen SATUL play on that map. We have seen their composition. They go in for that Neon Breach Teho comp. And I think so, the ideas as compared to what they have on Lotus versus what they have on Haven, it's a lot more polished. So maybe we can see SATUL win this series out 2-1.
Give you good news. G2 also loves playing Breach Teho on the map of Haven.
I know.
I know you know.
I have
So
seen
are
that
you
entire
expect-
series.
Are you expecting a similar comp or something like Omen, Sova, Cypher, ISO, and Yoru? Because Yoru is also a viable pick on the map of Haven, along with ISO, that do give you a certain advantage.
Yeah, as I mentioned right now, right? We have seen SATUL pick up that composition of the Breach into the Teho along with the Neon too. So, of course, to scale up on all of those angles, you've got a lot of utilities. Techno was always playing on the smokes as well on that map. I know that he loves to smoke on top of the boxes on towards that A side. If in case VLT have done their homework, they should be able to catch those timings in between the rotations, those lurk timings that they were trying to catch. If anything, Disease has been the man who was always struggling on both Lotus and Haven last time SATUL played against Reckoning. And Disease, he did a good job on map 1 today, but on map 2, he was looking very rusty. So you have to brush all of that off for this map 3 if SATUL need to win. Disease needs to be the key player. He needs to be the threat who's always there, present at the back line, maybe trying to find some timings, finding some openings behind the enemy lines of VLT. That's when they're going to get paranoid. If there's no fear that someone might come from behind them, then they're going to focus all of their attention towards those choke points, towards those sites. And VLT have shown how good they are in terms of the retakes.
But here's the thing, Scared. You are talking about that Disease needs to step up on the map of Haven, but last time when SATUL played against the players of Reckoning, Disease were literally underperforming. He was 7 in 19 with only 3 assists. He was not feeling himself at all, and that could have been the reason that SATUL was not able to get a victory on that particular map. Yes, Techno as a Omen was doing wonderful, 23 in 17. And so many assists. Even Miz was also really performing good by getting those assists, 10 assists, 15 and 18. The entire team was coming online, but Disease was not able to perform up to the mark. So like you said, today on the map of Haven, for Disease to come online is really important. It's going to be really pivotal if they want to win against the players of VLT, because VLT's composition on the map of Haven might look slightly better as compared to the players of SATUL. That could be a great possibility.
Last time VLT played on this map, it was against Aura, but it was in the open qualifiers when they ran with the double duelist Neon Phoenix comp, which I don't think so they're going to run again. So, you know, we will have to see. Maybe we might see them pick up that kind of composition, but who knows, right? It's again VLT. We might possibly see some Chambers as well into the mix if in case SK Rossi really wants to play that. Because let's be honest, his performance on Wise was also not that good. He was looking pretty shaky there. You could also say that VLT were just outclassed on the map of Abyss, but still, there's some basic finishes, there's some basic amount of kills and plays that you need to make. And in terms of those late lurker role, yeah, Rossi is not comfortable with that. It's Madeline who's comfortable. So I think so maybe switching him up on something that can go for some late rotations would be a bit more better for VLT.
It's also a fun fact. VLT in the VCSA 2025 has played the map of Haven twice. Once against the players of Aura and once against the players of ROG Academy during the open qualifiers. And both the matches were a 13-3. Haven is a really strong map for the players of VLT. I think what happened on the map of Lotus is just a trailer of what's going to happen on the map of Haven if SA12 is not prepared at all. Because we all know for a fact that Disease was underperforming, and VLT, they're going to take an advantage out of it. They're going to set their plays in some way that the entire situation comes on to Disease, whether he's performing or not performing. And if he's not performing, VLT will get the rounds. VLT, they are going to exploit what happened with the players of SA12 last time on the map of Haven. So I don't know, man. I don't see the series going in the favor of SA12.
Yeah, it seems difficult, I'd have to say, but at the same time, you know, as I mentioned, SA12, they look at least much more better on the map of Haven as compared to what's happening on Lotus. But it's absolutely fine. Having a look at the map video one more time, ladies and gentlemen. 13-2 for the first one, 13-4 for the second. Maybe it's going to be a 13-6 on this map with the pattern that we're going on with. Who knows? But Shadow, what are your predictions going to be for this one?
I told you yesterday that one map is going to go in the favor of SA12, but the entire series will go in the favor of VLT, and seems like my predictions are coming true. Because Haven is a map where VLT will shine and will dominate, but if SA12 pulls something out of the box, if they get a victory, I'm going to be super happy, because I love when I get surprised, and I would love to see that happening once again. I really want SA12 to get a victory so that they have the confidence back, especially Techno as a... Oh man, he's so fantastic on this particular map, and looking at the Asian composition, seems like there is no change. Both the teams are sticking with the same composition. Like VLT, they are sticking with the double initiator comp, Reed Sova, Cypher, Omen and Neon in the mix. That's change. Well, no change in the composition, but some change on the caster desk. Scare needs a little bit of the breather after the last one, and joining me on the desk is going to be Aladdin. Aladdin, what are your predictions for this particular map?
Thank you so much for having me once again. Well, my predictions were with Team S8UL, as they have played some brilliant Haven maps. But for now, if you look towards the composition, I was expecting Teho Breach dual Teho Breach composition, but on the other side, there is some change in the players. I mean, Helef was not playing Teho previously on the map of Abyss when they dominated against VLT. The responsibility was on King Kappa, and he just dominated. If you remember his stats, he was a 21-7 against VLT on this Teho, and now they're changing their players. This is something that I don't understand. I mean, one of the players is doing so good with Teho, and you're changing it on the last moment and when it's needed. You already mentioned that VLT is so good on Haven's map. So changing your composition, I mean, changing your Joker card that was there previously is something that can backfire as well.
It certainly can, and even Scare was also mentioning that Disease really need to perform, and this time Disease is not playing as a Cypher, rather he's playing as a Breach. King Kappa is on to Cypher. This is looking interesting already, because Miz, he was performing really good last time also. Techno, he has always been fantastic, so let's see how it's going to pan out.
I mean, Helef, I'm so sorry to cut you off, but I mean, Helef will definitely do good on this Teho, as he plays Initiator. Miz is on Duelist, but King Kappa and Disease changing the roles on the last minute. This can go either ways.
It can. But for now, we have a technical pause, Aladdin, and it's good that all the technical issues are being sorted at the very start of the game so that no momentum is affected for the teams. So everything will be soon fixed, and both these teams will go up against each other. The good thing is that SA2, they are starting on the attacking side, and VLT, they are starting on the defensive side. And Haven is an attack-centric map, so if SA2 do get a lead in the very first half, the chances of them winning in the second half will be pretty high. But if at all, just like on the map of Lotus, VLT in the defense, they get a lead. Seem and SHL converting this one at all. This first half is going to be really important, and it is going to be the decider for the players of SHL.
Absolutely. Previously, Team Velocity Gaming, they won 9 rounds on the defense side and 4 rounds on attacking, and this was it. The Lotus was their map with 13 force switch, a brilliant victory on their side. But on the other side, we have seen Team SA Duel doing some crazy performances, some miraculous performances on the map of Ibis. I mean, Madeline and Lightning Fast, they did try to carry their team, but King Kappa on that Theo, he was something else. Helif, he likes to play an initiator and he justifies this role. But on the other side, the smokers, this is something very important. And our co-caster mentioned this as well, that Techno, when he plays on the smoker, he likes to do some one-way smokes that on towards the A side. That will be very difficult for Team Velocity to breach. But Velocity, they do have a game plan on this map. Previously, they did struggle on one map, but this is not going to be it on another. Round number 1 is going to start in a few seconds. Thankfully, the technical pause is now dealt with, and now we're moving towards our first round.
Yeah, all the technical issues have been already fixed, and SA2L on the attacking side, VLT on the defensive side. A decider map which is going to decide which team is going to get a victory. We already have a 1-1 where on the Lotus, VLT won with a 13-4 scoreline. That was a dominating scoreline, where else SA2L won the first one with a 13-2. Seems like the entirety of SA2L is going all the way towards the A side. So we have a solo anchor that is going to be Madeline. They've already established the A shot control, but Madeline is aware. And look at the proactiveness in Laden of VLT. The rotations are already coming through.
I mean, they did give the information towards the A, but now they're rotating towards the C side slowly and steadily. 4 of the players are focusing on A or either B side, but they can easily rotate back. Disease slowly and steadily pushing forward, but they have to be really careful. The garage was open, taking control towards the garage. The camera is being dealt with. Cypher is still there. SK Rossi. But on the other side, Madeline, he finds one. On towards the A side. VLT starting things off. But a fault line, making sure that SK Rossi is stunned. And this paranoia has blinded 2 of the players. SK Rossi moving forward, finds one in the cage, finds another.
The entire round goes in the favor of VLT. A pretty easy round for Velocity and a good start. This is what I was talking about, Aladdin, that VLT, they are on the defensive side. And if they get a lead in the first half, the chances of SA2L winning are very slim. And the first pistol was really important for the players of SA2L, but seems like they've lost onto the pistol. We're now only 5 classics across the board, an entire eco round for the players of Velocity. Should be an easy conversion, but the main goal of SA2L is just to do some eco damage for Velocity. Let's see if they can do so. Once again, the same setup, 3 players all the way towards B, solo anchor, Madeline towards the A side, and the entirety of SA2L is going for an A hit. This time, only one player, King Kappa, towards the A shot, and the entire A long control is with the remaining 4 players. Madeline, we also have got Rust towards the A side, but the trays are going in the favor of VLT, Madeline and Rust. The side anchors still doing their job pretty good. 2v2 situation now, Aladdin.
Absolutely 2v2 situation, lightning fast. He has the better weaponry. King Kappa gets spotted. He finds his shoulder and takes him down. Elif, he does have a Spectre, but he's not enough. He is not enough to take 2 of those people down. And SK Rossi once again getting the job done as he did in the previous round. He got the first roping in the previous one, and now once again making sure that his team wins this one. Another round goes towards VLT, and as we expected, because they had the better weaponry. But on the other side, SCTUL, they did not take any leap of faith. No risk whatsoever. No buy whatsoever. All 5 of the players were playing on classics. And yet, Miz, somehow he does not have the heavy shield. And on the other side, the outlaw is not there. This was something that I was expecting from Rossi's side. But Rossi, playing on that Guardian, can be very deadly. Once again, so much util dump. Fault line was there. Shot step being used. And on the other side, guided salvo made sure that Team SCTUL slows down a bit. King Kappa is on the mid side lurking and tries to take that information, but SK Rossi shuts him down. This was Cypher versus Cypher. And SK Rossi, he was better.
bonus round. I think that's the reason that SK Rossi is not on to Outlaw. But if VLT wins the third one, I'm sure you'll see Rossi on to Outlaw. But Tamara with the judge looking for a close combat. Is still having that long control. And just look at how suddenly the pace have changed for the players of SK2L. They have got the A-long control, but the entire map control is with the players of VLT. 3 players all the way towards A side. Lighting fast, being the solo anchor towards B, and Rossi towards the C. But see, Techno in the back of the fort line going for an execute. Miss, he needs to be very careful, completely concussed, and the aftershock comes in. On the back of it, lightning fast and Medley gets 2 of their own. The Mara gets the third one as well. This is the last man standing. Can't do anything. So much util was dumped onto the players of SA2L. BLT, a third round in their favor, a bonus conversion. Seems like a nightmare for the players of SA2L at this point.
Absolutely, Lightning with that blinder, he was so good. And on the other side, the capitalization was too great. It was too good from the Mara side. But similarly, Team SA2L, they have to be really careful. I mean, that fort line, it was owned point by Russ. And that's one of the reasons why Team SA2L, they were unable to push. Wiz got stuck in it. And after that, Tamara got the better of him. But once again, Tamara, he's pushing forward. He knows that SA2L does not have the weapon, but this is not looking good for them. One by one, they're losing their weapons. And now SA2L, they're gonna upgrade. Definitely. 2 Phantoms there. Not a good idea to push in an eco round and giving them weapons. SA2L, they do stand a chance now.
BLT's decision to push A-long actually did backfire.
Absolutely.
They gave those close combats to the player of SA2L towards the A main. And that's where Helef got 2. Now SK Rossi, the last man standing in a 1v4 situation. Seems like a thrifty conversion for the players of SA2L. It was a mistake on the part of VLT where SA2L did capitalize.
I mean, a close combat when you're saving, that's something that you wish for in SA2L. It was given to them by VLT, a close combat, and they won it. 3 of the weapons were saved by them, and now they've planted. SK Rossi, some miraculous performance is what we need from him. He has to pull off that miracle. SK Rossi has to do something crazy now. 4v1 situation it is. A post-plant situation. Paranoia is in the hands of Techno. He's just waiting. SK Rossi, as he moves forward, he gets blinded. He falls back, but he's on low HP. A 1v3 it is. But King Kappa is on 125 health. And 2 Phantoms are waiting for him, but SK Rossi, he's just gonna get eliminated by the spike. Unfortunately, they lose the round and they lose the economy as well. And Team VLT converting a bonus round. This was something. In fact, Team VLT, they lost the round when they were buying and Team SA2L were saving. A thrifty round for Team SA2L.
A thrifty round for SA2L, a round which should have gone in the favor of the players of VLT. The decision of VLT to give that close combat to the players of SA2L didn't really go in their favor. They wanted to aggress A-long, they wanted to push A-long, went all the way till the A main, and that is where Helef got 2 of his own. But once again, a buy round for both these teams, an equally important round for the players of SA2L. For the A-long control, and every single time SA2L they go after an A hit. VLT, especially Damara, is just so prepared. And this time, Madeline, utility gets 1 of his own. So much information has been passed on Aladdin. Just look at it. That Aldron gave all the information which VLT needed.
Absolutely, SK Rossi is wrapping around. No, not enough ground to play for Team SA2L. They did try to win those combats previously towards the A side. They wanted to repeat the same script, but Team SA2L, they got denied by VLT, and now SK Rossi. Wraparound is so crazy. SA2L have nowhere to go. At one side, Madeline is waiting, and on the other side, it's SK Rossi. Slowly and steadily, they have to push back. And Helif, he finds Medellin somehow.
30 seconds left.
SK Rossi has no idea. What's going on? SA2L slowly and steadily pushing towards the B side. They have the spike, they can plant. But do they have the idea that SK Rossi is there? SK Rossi has no clue that they have moved backwards towards the B side. The time is there. The clock is ticking. But this fault line can get Helif taken down. But he survived somehow. The timing was in his favor. Once again, SK Rossi, he is coming towards the angle where Team SA2L would not believe.
The spike is down in a 3v3 situation. A 3v2 retake where SK Rossi do find disease. Shuts him down immediately. But time is also ticking. Solely Helif, the last man standing, and Lightning Fast is sticking for that defuse. The Neural Theft gets the position of Helif as well. Lightning Fast going for the Ninja defuse, and the 4th round goes in the favor of VLT, and Lightning Fast finds a confirmation onto Helif as well. A good plan, a good retake from the side of Velocity. SA2L, initially they lost onto few of the duels, especially Medellin with that shock dart was able to find one. Special delivery also did help Helif by getting one of his own, but that was not enough to reward SA2L with the entire round. But once again, SA2L, a broken economy, a scrappy buy coming in, just one single rifle, one stinger and a bulldog. That's it. Buy for the plus of PLT, Aftershock, Hunter's Fury, so much util being invested. But this time SA2L, they're going all the way for the garage control, but the tripwire outside garage is something they need to watch out for.
Absolutely, Madeline used the Hunter Fury.
Locating targets.
Damage is misses down to that 45% health. Once again, they're moving towards the C side, but the rotation is being called. SK Rossi was stuck, but he still picks one. And Damara, some random fires through this smoke can definitely give him a lot of picks. But SA2L, the rotation was on time, but we have to give credits to VLT for that counter rotation as well. And now, towards mid, Disease finds Russ and the spike is being planted. Still the man advantage was in the favor of VLT, and now it's not. 3v3 it is. A wraparound from Damara. Techno has to win this one, and Techno wins this one for his team. As Helif finds Lightning, a 1v3 situation it is. Madeline, the last man standing, gets blinded by Techno, and Techno eliminates him as well.
Second round for the players of SA2L, a 2v4. Still, SA2L, they are 2 rounds deficit, but now they have got a full buy. They have got 2 ultimates as well. Miz has got his own overdrive, Techno has got From the Shadows, even Kappa's Neural Theft is also just 1 point away. What just happened? Kappa, 1 in 5. Not even too many assists. Kappa needs to step up. On the other side, Damara also has got his own overdrive. The Rolling Thunder of Ross is also just 3 points away. But seems like the aim in control has been established by the players of SA2L. SA2L, time and time again, they're going for an A hit.
Absolutely, Madden with the flying shot darts. It did damage Disease. But once again, a pivot towards the C side. SK Rossi is holding that angle with his tripwires. He wants to play for a post-plant situation, and look at this. The fast end was there, high gear being used by Miz, and the whole side is in control of team SA2L. But Damara with this ultimate, can he pick someone? The flashpoint was being used. And Miz, a counter ultimate from his side. Look at this. Both the Neons are running each other down. But SA2L, they are just better. Finding players one by one. Down to the last one. And VLT gets eliminated finally. Another round goes towards SA2L.
Because slowly and steadily, SA2L, they are staging a comeback. Now just 1 round deficit. And it's really important for SA2L to take a lead in the attacking half. That's the only way they stand a chance to win this map of Haven. Attacking half, they can't afford to lose at all. Techno has got his From the Shadows, Kappa has got his Neural Theft. But the ultimate progression of VLT is also looking really good. But they don't have the economy. The economy is pretty much broken. Although SA12 did win the last 2 rounds, but the timeout is still coming. Maybe they want to talk to the coach and figure out how they can be in the lead and reach into the defense of Velocity Gaming. Let's see what the coach is going to guide the players of SA12. But whatever it is, SA12 seems like in the last 2 rounds they were able to fix it. Especially LF. This guy is 9 and 5. He's really doing great. But Damara 4 and 6, Russ 3 and 5. Especially Russ, few mistakes are being done from the side of Russ. That's the reason that VLT were losing the previous 2 rounds. But I'm sure he's going to be back in the form once again. Back in the game. And one more time I think. SA12, they are going for an A hit. But this time, look at these things. It is completely stacked up.
Absolutely, this is going to be a chaotic round. As Damara is still there. He used the relay ball, finds one, but Disease from the backside finds 2 of the VLT's players. Once again, the aftershock was used, but it was not used correctly. Madeline survived. Slowly, instantly, SA12 moves forward, but miss as he finds a Madeline. LF also found one player. And that's it. VLT, their aggression, it backfired on them. SA12, they did have the better weaponry, and that's what gave them the advantage. 4th round on the board by SA12.
Finds the timing onto SK Rossi and shuts him down. An equalizer has been established by the players of SA12. The timeout is really working. Back-to-back 3 rounds, and now looking for the lead. SA12, they're back in action, they're back in the form, they've figured out that how to breach into the defense of Velocity Gaming, but now SK Rossi is back on his operator. The operator investment is there. Russ is having his own Rolling Thunder for the retake. Everything is lined up for Velocity to go for the 5th round. The operator, the Rolling Thunder. These 2 things can really work in the favor of Velocity Gaming, but SA12, they need to find a way to dodge that Rolling Thunder and SK Rossi's operator. But a good reveal, and Biz on the back of it finds Damara, shuts him down immediately. Proactiveness coming in from the side of SA12.
Absolutely. Once again, early on aggression towards the A side, but King Kappa towards mid gets so much damage and he's down to 10 HP. The win advantage is there, but HP advantage is not. But on the other side, if you look at this guy, SK Rossi,
I know exactly.
pushes so deep towards C as he has all the information. But as Russ goes down, Team SA12, they're gonna push towards the C side. King Kappa still low in HP, and SK Rossi, as he finds one with the operator, King Kappa gets dealt with in the mid. Once again, the ultimate is being used towards the A side, and Techno, he has this control towards A. A rotation being called towards A. SA12, they're definitely gonna plant here, but Techno, he has to win this 1v1.
30 seconds left.
Timing is in his favor, and he finds a mid lane. Makes sure that his team plays in disadvantage. And Lightning gets picked as well. The timing is not in the favor of VLT. One by one, the players of VLT are getting timed. SK Rossi with the operator, he wants to save this weapon. 5-4 for Team SA12.
Rossi is just going to save that operator. The last 3v3 retake, Velocity, they did give individual fight to the players of SA12, and SA12 won every single out of it. And once again, SA12 gets one more round in their favor, a 5th one coming on board. Momentum, the confidence of SA12 is once again back. a few mistakes were definitely there from the side of Velocity Gaming, which could have been rectified, but I think Velocity has pretty much done their job. In the defensive half, all they need is just 4 to 5 rounds, and that's more than enough. But if they do get a lead, that's going to be a cherry on the top.
30 seconds left.
So there's still hope for the players of Velocity Gaming to come
remaining.
victorious on this map of Haven. But the pressure is still down on the shoulders of the players of SA2L, but for now, Velocity, they need to break the momentum of SA2L. Back-to-back 4 rounds is what Velocity has lost. Once again, a scrappy buy, 2 stingers, and just an operator in the hands of SK Rossi. Whereas SA2L, they have got a full buy.
Gotta go.
Absolutely. Round after round, the momentum is swinging towards SA2L. Once again, they have the weapon advantage with SK Rossi, the operator. And rolling thunder being committed by Russ. This is gonna push backwards team SA2L. They are in a bit of pickle now. But look at this. Asterisk now finds one. Slowly and steadily, what just happened? Team VLT. They went down. I have no clue what happened.
Techno happened. Nothing else. Techno happened. A 4K for Techno. And a 6th round for the players of SA2L. Something is still cooking in the minds of Velocity Gaming. Last 2 rounds in the left in the first half. If these 2 rounds go in the favor of SA2L, it's going to be an 8-4 swap. And if the pistol of second half also goes in the favor of SA2L, maybe this entire map of Haven will go in their favor, and that's the reason that Velocity is calling for a timeout, because they need a 6-6 swap. They need to break the momentum of the players of SA2L. That's why this timeout has been called, to have a talk with the coach and figure out what's really happening wrong, how they can amp up their defense, because every single time and time again, SA2L, they're going for an A hit. Even a stacked up site is something where they were able to breach and execute the site. So yes, Velocity needs to figure out something now.
Absolutely, everybody was waiting for a 2-0 from Velocity side, but SA2L, man oh man, a 2-1 can be something crazy, but for now, it's too early to say that. A 6-4 scoreline is what we're looking for. But on the other side, if we look towards the buy, if we look towards the loadout, both the teams, they have some Phantoms and Vandals to play with. But Velocity, 3 of their players are on Light Shield. And on the other side, the Hunter's Fury is there from Matlin. So let's see if he can use it. Couple of utilities being traded, fault line being used by both the teams. Mez slowly and steadily creeping in. SA2L Mez, he always gets the opening for his team, but this time around, is he be able? Can he do that once again? He did find the Mara, and a lot of damage was dealt on him. But look at Disease, look at Disease. He's just pushing W, going all in, finds another player, but he got stunned unfortunately as Medlin find him.
Certainly he does, but the timeout is working for the players of VLT. Hunter's Fury is still there towards Medlin. And SA2L, they have been denied the control of A site. Pivot is coming towards the C. The entirety of Velocity is all the way towards A site. The fire is already there towards the C to give the information. Finally, the information has been passed on.
30 seconds left.
VLT, now they do realize that SA2L, they're going for a C execute. The spike goes down. And a 4v3 retake. Hunter's Fury being invested.
Oh my god.
They find Miz as well in that Hunter's Fury. He left down to 36 HP. This should be an easy round for VLT.
After this Hunter's Fury, this has to be an easy run for this team. But VLT, 4v2 situation it is. Ella finds one, but he gets taken down. And on the other side, as Lightning found Kid Kappa, VLT secured their 5th round. Great use of Hunter's Fury was something that did give another advantage to Team VLT. But definitely, the utils of SK Rossi also played an important role, because he gave the information and he tagged a player.
Yes, he did. He did. But before that, I think Russ was the first one to get a first kill onto the players of SH12. After that, Midvian's Hunter and the retake did give a lot of value. It's an easy retake for VLT. Well, they have got a pull by. A fault line towards the A-long to deny that A-long control. A recon gives a lot of information to the players of VLT. A B side has been left mostly open. And that is where SA2L is trying to execute. We've got lightning fast towards the B link. Few distractions all the way towards the A shot. Kappa finds a finish until lightning fast.
How did he do that? I mean, there was a smoke, and through the smoke, finding lightning fast.
Oh god.
That was definitely difficult.
What happened to Techno? So much util being dumped onto him.
I think it was an aftershock that took a lot of HP of Techno. But once again, King Kappa, he finds another player. He's not stopping at all. King Kappa, as the game started, as the match started, he was the bottom fragger, but once again, showing his worth, showing his value. But Tamara is going for a flank. The tripwire was on a bad angle.
30 seconds left.
They dodged it, and slowly and steadily, the wraparound is there. SA2L, they have to realize, but they did not. Techno got eliminated, and as Damara found Hellev, the situation is in the favor of Team VLT.
It certainly is in the favor of VLT as Russ finds one more, and a good flash coming in on the back of it. Damara finds Disease, shuts him down. Miz with that operator finds Damara. Here's the last man standing, needs to buy some time, but Russ is going for the defuse. Half defuse already being done, and he's sticking. But Miz gets met in, and Russ swings out and shuts down Miz. Goes for the defuse. A 6th round for VLT. A 6-6 swap.
Switching
Oh my god. That was so close. Miz was about to pull off a miracle. But what a monstrous play from his side. 1v3 situation it was. An operator versus a couple of phantoms and vandals. And yet he found 2 players.
For the audience, we also have a question coming up in the quiz. All you have to do is just scan the QR code to answer. And whoever answers the most correct questions every day, they might get a chance to win those Valorant points and your favorite skin as well. So quickly scan the QR and answer the question, and maybe you can grab your hands on those VP points. We have got something for everyone, for the players, for the teams, and for the audience, lovely audience as well. But moving on, the second half, Velocity on the attacking side, SA2L on the defensive side. Seems like Miz is the only solo anchor towards the A-long.
Absolutely, Team VLT, they're committing towards the B side. But as the aftershock was used and so much breach utils was used, fault line was there. They fall back to they were falling back towards the A side, and slowly and steadily as Madeline got picked down, VLT, they have the control of the site now. And look at this, those random fires are gonna do a lot of damage. And once again, the aftershock was being used, and Team SA2L was pushed back. VLT, they have the plan secured. But King Kappa, he found one. His teammate got traded, but the man advantage is not there for Team SA2L. And one by one, Team VLT picked the players of Team SA2L and picked one round for themselves as well.
Yeah, the pistol goes in the favor of Velocity. The first pistol also went in their favor. It was an important round for the players of SA2L. But seems like that's not going to be the case. That pistol will go in their favor. Entire eco for Velocity and a save round for the players of SA2L. They've got rifles coming up. Should be an easy round, but we do have a certain investment from SA2L as Miz is going for Sheriff.
Absolutely. SK going towards the C side, wants to take some information for the players that towards the A side. Team SA2L, they wants to push forward, but Tamara, he found Miz. Miz was trying to create some input, and he got shut down instantly. It did get the job done. It did took one down with him. Now the entirety of team Velocity, they're falling back. In fact, Russ is down to low HP. Close to 0 HP. Now the C side is open for grasp. Team VLT. They have the side for them, but 3 of the players are coming from the flank.
Planted.
Team SATUL. I don't think this is going to work. Velocity will anticipate. They will realize that couple of players are coming from the flank, but now they're moving towards the garage. But Tamara, he found Helif. And SK Rossi, he knows that someone is there behind that cage.
Time is ticking. SATUL, all they want to do is just deny those ultimate points to the plus of VLT and go down by the spike. That could be the approach, but VLT, they're not going to allow that as Madeline goes towards the garage, finds Techno, Disease gets a trade onto Madeline. The Flawless has been denied to the plus of VLT and the spike detonates SATUL. The remaining 2 players go down by the spike. The 8th round goes in the favor of VLT. 2 ultimate points being denied. But a bonus round for Velocity and bye round for SATUL. Indeed, a really important round for SATUL, because if they lose this bye round, there is no chance of SATUL winning this one. And bonus conversion is what VLT is looking forward to, because just look at the bye. They've got all the rifles.
Absolutely, that's what I was about to mention, that this does not look like a bonus round. Once again, this time around with a different start, 3 of the players towards the C side. Cypher Scam is there to take that information for trap wires. 1 is on towards the mid. And SATUL, they do have the buy round, but their economy is still disturbed. I mean, King Kappa, he does not have his strip fires. He had 1, and that is placed towards the B side. SK Rossi is slowly steadily. He's moving towards B. And once again, the wraparound is going towards B. Team SATUL, they have to be careful because VLT wants to push towards B. And they have the B control as well. Within a few seconds. SK Rossi pushing forward with lightning fast, and Damara, 1 by 1. They're taking the players of SATUL down. But Mez, he had an answer for them. He found 2 of the players. A 2v2 situation it is. Madeline, what are you doing? The spike is not there. VLT, a mistake being made from their side.
No, not yet. The dark cover was there, and VLT, both the players, Madeline and Rossi, they were just waiting for the dark cover to be dissipated, and that's when they would have gone for the spike. They would have gone for the duel. They were just waiting, and the wait, the patience did pay off really well. SATUL, they were just guarding the spike, but the bonus conversion is there from the side of Velocity, and once again SATUL, they have been pushed back to the save round. Not a good news. That's the reason that a timeout is being called, because they really need to figure out that how they can amp up their defense, because whatever SATUL is doing seems like Velocity, they do have an answer to that. This round should not have gone in the favor of Velocity, but yet it did. You can see the disappointment, the pressure on the faces of the players of SATUL. Sure, the coach is going to guide them.
The patience is something that was needed from SATUL's side. They were supposed to guide the spike, but somehow they were just standing on it. And Team Velocity, as the dark cover faded, they got the better of them. I mean, it was not even needed. The only thing that was needed was patience. You had perfect plays to set up a crossfire, and yet you did not do that. I think not having the information about Madeline is something that made them do this. But it was a mistake. And Team SATUL, they suffered. And this time out, the only thing that they want to discuss is definitely how to show patience in such situation. But VLT, they do deserve appreciation, as SK Rossi he did not miss. His aim game was strong right when the dark cover faded. But unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, a tech pause is there. Something that we all hate.
Of course, we do hate the technical pause, but all the technical issues needs to be fixed as soon as possible. And I'm sure they'll be fixed very soon. Nothing to worry about. But Medlin has got his own Hunter's Fury. Already a win condition for the 17th round, because in this particular one, they've got the weaponries, they've got a full buy, whereas SA12, all they have is just classics and pistols. Nothing else. So yes, the win condition is looking really good for the players of VLT for the upcoming 17th round as well. As Rossi's Neural Theft is also just few points away. Just look how relaxed the players of VLT are, especially Russ, Rossi. No stress, because it seems like an easy victory for them.
Well, I do disagree with this. It's not going to look like an easy victory because SA12, it's not over for them yet. It's a 6-9 scoreline situation. Team SA12, if they stop making those small mistakes, as I mentioned, this is not how you guard the spike. A fumble, you can say from their side. They need to be a bit more relaxed and patient. And on the other side, if you talk about the ultimates, unfortunately, SA12, they don't have any of those ultimates ready. But if you look towards the VLT, this is going to be that round where Medlin tries to play for those post-plant situations. This Hunter's Fury can come in handy. Sometimes it guarantees you one round at least if you try to play in that post-plant situation. And on this map of Haven, this Hunter's Fury can be very crucial.
So it can be. But I don't see any reason for Medlin to use that Hunter's Fury in this particular round. Maybe in the upcoming 17th round, yes, they can use the Hunter's Fury. That can come really handy in the post-plant. And I'm sure Medlin is going to use that Hunter's Fury in the post-plant. That's how he'll be positioned. But for now, like I said, SA12, they don't have enough economy. Even the ultimate progression is not looking that good. Yes, Miz is closest to his ultimate. That is going to be Overdrive, but still, I don't see that coming online for the next 2 rounds. Technical issues are taking a bit longer to get fixed, but everything to be fixed just now, so that in the upcoming rounds no momentum is affected for either of these teams and they can play the best Valorant and try to go for the victory which they are trying to aim for.
Absolutely, but if you look towards the score line of these players, I mean, I did get surprised. Previously, King Kappa on the first map, he was the top scorer, as I previously mentioned. On Abyss, he was 21-7, and now he's on 4-12. Some unbelievable start from his side. I mean, I was expecting that King Kappa will probably okay, it's all right. You're not playing you're not playing a duelist. You're not playing Teho. You're on Cypher. We do not expect you to do all the heavy lifting. But 4-12 is something that is not expected at all.
Of course, it was not expected at all. But 9-6, and we are again back in the game. Judge being invested from the side of Miz, and that's the only win condition that SA12 do have. Maybe they'll try to do some eco damage and maybe just pull off a thrifty round. But this time we have a stacked up C site. VLT once again going all the way towards the sea. Like I said, Maitland has got his Hunter's Fury to play for the post plant. Look at that, Rossi. Fine setup, shuts him down. The fort line was there, but little too late. The whole round to get the information, a stacked up side, but seems like still VLT is able to breach into the defense. The aftershock is there, but the timing is not there. King Kappa finds the timing onto Eskirosi and lightning fast. Damara gets 2 of his own, Russ gets 2 of his own. And the entirety of SA2L has been annihilated by the players of VLT. A 10-6, just 2 rounds away from the series point.
Absolutely, but on the other side, if we talk about SA2L's performance, this was so good, considering that they were on the eco. They still managed to get 3 of the players down. And VLT, it did get a bit pressured, but I guess Madeline and specifically Damara, they were enough to deal with it, Team SA2L. Once again, a heavy push is something that we're expecting, but a technical pause in the last second. Once again, something that we all hate. A tech pause is there because the players are standing still. They're not happy at all. But we do have a very capable team which can easily deal with such kind of technical pauses. As soon as we get the information about this tech pause, we will share it with you guys as well. That what's the reason of these technical pauses. But this certainly is giving a lot of time to Team SA2L to rethink and re-strategize. We can say that tech pause is actually a favor from Valorant gods. A favor for all those teams who are struggling, not for those teams who are in momentum, because these can actually break your momentum as well if given for a longer period of time. But VLT, this team is considered as the best team of South Asia. But after the previous match, after the first match in fact on the map of Ibis, the statement is quite controversial now. But as we move forward, the tech pause is over. 10 more seconds to move towards the 17th round. Once again, SA2L, they have the full buy. They have an operator to play with. 4 of the players are moving towards the C side. In fact, now all the players are moving towards C side. A heavy push is gonna be there.
Of course, but Miz also finds the Mara with that operator. Once again, a C executes from the side of Velocity and seems like it might go in their favor. Russ is going for the plan. A 5-4 retake. The numbers advantage is with the players of SA2L. They've got so many utilities to work around with. The flash, the recon, the reveal is there. King Kappa finds Russ and Eskirosi as well.
Shadows traveling.
This should be an easy round for the plus of SA2L because now it's a 5v2 situation. Hunter's Fury is the only win condition. Madeline gets 2 kills and disease. Techno is sticking for the defuse and finally the Hunter's Fury being invested. Half defuse has been done and Techno also goes down. Lightning fast. Finds Kappa. Madeline, the hero of this round, saves the day for the plus of VLT.
But the spike is being diffused. Team Velocity, they committed so much in this round and yet they lost it.
Madeline, he was the hero. He was able to find 2 picks and after that he was able to shut down Techno, the 3rd kill with a Hunter's Fury. But despite that, SA2L did manage to stick to the Ninja Defuse. Got that 7th round. Once again, a C hit. Eskirosi gets King Kappa. Missed one angle, not being checked. Is going to cause so much to the plus of VLT as Miz gets 2 of his own, but lightning fast shuts down that overdrive. And so does Disease. It's only Helef remaining in a 1v3 situation.
Absolutely a chaotic performance from the side of Miz, but as Lightning shut him down, it looks like it's over for Team SA2L. They had a very mixed buy. They did try to force things, But unfortunately, it did not work out. Some crispy aim game was shown by Lightning Fast. Once again, Helif is forced to save this Guardian because he knows that every other penny is very crucial for his team. But slowly and steadily, VLT's players, they're trying to hunt him down. 11th round on the board for VLT and S8UL. They are definitely struggling. VLT, things are looking easy for them now because they have the loadout advantage, creds advantage whatsoever. S8UL, they have to force this one once again.
Well, they have to.
Spike down, C.
But VLT, they've got a
One enemy
great
remaining.
lead. Already on the 11th one. And S8UL, they are 3 rounds deficit. They don't have enough credits to go for a full buy. either. Overdrive is there towards the side of Damara. Rolling Thunder is there. 3 ultimates are there. Plus a PLT. And Damara with that overdrive is going for an A execute. A fast hit is something which VLT wants to do at this point. Techno still unchecked. Still unaware. The dark cover is really helping Techno. King Kappa finds mid lane towards the A shot. Rolling Thunder being invested by the side of VLT and Ross on the back of it finds King Kappa. All the trades go in the favor of Velocity. Helif, the last man standing now in a 1v3 situation.
He did try to use the Armageddon, but it did not work out. Once again, Helif is forced to save his Guardian.
Missile
He
deployed.
cannot do anything at all.
They found my
It's a 1v3. The clock is dwindling and ticking. SK Rossi. Does he have any idea about Helif? But it's a 1v3 situation. Lightning Fast. A good swing. Onto the corner. And he found the last player. 12-7 is the scoreline. VLT definitely getting into the nerves of Team S8UL. Once again, 7-12 scoreline is something that looks very decent for VLT, but S8UL, the pressure is on them. They have to come up with a different start. They don't have those ultimates as well to play with. From the shadows is only thing that is available, but Techno, how can he use this one? And on the other side, a heavy B execute was something that they were looking for in S8UL. One by one, they got so many picks for themselves. Not a good idea from VLT's side.
Still possible, Aladdin. It's a 1v2. And SK Rossi is there. Slow walk towards the garage. Trying to go for the plan towards BBC side. Still checking all the corners, all the angles, just making sure he can get the spike down. And finally the spike has been planted.
The spike.
A tripwire towards the ceiling. We'll give the information just in case if Techno decides to aggress. Still a 1v2. S8UL, they need to find the timing. Rossi, he needs to isolate the fight. That's the only way he can win this one. The Cyber Cage for a little bit of the cover. But Techno, under the dark cover, is going to defuse. The Shadow Step being used to the perfection. SK Rossi finds disease and Techno shuts it down with a 3K. And the 8th round goes in the favor of S8UL. A good round conversion.
SK Rossi, he did try to clutch this one. He did try to clutch this one. The trapwire was on point. The cage was there to save him. But unfortunately, he got a little bit of impatient. And this is the moment of chaos. Look at this. Impatient is something that costed the whole round. And as we move forward towards the 21st round, once again, Wiz try to push towards the seaside. Takes all the information. No one is here. VLT wants to create something They want to create some entry towards mid.
Deploying
And
drone.
once again wrapping towards the seaside. This drone is going to give a lot of information. But is Team SA2L going to buy this? I don't think so. VLT is slowly and steadily pushing towards seaside. They have no idea. The three of the players are here. And look at this. Astamara found one. SK Rossi supported him. VLT, they have the side for themselves. A 4v, in fact 5v3 situation. Both the players who were in the side, they were dealt with. The fault line was on time, and Damara, look at his repositioning. This angle is so cheeky. No one is gonna spot him out. He found one, and he got the job done once again. But Techno, as he got blinded, he's forced to go back. But look at Madeline. Shuts Techno down. A 1v4 situation. VLT, this is looking easy peasy for them.
Yep. No more time right now for Helef as he just gets spammed down through the smoke. It's VLT after being down, owned on the map of Abyss. Move back up and steal the series. 2-1. And in a pretty convincing fashion for the next two maps, Aladdin. 13-4 and then 13-7. Just did not allow any possible comeback to the side of SA2L. VLT is looking untouchable, at least in the series.
Absolutely, but this series, it definitely gives so much information to Team VLT, specifically the preparation about Abyss. It's so exposed now. They were so underprepared for that map. The team they dominated against with a 13-4 and a 12-8.
True.
This is the same team that dominated them in Abyss with a 13-2 scoreline. So they need to work on that.
You know, I'll have to say one important thing right now, Aladdin, and that is going to be the fact that regardless of what happened in that entire series, SA2L, they could not find a chance to make that comeback. Because, yes, even in the map prior to this one, that's going to be Lotus, we saw SA2L being there. Yeah, there were a couple of rounds where we thought maybe they've got some ideas, but after that, it was just constant steamrolling of VLT. But it's this current map of Haven where we've constantly seen the entire team of SA2L falter after a certain round.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, Team SA2L, they were not winning those aim duels. The most important factor about this whole map was VLT constantly pushing them to take those aim duels and constantly winning those aim duels. SA2L, they need to work on that. The util use was there, but it was not that crucial. I mean, when you force the opponent team to take those duels, then util use it becomes the secondary option. But for now, if we look towards the highlight, SA2L, they did try to push Team VLT in some situations, but VLT, they were just better today.
Yeah, in terms of the macro as well, the moment when they were constantly going in for those executes itself, it just looked like so much more better, so much more refined. It's all the chaos that they like to create throughout the map. SA2L, a very, you know, confined team, or rather, you'd have to say that this is a team that likes to play more stable. But VLT, they're so good at creating that chaos. Tamara with those entries, jumping in, taking everyone down. And then Madeline onto those lurk timings, finding those trades, finding those moments when he can just go for those backstabs. There were certain rounds where I thought SA2L would be able to make that comeback. But then, you know, when there's a situation of a 2v5, 2v4, if you falter in those situations, then it just becomes almost impossible for your entire team's confidence and morale itself, right? It was probably round 17-18, I believe, where there was such a big advantage. It was a 5v2 and Lightning Fast was probably just in the last double digits of the HP. And even after that, they were able to convert that round. And both the players were playing in long. So those are the kind of mistakes that SA2L needed to avoid, but that just did not happen.
Absolutely, but as we move forward towards the stats, an E13 victory for team VLT, 13-8 victory, 13 first bloods on their side. This is definitely a coincidence because if you look at the score, it's 8-13, and if you look towards the first bloods, it's still at 13. VLT dominating every of those, everywhere in all these stats. 5-7 is the post-plant conversion from their side. And on the other side, a 6-9 from the side of Team SATUL. But as you mentioned, in terms of macros, VLT was just better. But SATUL, another thing that I need to mention is their individual performance. I mean, King Kappa, he struggled a lot on this cipher. He was doing so good on that Tehu on the map of Abyss. I mean, if you compare these stats up against the same team, the map was different, but against the same team, King Kappa was 21-7 on the map of Abyss. And now he was 10-18.
That's the whole idea, right? When they're playing on their comfort role, it seems like they can take over the world. But whenever it comes down to the adjustments, to those flexibility, that's where SATUL are struggling. But the man who was not struggling in this map at all was definitely Madeline. 288 ACS, 21-14 and 12 in terms of those assists. And even Russ was playing super solid on that breach. 15 assists for the man himself. Tamara just having a fun time out there. Techno on the other end was looking pretty solid. Disease, even though in terms of those duels he was struggling, at least he was putting up some numbers with the assists. He was setting his team up for success. But King Kappa, as you mentioned, 18 of those deaths, 10 kills and only 1 assist. That's definitely a big bummer for their side. But it's absolutely fine, you know. There have been certain scenarios where we've consistently seen these teams perform regardless of the situation that they are put in. And right now, it just seems like SATUL is trying to gel up really well with all of their new teammates. So I think I'm still going to give them a bit of a leeway. But if they keep on faltering for the next few matches too, that's when the real trouble will begin.
I mean, if you can win on the map of Abyss with a 13-2 score line, you can challenge the other team on the other maps as well. But SATUL, they lose their confidence once things go out of their hand. I mean, on the defense side, when Team VLT, they won a starting few rounds, that one Team SATUL, they lost their confidence. After 4 rounds, the score was 2-2. But once Team Velocity, they started winning rounds, they started diffusing as well, they started winning the post-plant rounds as well. That's when SATUL, they lost their confidence and they were unable to get it back.
Yeah.
Velocity, that's one thing that they were better. I mean, in terms of coordination, in terms of synergy, in terms of experience, VLT is way ahead of Team SATUL. But when we talk about pressure handling, Team SATUL, this is the main area where they need to work on.
Yeah, those synergies, those constant playing behind the utility of the teammate, playing together, going for the double peaks. Some basic mistakes out there which we did not really expect from them definitely did come in. I still want to highlight that one 5v2 round where a couple of players of VLT were playing over towards the long. The only thing they could do was spam, and eventually the angle was also smoked off for them. First, it was, if I'm not wrong, Madeline getting a couple of picks through the smoke, and then eventually he got the Hunter's Fury on the back of it, was able to use that, get the third one as well. I believe it was King Kappa who was just sticking for the defuse regardless of the fact that he was tagged. And then eventually the last 2 players were taken down by lightning fast. So those are the kind of things where even if they would have decided to just run it down through the long and maybe take those fights to the members, the maximum would have lost 4. One still would have been alive. They would have had enough time to go for the defuse. But yeah, it comes down to the fact where there were certain mistakes being made, but it's fine. SATUL will have time to rectify all of them. But now my main attention, my main focus is moving towards the next match. That's going to be between Revenant Esports up against Aura. We have seen Aura struggle. The maximum rounds that they've got till now in VCS's Split 1 is 5. That was against VLT on the map of Lotus. After that, it was a 13-0 on Pearl. So there's a lot of bouncing back that they have to do.
Absolutely, but there's one more thing that we need to talk about Team VLT and Team SATUL. In Team VLT, when Damara does not perform, Ras is underperforming, there's always Madeline who steps up. There's always Lightning Fast who steps up. But on the other side, if we talk about Team SATUL, there's no other player other than Techno and Helef to support them. I mean, sometimes, only sometimes King Kappa steps up, but on the very next match, he struggles a lot. But before we talk about that a lot, let's talk about SK Rossi, the player who dominated entirely in all these three games. A 0.6 KD in the first one, 1.7 in the second, and 2.1 in the third. Slowly and steadily, as the game progressed, his performance increased.
Yeah, it's also a significant increase there. Plus, he's been playing on to more of those sentinel roles. We've seen this guy shift onto a lot of roles. He used to play duelist for Global Esports, and then shifted on to sometimes the initiator role as well back in the VCS 2024. If my memory serves right, there were quite a few times when he played onto the Sky, maybe onto the Sova, and now he's shifting more onto the sentinel type of role where he holds the angle, tries to decide and go for those lurk plays, maybe supports the team as well, is good on that trigger in terms of that trade. So I'm really liking the adjustment and adaptation that SK Rossi is bringing now. And if this is the way he's going to play, I mean, I'm pretty sure that we're probably going to see him IGLing certain team as well. We've got no clue about that. But yes, that's again maybe just me being a bit too much into that Delulu stuff. But what are your opinions about the same thing, adaptability of SK Rossi?
That's something really interesting. But before we talk about that, let's move towards the interview and see what the players have to say about this.
Wow. Well.
Yes, man. What's up? How are you, Rossi?
What's up?
What's up, guys? How are you guys? I'm good.
Amazing. Rossi, see, congratulations for this amazing win. But I just want to talk about the first map, right? What happened? Like 13-2, a team that came from 13-0, 13-2. What actually happened? Was it some sort of difference? या फिर क्या हुआ? What happened here?
Bro, honest to God, हम वो map कभी खेला ही नहीं. Simple as that. But we'll be prepared next time. We know we were just seeing ki will anyone exploit. Now it's been exploited. Now we'll get it back. But the only reason we lost that like that because हमने खेला ही नहीं, तो हमको पता ही नहीं. So yeah, that's the reason. That's the only reason.
थोड़ा सा स्ट्रगल कर रहे थे बट जैसा कि क्वेश्चन ने पूछा ना व्हाट हैपेंड ऑन द फर्स्ट मैप मैं सिमिलरली क्वेश्चन पूछूंगा व्हाट हैपेंड ऑन सेकंड मैप कुछ ज्यादा ही फिर मारने लगे थे आप और आपकी पूरी की पूरी टीम
ब्रो मैं मतलब बोला ना फर्स्ट मैप हारने के बाद पूरा गुस्सा हो गया था मैं तो बैठने के बाद ही मैं बोला गोलू को भी बोला कि गाइस आई एम वेरी एंग्री आई एम गोना कुक दिस गाइस ठीक है तो इट्स मोर लाइक बिकॉज इतना दिन हमारा स्क्रीन्स या जो भी जा रहा था हम इजीली जीत रहे सब टूर्नामेंट जो भी हम क्वालिफायर से आए हमारा पहला गेम भी हुआ ना इतना इजी चल रहा था ना तो वो यू गॉट अ लॉक इन वो प्रेशर हमको फील नहीं हुआ था वो कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस उतना कंपटीशन हमको दिखा नहीं था तो फर्स्ट मैप में वो दिखने के बाद सेकंड मैप फुल लॉक इन ब्रो आई वाज काइंड ऑफ एंग्री कि 13 कैसे हरा दिया हमको करके तो या आफ्टर दैट टीममेट्स वाज ऑल दे वर ऑल लॉक इन
No, for sure. And, I just want to know from SK Rossi, not just a Velocity का player, but I want to know SK Rossi, देखिए आपने obviously, international भी represent करवाया, इसके पहले you had a history with Global Esports as well, अब Hell Ranger is coach of another team. I just want to know in the entire curve of you playing Valorant, what are the things that you have learned and what are the things जिससे मतलब, you have had the motivation to be here right now and to स्टार्टअप क्योंकि वेलोसिटी जो टीम है वो ऑब्वियसली क्वालिफायर्स हो करके सब चीज सही है व्हाट हैज बीन द मोटिवेटिंग स्पार्क कि यहाँ पर वापस आना है ऐसे
मतलब यहाँ पे वापस आना देयर आर मल्टीपल टाइम्स आई वांटेड टू क्विट राइट बिकॉज़ आई एम द वन हु वेंट टू हाई एंड हैव फॉलन फ्रॉम दैट हाइट राइट तो वो बहुत मुश्किल है कि टू मोटिवेट योरसेल्फ एवरी टाइम टेक द हिट मतलब 2-3 बार हिट लेने के बाद भी बहुत मुश्किल है बट मैं जब भी अकेला बैठता हूँ सोचता हूँ कि अगर मैं खेलना छोड़ दूंगा एंड 10 इयर्स के बाद मैं वही रिग्रेट करूंगा कि मेरे को इतना जल्दी गिव अप नहीं करना था राइट तो मेरे को सिर्फ देखना है कि हाउ फार आई कैन गो एज लॉन्ग एज आई एम मोटिवेटेड वो तो रहेगा बट देयर आर सो मेनी टाइम्स कि नहीं यार छोड़ दो इतना why is this all struggle what is it for but in the end the answer is always there कि I want to get back to where I was or even better and not giving up and जो भी learnings है उससे ही कि never give up वो तो main factor है and velocity team भी हम इतना मुश्किल से बनाया इतना मुश्किल से players को लाया है जो मेहनत किया है मैं गॉड स्पीड हमको ही पता है in the 1 week 2 weeks. So yeah, I mean I'm hoping and having high expectation from this roster.
Let's go, man. I really want कि भाई जो फ्यूचर के जितने मैचेस हो आपकी टीम के हित में जाए और आई वुड लव टू सी यू एंड योर टीम विल ब्लूम एंड वंस अगेन फिर से वो इंटरनेशनल खेल में जाए. थैंक्स लॉट Asterisk for joining us and best of luck for the future matches. Thank you.
Congratulations, best of
Thank
luck.
you guys, thank you for casting our game, it was amazing, and thank you for having me here. Thank you guys, bye
Bye.
You know what? I'm gonna steal some of that thank you for myself as well. But either ways, I was not sitting on the desk for that game. Haha. But fun interview out there. Asterisk also telling a bit of his journey, how he was sitting on top and then eventually fell down, but is still going on with that journey, still taking on all of the comments from all of his fans too. It's a pretty motivating factor, you know. I must have to say, when you have got everything and then you lose everything, and then you bring yourself back up onto the same. So, of course, pretty solid journey out there, but there's a long way to go. And in terms of that long way, there's another pit stop that we'll be stopping on, and that's going to be the next game between Reckoning and Aura. So the first match, pretty solid, 2-1. After 2 days, we've finally seen a 3-mapper series. Aladdin, what are your expectations for the next one?
Well, before this match, I was hoping for a 2-0 from Reckoning's side, but as SATUL this surprised, Aura Esports can also surprise. But all these surprises can be seen after this short break. So, ladies and gentlemen, take a short break and we will be back right after this one.
Man, oh man, some unexpected things happening out there on those games, in those maps in Valorant. But after all, there's still one thing for certain, and that is that the next match is going to be super intense. Reckoning Esports up against Aura. It's going to be me, Skadiet, and alongside me, Shadow is here to join for this upcoming matchup. But Shadow, I'm super excited for this one.
So am I, scared. Really excited for a matchup against the plus of Aura and Reckoning. You already said Reckoning, they are going to win this one. So I'm very sure that Reckoning, at least one game, you will jinx for them, and Aura will get a victory at least on one map.
Oh my god,
And maybe
oh my
both.
god. At this point, I just want to say that I probably think Aura are going to win 2-0, you know. But alright, you know, I really have to mention about the fact that regardless of what happened against Velocity, I still feel Aura are actually going to take at least one map away from Reckoning. Yes, Reckoning have been looking very clean with the addition of BGG as the IGL. He's been doing a phenomenal job in terms of fragging, in terms of calling, and also in terms of just pulling team together while giving them some opportunities to move from over towards the other parts of the map, finding some timings. Everything combined, this team is looking like a well-knit unit. But at the same time, I don't want to take a lot of things away from Aura as well, right? Yes, there are players, there's Gambo, there's Robo, Sinks, NZ, Prime. All of these players have been pretty fantastic in terms of their gameplay. They just need some confidence.
Confidence is something that the entire team of Aura needs at this point, because let's be honest, what happened against the players of Velocity Gaming, a 0-13 defeat for the players of Aura. It's not something of a good for your mental also. You need to recover from that, and for that you need at least one good victory. The very first map is going to be really important. If Aura, they get a victory on the first map, that is going to give them some confidence boost for the upcoming second matchup. So yes, first match is going to be really important for the players of Aura, because I'm sure all the mistakes which happened against the players of Velocity, they have been rectified.
Hopefully, I mean, they really would need to hit on that reset button and then eventually come back into this one. But a team that would not want to hit the reset is definitely Reckoning Esports. A dominating performance in their previous game. BGG, Monair, Tricky, Deadly 10, Rio. They did a fantastic job last time as well, and we're going to have a look at that itself. BGG on the first map of Lotus. Prime example of how you call and how you outfrag. He was everywhere along the map, and honestly, I'll have to say, from the moment when the IGL UTs have been taken away from Rio, he's been looking so clean in terms of those assists. Those setups have been beautiful, fault lines, flash points, be it the aftershocks. He's always been there for his teammate, and his assist numbers show the exact same story. I mean, I'm pretty sure if we're going to be pulling up any of those stats, we'll see him as one of the assist kings or the assist leaders out on top. And that shows big time about how you're comfortable on your own role. But since we're talking about some comfortable stuff, Aura needs to be comfortable with the chaos that's been caused in the game. Homeboy, Sinks, Prime 1, Gambo, Robo. We did see the Phoenix being brought out by Robo against VLT on that map of Pearl. Yes, of course, he was struggling a lot out there, but it's fine. As I've said, they need to start from a very clean slate and then move forward.
Of course they have to, and looking at the journey of both these teams, Aura, they had their first matchup against the players of Velocity Gaming, where on the map of Lotus they did showcase some fight. It was a 13-5 in the favor of Velocity, but on the map of Pearl, the entire team of Aura looked completely off. It was a 0-13 defeat for them. And looking at the journey of Reckoning Esports also, they had their first matchup against the players of SA2L Esports, where on the map of Lotus, they literally dominated with a 13-5 victory. And on the map of Haven also, it was a 13-10. So we have a team who has faced a defeat with 0-2, and a team which has a victory, 2-0 victory in their favor. I mean, the results are pretty much clear what's going to happen today.
It definitely is, you know, but a lot of people might say that they were clear even for the VLT and SA2L match, but Shadow, you bear witness to the same result too. The first one, a domination of 13-2 against VLT. SA2L definitely showed some good cards, some good aces up their sleeve. They were just not able to replicate that on the next two maps. So maybe Aura can try and bring forward some similar rabbit out of the hat, maybe do something that no one is eventually expecting. We're going to have a look at the head-to-head of Deadly 10 and Prime as well. KDA almost similar, but Deadly 10 is so far ahead in terms of those kills over 10. ACS is still pretty decent, but again, whenever we are talking about both of these players, in terms of those setups, in terms of those assists, that's where Deadly 10 is having that advantage against Prime.
Of course, he's having in terms of the AC, his first kills, the stats are looking better for him. But Fritz and I think few of our fellow casters always say this, that they always throw the stats out of the window because it is more important that how you perform on a particular day. Maybe in the history you have been doing really good, but this could not be your day. You might be completely offline. So many possibilities are there. Sometimes your opponents are more prepared than you. They have got counters prepared for your strategy. So many possibilities do come into the factor, do come into the picture, maybe for some reason. So yes, Deadly 10 and everyone else also need to perform really good today if they want to get this victory. Chances of Reckoning are winning are still high.
You know what? I won't even deny that. And there's a lot of questions that we've got in our minds, but in order to answer that, let's move on to this short interview.
Definitely gonna be Indra and Paradox. That's what we're expecting. How are you guys? How are you feeling, by the way?
Hello. We are feeling good.
Hello, all
We're
good.
feeling nice. Hello.
All right, so right off the bat, I'm just going to ask a question from Paradox itself, the coach from Aura. So, Para, last time when you had a match against, you know what I'm going to ask, right? What happened on the map of Pearl and what's the aftermath of that map?
Aftermath of that map is like basically obviously we learned from our own mistakes, and being 0-13 is the most worst score you could ever had, but we took it in a positive way considering like VLT being one of the strongest teams in this whole split. So we just took it like a learning lesson, and as usual like like it's good for us that we hit our rock bottom in the first map itself. So now the only step we go is forward, and now we'll get to know more about each other and regarding the mental blocks which we might have against good players. So right now we kind of face the best of the bunch, and now we're just going to play against other people as well. Like obviously we are the underdogs in this split, so we have much to prove.
True.
Okay, Indra, my question is for you. How is
Hello.
the region treating you
Yeah.
differently? Like you have coached EMEA, you have worked with those teams. How different is the South Asian circuit?
I mean, it's quite different. I can tell, especially on the side of the organizer, it's different. I think NODWIN, it's probably one of the best organizers I work with. It's really everything clear. It's almost everything on time. You know, most of the organizers have that problem. You know, they don't give you information. They don't give you the rule book. I didn't have that problem in South Asia. So until now, I can say it's pretty fun. It's quite different. I can say it's quite different than any other league I play with, but it's still fun. It's gonna be a good year, I think.
How do you manage coaching players from different countries? Like you have two players Russian and then three Indian players, like complete different mindset altogether, or how is it like to coach them?
To be honest, it's kind of similar to what I experienced last year on Ascension. When I was in China, I had three Chinese players and two European players. So this was a problem at the beginning, and once we get used to the workflow, it was easier now. And with that experience working now, especially because the Indian do speak English, it's more easier. Also, I have the luck that every Indian player I have in my team, it's really open-minded, and they are really open to criticize and open to practice everything and listen to their teammates, listen to me, listen to management. So it's easier to work when you have open-minded people.
That sums up, and Spartus, you already asked my question from Indra too. So I have left one question for you, Paradox. So now after that defeat, and this is going to be your second game for your team. What's going to be the mindset for today, and what you actually told your players what they have to do today to perform well against a Goliath-like Reckoning?
So like basically I've always told them like Reckoning being an org, like since I mean they're over here since a long time, but obviously they haven't won a trophy as well. They've always been the dark horse of the events. So considering that, I've told them that there's not much difference between Reckoning and Aura. If you see, there's just an Aura backup support, I would say. And obviously, so you should not underestimate anyone, and at the same time you should not overestimate anyone, because no one is greater than someone and there's no one worse than anyone. So it might depend on your day and how you communicate as a team, as a player group of 5, because it's a team game. No matter if you drop 60 bombs in one map, but there might be a possibility you might lose a game. So that's how you need to like properly coordinate with your team, and how you should stick to your own like fundamentals and everything. So basically like my lads are just bunch of talented people. I just told them like all those pep talk and also added a few things which were kind of in the VLT's game, and also like how hard the mental block also blocks the potential, like on what level on scale they can perform. So right now I'm expecting a very good game out of them though.
Let's see, man, if that's going to happen or not. And we are also expecting a very good Valorant today. Thanks a lot, Intra, and thanks a lot, Paradox, for joining us for this amazing segment.
you.
And best of luck. And I really hope we
thank
can
you.
see some crazy Valorant plays.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
Thank
good
you.
luck.
Good luck. Have fun.
Well, treating both the country's players as well, and that was so smartly. Of course, that's the coach of Reckoning for you, but Paradox as well. I want to bring the conversation, revolve it around Aura a bit more, with him mentioning that the team have hit the rock bottom in the very first match of the series. That shows you the possibility of them to move just up, right? Because when you're at the very bottom of the ocean, the only place that you can go is up. And I think so that's a very good mentality to have. I love that from Paradox, but the question is, can his team players do the exact same thing and utilize that mentality in this matchup?
Of course, Paradox, like you said, is a great player. He has showcased his gameplay in the past also. I'm sure he has guided the raw talent, the young boys, perfect what happened in the previous game. I'm sure he has given some sort of guidance also to them, but let's see how much they can implement that guidance, how much can they implement what all have been taught to them. But for the audience also, we have got a quiz. Whoever gets maximum correct answers gets a chance to win the VP points. All you have to do is just scan the QR code and answer the question: who is the youngest player in VCSA 25 and which team does he play for? Cyrix, Makavali, Tricky or Venkaitis? Do you know the answer, Scared?
I do know the answer, but I don't want to reveal it out for anyone. Only one of those options is correct, ladies and gentlemen. So, very simple steps. Just go back into the video, scan that QR code, and make sure to fill out that entire form. Click on submit. That's all you need to do, of course, by putting in the correct answer. Now, the one who gives the maximum correct answers throughout this entire week will win 5,000 VP, and the second person in that list, basically the one who will come second, will receive 2,000 Valorant points for themselves. So of course a lot of prizes out there which you do not want to miss out, but we are not going to miss out on the map of Veto, Haven, Lotus and Split. All right, we are up for a game now.
Haven has been picked by the players of Team Aura, Lotus has been picked by the players of Team RGE, and Split is going to be the decider map. So Haven, what are you expecting? Because Reckoning, they have already played on the map of Haven and they got a victory also against the players of SA12 Esports, and in fact it was a 13-10. The double initiator composition where Breeze, Sova was there, Omen, Killjoy in the mix, and Jet was also there. A good composition indeed. But do you think Aura, are they being too optimistic with this pick?
I think so, yes, a bit, right? Because you mentioned about Haven being played by Reckoning yesterday itself. Yes, they also played Lotus, and on Lotus they had an even better dominating victory over SA12. So I think so maybe Aura, they're kind of doing themselves in this map video, but it's absolutely fine. I want to see what Aura have got on table to surprise us eventually, and this double duelist composition could do exactly that. The running the ISO into the Yoru composition along with the Sova. I do like the idea. The question is how well will they be able to execute? It comes down to those executing plays, that execution, how you'll be able to slowly and steadily build upon that. Munair on the Killjoy. He was a pillar last time. We saw BGG as well. We'll just have to wait and see how it eventually falls down. Deadly 10, Rio, Tricky. Deadly 10 was looking super cool. Rio, in terms of assist, is leading in his own team. And it comes down to Tricky, how comfortable he falls onto that duelist role. We've normally seen him as well. If I'm not wrong, he used to play as a stand-in for Revenant Esports long back, I believe, when they qualified for that ascension. So of course, he knows how things run. You know how to be able to slowly move forward. But now with that said and done, we're going to be moving into the game. Like a good amount of people in front of Homeboy. Overstayed his welcome out there. Tricky finds the opener. And now they're rushing in over towards that A side where there's a huge opening.
Of course, the opening is there and the side control is also there for the players of Reckoning. But seems like Aura, they'll be playing this one on the retake. Rio is going for the plant. The numbers advantage is there with the plus of Reckoning. 4v4 retake. The recon goes in, but gets no information at all. It's all about the timing. It's all about the flood retake. Prime from the Heaven. Trying to do something with those shock darts, but nothing has been done much. The fault line on the back of it. Tricky gets one. Tricky with a third one as well. And Prime gets two of his own.
Slowly and steadily, they're catching that. Here's BGG. Gets the last two players as well. And Reckoning starting things off in such a solid note. We've seen this team. They love to pick up on those pistols, and we know how important pistol becomes. Move forward. Get that momentum going. Get those picks. And right now, Reckoning. They're also investing into a Vandal and an Outlaw. A couple of Sheriffs in the mix and a Spectre. It's a very solid buy. They're also pretty spread out, right? They understand the fact that there might be a push out by Aura from any of those avenues. So they're just holding it down, moving it slow. And Tricky, the man who's got the rifle, is also being sent out by both the initiators together. Deadly along with Rio. So if they lose the weaponry, there's someone else to pick it up for the other one. And eventually, now they also dodge this push out of Aura. Reclaiming that C-long space, a couple of shots being fired, so presence has been shown, and in response, Reckoning moving over towards the A site itself.
Of course,
No idea.
It seems like now they have an idea as Rio finds a connection onto Gambo. Like you said, it's an entire eco round for the players of Team Reckoning now. Just look at the position where Prime is, but timing won't be there as BGG shuts him down. Moner shuts down Homeboy. Seems like the flawless round is coming for the players of Team Reckoning because Robox is the last man standing and position already compromised. The shots are there and Moner also lands a final blow in the second round for the players of Team Reckoning. The next round scared is going to be important one for the players of Aura.
But the thing is, right now, looking at the funds and an investment into an Odin by Moner, this round looks very much doable for Reckoning. Given that this Outlaw finds one of the picks on either Homeboy, Robo or Sinks, as all of them are running on the half shield.
Let us hunt.
That could very well be a defining factor in this map as to what might happen. I'm trying to go in for that wall bang. Catching anyone, no strays whatsoever. Shock dart goes in to try and catch someone. Robo's position revealed perfectly, but Aura supports him. Prime lands in some nasty shots with that Odin on the Tricky. BGG, the only man who found some success, but not for long. As it's all down to Moner and Rio, and I think so. The call is going to be to save probably, unless Rio or Moner maybe find something, maybe find a stray bullet onto the skull of someone. Any play that's going to be made, it's going to be made by Rio. No one else. They're just slowing the pace down entirely. Everyone from the side of Aura stacking over towards the B side. While Reckoning,
Scanning ahead.
slowly and steadily moving towards the A. They're taking their fun time, but here's the thing, you know, even though Rio used the recon to try and maybe create a question mark,
30 seconds left.
it still has not done a lot. If anything, right now, Robo is just watching out for any possible flank or any possible late look. And as soon as he hears the plant going down, the call's going to go to the team. Heaven scanned out.
Spike planted.
There's no one out there, so of course, there's still a possibility. Alarm bot, Nanoswarm going in over towards on Outlaw in the hand, maybe a shot, lands right in, that's the first one, and that's not just one, Rio catches two! This round is turned around entirely on its head. 14 HP for this man, but he's still holding it on. The spray down from Gambo, good enough. And now it's about how well can you play. Ring around the rosy as Monair brings it down to 1v1. The Odin v Odin. Spam is there. Prime's reposition. He changes the weaponry as well, but Monair wins it for the team. He's gonna knife him out as well. That's the disrespect you bring on the table if you do not watch the map. The awareness, impeccable. And Monair is immortal. A bonus conversion for Reckoning.
That knife. Well, it's going to hurt the plus of Team Aura. Definitely. Completely unaware. Completely lost. Or I don't know how they are going to get a first round for themselves, because they have lost the buy round now. For Reckoning, it's going to be a bonus round. The bonus conversion should be an easy one.
It should be. And eventually, Homeboy had some other plans, but Monair put him back on his grave. Sent him back on the ship where he came from. Right now, Sinks as well, unaware of BGG's timing. The lurk, perfect. And with that, now they're going to just jump in onto the seaside. There's the spike all the way down there, but it's absolutely fine. You've got a lot of people falling up to pick it up and maybe go for the plant. Maybe Monair should go. He's 3 points away from his own lockdown. One could eventually build up on it. And maybe you're going to send him out to hunt someone.
Planted.
That does not seem to be the plan though. Gambo, well, he did give him an orb, just not in the way how he wanted. Right before that smoke went down, was able to quickly catch one. He's got the outlaw in his own hand. Ho ho ho! Gambo with the ball bang though. Finds the answer on the best angle to hold it down to. 1-for-1 trade though, but Rio's positioning unnoticed and unchallenged. 19 HP, and with that, they get the round. Phenomenal.
Of course, the fourth round is also there in the favor of Reckoning. Again, a buy round coming in for the plus of Aura, and like you said, the Odin investment which Reckoning brought now is coming from the side of Aura. They have got the Hunter's Fury, the ultimates are also there. This is one of those rounds which Aura can't afford to lose at all. Because if they do, it's going to be a 6-0 scat, and that's something which Aura doesn't want at all. But Reckoning, they're looking so comfortable at this point. I won't be surprised if Reckoning is able to convert the fifth round also for themselves.
It seems difficult. It seems very difficult, as you mentioned. And that's why Aura have eventually hit that timeout. They're gonna try and basically push the brakes now. Maybe see, work around with how can they eventually break this momentum that has been going in for Revenant Esports. 4-0 start, as you mentioned. They've got the buy now, so this buy round is going to be crucial. Another round now coming in. This Fury used up very early on. But it's just to maybe take a bit of space. Only Rio was the one who eventually got a hit of that Shrey Hunter's Fury. One though, but not more. That's why he's still standing on his feet. 70. And as long as he stands, there's a Hunter's Fury on the other. And as well, that could definitely threaten more that hit. Just holding it down slowly and steadily. As I've said, they're taking their time, but also clearing out the entire map, taking on all of that space. Reckoning Esports, Elon control, Silver's control. This A split is looking solid, but there's a couple of tripwires that they really need to deal with. That's a kill trip actually. That's the first one, and on the back of it, Sinks will be able to take Tricky. Shock dart
30 seconds
thrown
left.
out. Sinks is still alive. My god, it's just making risky maneuvers. Maybe putting a cam there. Could not do that. So it's just now need to reposition. Rio down to 70. And in the post plant, he has the Hunter's Fury, but there's someone for the backstab too, and that's going to be Robo. That's how the contingency. Hunter's Fury used a preemptively. Gambo got there! And on the back of it, Moner as well finds one. Prime drops down just like Optimus Prime. Catches down Deadly 10. But how much more can he do? It's a 2v3. And a lockdown in play. You'll have to respect it, not deny it. And a lovely shot by Prime. Swaps up the weaponry, switches up to the Vandal. Revealed location. He's got to do so much, not a lot. He can, and BGG will put the man to rest. We'll give him a break. And with that, it's a 5-0 start.
Yeah, 5-0 is what we have in the favor of Reckoning. Aura looking completely off at this point. Rio's Hunter's Fury was able to find Gambo. But not just the Hunter's Fury, it was BGG and the team of Reckoning. The way they are playing, looking so confident. Once again, a save round for the players of Aura. Converting a Thrifty won't be easy at all. Moner gets the first connection onto Senex. Immediately shuts him down. Moner finding Roblox as well. Down to 3 players. Aura.
Just now slowly and steadily gonna take that space. Eventually, Aura now going over towards the A side. Well, that's the exact wrong side. Reckoning all the way down towards C on this first map of Haven. Moving up. C entirely empty. Aura in the meantime though, skating up all the way towards the A. 3 sheriffs in hand, a paranoia, a recon, homeboy, his full kit apart from maybe just a great crash, one away from his dimensional drift. But how much can they do is the big question. All the 5 players healthy as anything. 5 headshots needed at the very least.
Swarm grenade out.
And now they're eventually gonna maybe play for some of the exit frags. The turret's gonna give out the information that there's someone for the backstab, and everyone from Reckoning will eventually move towards the spawn. Time ticking. Yeah, oh my goodness. Hold on a second. They're actually coming directly towards them. So either ways, the AWP points are gonna go to someone. They've got to go and take those fights. Moner slowly moves out. There's a couple of players in front of him, and yeah, it's just going to be an obliteration, a massacre. Tricky takes 2. And Moner was able to find 1. No problems whatsoever. Economy snowballing really well. And now, on the back of that though, 6 rounds already picked up by Reckoning. It seems more like how in every first map we're seeing a 6-0 start, but the audience thinks that Reckoning will be able to win this one. 71% of them, while 29 are still hopeful for Aura. I like the optimism that's always there. TP was already used up though, so eventually dealt with. Understanding where normally the players might show up on that omen whenever there's from the shadows available. Tricky tagged up by the camera. It's still going to be a C-split execute. The one playing on towards that side, and a good amount of util now being used up. There's still a trip down there on the feed though, but no one to catch a flying jet. Sinks holding down in that smoke. Oh my god, that's a big paranoia. A play comes in along with the kill contract too. Position noted by Robo. He needs to win the fight, and he will win it against Deadly 10. Nothing he could do out there. Rio, BGG standing strong, holding strong. And it's still a flash available. They're going to scale up on the back of it as they catch 1, but the trade is even better. A 2v1 contingency out in the play. Swaps up the weaponry for the healthy 1. And Moner's position unnoticed, unchecked. And he pulls that one out from his pocket. The way how this guy has been playing. 12-2. Just seems untouchable. Lovely approach coming in from Revenant Esports. Outlaw in his hand. Now BGG is just holding on to that weapon. Half shields, that to 4 across the other side. So definitely playing a good, but that's a trap play. And a lovely shot by Homeboy right on the face of Tricky. Tried to go in for that nasty one way, but he could not. Did not anticipate something that would come out of Hora so quickly. But now that they've established that C-long play, they've given up the control entirely. And they do not really have any other space on map to work with. Now those strips that Sinks has set up, those are the exact same kill trip that he also used in round number 5 or maybe round number 6. Lovely shot by BGG, catches Prime, just a bit of a shoulder, and that's all he needed. No wall bang, right onto the body. Kills that 140, takes the life out of him. Numbers equalize, smokes all the way out, and the players on site. Still Monair playing all the way back, maybe waiting for someone to go in for the lurk. Sinks will be stopped for a few seconds though, but BGG will not. Still moves in, the cage is out there, but as soon as it blooms, Deadly 10. Super crispy on that aim, Robo with the trade. But he's the only one with any kind of trade. Oh my god, he missed onto the double tap. Now that could be a big problem. Picks up onto that Outlaw. Monair though is constantly using those nano swarms. It's about time. He sends out the contingency. It's not in line. And Monair peaks in at the perfect time. Getting another round in pocket. Revenant Esports are looking impeccable. And what happened to Aura against Velocity a couple of days back is happening right now. You can't even start to fathom the mental that these players would be going through. If anything, it's one of their first official tournament out there. All they could do is just stand and fall as this Outlaw is like an operator with half shields and a force buy across the board.
Here.
No creds left for the next one either. And with the way how Reckoning are slowly stepping things up, they're creeping ahead for the unthinkable scoreline. We have seen 13 zeros in VCSAs, yes. But one team being 13-0 twice, that has never happened. They'll still slowly move forward, creep up. It's technically a stack side as well as a couple of players play in, but there's still Gambo only on site who wants to try and play for this game. He will be having the support of Robo, but not for long as he takes one. Eventually falls down by the hands of Tricky.
30 seconds left.
He's got quite a few tricks up his sleeve, I must say.
Spike planted.
Blade Storm up, but I reckon he's never had the need to use them, as he's always had the weaponry in hand. Not a single round that they've dropped till now, and seems that it's gonna remain unchanged. As Homeboy, with just a classic in the hand and maybe a dream, will move back. They are going in for technically a save. My question is, are they actually going to even get some credits out of that? I don't think so. So if anything, Homeboy would need to die. And maybe he can catch on to Robo. Yeah, just trying to find some timing on that. He'll go out. And Monair, he'll be able to shut him down. It's a 9-0. Reckoning slowly and steadily building up, moving on to what everyone have got in their hearts. BGG has been so crispy in terms of finding those opportunities. in terms of finding that opening pick. And it's not the first time he's doing it. Even last time when he played on the map of Lotus, we saw him having the maximum first bloods. And he's the only smoker of the team. If he's playing so confident, if he's playing so solid, you know it's a problem. Robo standing in an off angle, wants to play on the back of that paranoia, catches down Rio perfectly. And quickly goes in with a double tap, no overheating. Holds it down for the other angle as he knows that the players will be dropping in. Now they've dropped the smoke on the side to try and play around with it as Robo finds another one onto Deadly. The lockdown in play and BGG answers back. But they've still got numbers disadvantage as Robo gets 3. But then there's another answer from the other end. Reckoning Esports bring the number back. And there's an operator on the other side along with a Guardian. Not the best weapons to go for the retake. And Tricky is in the off angle of the left side. Will Homeboy anticipate it? Couple of cages being dropped down. Homeboy alright. Now he finally sees where Tricky is, and Sinks has been taken care of by Monair as he was all the way up in heaven. Yeah, it's definitely a save. He's not going in this for this retake with the operator. Not happening, nada. Lovely approach. Again, as we mentioned. Reckoning. The moment they are down in numbers, still pull something out of the hat. Just magicians of some sort. And then they quickly convert that round in their hands. Sinks had just absolutely no idea where Monair was, and that's another timeout by Aura. 10-0. Now you need something, maybe to try and get at least one round. One is all you need to work with. If you get one, the momentum flows and you get the next few. But catching that first round is the main name of the game. It's a big problem. And they are slowly and steadily trying to find the answer. Maybe Paradox, with the experience that this man has had, maybe it will be enough. Maybe they'd be able to pull something out. But it's a big maybe. Again, we've been discussing about it for such a long time that Aura, regardless of wherever they go, regardless of what they do, Reckoning have got an answer. Even in the last one, they went in for that Sivers push out. Yes, they found an opener with that paranoia play, but nothing after that. Now it seems to be a C-hit. Full-fledged C-hit. A lovely fault line to try and push all of them back as Homeboy. He's got the operator in the hand either way, so he'll have to play safe. He'll have to play smart. Up close in corner is Sinks. Still a bit of an off angle. My man, he's just out in the open, and so is Gambo. That's such a big mistake. They had no information about what's happening in that C-long. Careless mistakes after careless mistakes, and Reckoning are just so good at punishing them. Not a single second where Aura can eventually breathe. Robo and Prime will probably try to go for maybe a trade or so. Pretty sure Homeboy is just going to save. And Aura are still waiting. This Reckoning, they're just holding down C-long now. They were waiting, maybe thinking Aura are going to make another play. Because whenever you're down in numbers, you're desperate, you would try to make another play like that. And that is the most natural thing to do, most normal thing to do. But Aura this time thought maybe after seeing all of that aggression, Reckoning are just going to rotate over towards either B or towards A. And that's why we were seeing Robo push out of B, and Prime was just holding down an angle towards the A side. But that did not happen. Reckoning, very disciplined. Alright, the alarm bot now gives out the information. Monair will know it. There's already a smoke going out to help him, as he's going to play inside his smoke. Oh, never mind. He's just going to push out of his own smoke. Who cares? As long as you can get those picks. And it's all down to Prime now. You know what? At this point, I kind of want Reckoning to just let this one man go and not allow him to either die or even do a save. It's fine. It's fine. Nice to see the one shot. Tricky moves behind from the spawn and will be able to get this man down. It's all down to Homeboy. Now here's the thing. I mean, Reckoning are not even going in to hunt this operator because I'm pretty sure that they don't even have an idea that there's an op in play.
Last round in
I don't think so. Homeboy has fired even a single shot with this operator since the previous round. Whenever you've got a Yoru on defense, you would want to play aggressive. You've got your trips to play around with. You have that gate crash. Send it all the way back, maybe towards spawn, maybe towards other side. Play a bit aggressive for the first 15-20 seconds. And then quickly take the TP. If you find a pick, cool. If you don't find a pick, sure. Now you're going to reinforce the other side. So you can be at two places at a single moment. Just fake out an A push and now running it over towards the C side directly. Oh, a TP play. My god, Gambo! Hunter's Fury on one side and an Aftershock on the other. Cannot catch a break. Unfortunate for the man. Had to just run into that. C-side completely open. It was still a 1-for-1 trade though, so Tricky was taken down. Prime is at a perfect angle. Oh my god, the timing. Moner knows where he is. Will catch him. So unfortunate, but Sinks was there for the answer, at least on one corner, and a reposition from Rio. Robo couldn't do anything, and it's all down to Homeboy as his position was unnoted. Can probably find a timing, fired a shot, but could not catch anyone. Sends out a flash. Want to be repositioned on that angle though. Goes in for a bit. Fight peak. Sinks the only man. Can he stop a 12-0 from happening as the rolling thunder was sent on his face? BGG has also got a paranoia. Why has he got a paranoia till now? I don't think so he'll use it. Either way, is on and off angle. And Sinks move up close, and that's the double peak. Deadly 10 will get him. It's a 12-0 for Reckoning Esports, and Aura are being utterly destroyed on the map of Haven. This time from a very different team. Well, it seems like even in a situation where Reckoning Esports are winning 12-0, there's a possibility for all of you people to win some Valorant points. Who is the youngest player in VCSA 2025 and which team does he play for? Scan the QR code, fill in the form, answer that question. The one who answers the maximum questions correctly will eventually win 5,000 Valorant points. Only one option out of them is correct. So make sure you quickly find your answer because this match, or at least this map, is being ended way too fast. Long recon going out, scans absolutely nothing. Probably wanted to send it to a different map. Maybe Ascent. But right now, they're just trying to hold it down. All the angles. Just trying to cover it all now though. Shots fired by Moner. Homeboy down on his knees. Aura not the start that they wanted. Double tap activated. Tricky in the corner. Catches Prime now. Paranoid, entirely blind, but Robo will eventually shut him down. 25 HP for him. Sinks on 22. He is being chased by Moner. Ho, nasty one by Sinks. That's what he needed. Couple of players over towards the A side though. BGG playing aggressively over towards the C. Still got a smoke to work with. Hear them out. Will send out that smoke though, but a bit too deep. And that's a one-way. He utilizes that perfectly for a second. He catches Robo. Sinks with quick on that trade. Gambo 125 HP and a dream. He needs to pull something off. Deadly has got his full utility available. Sinks is playing a bit too close to that smoke. Gambo plants it. That's going to be the flash along with the fault line. Both of them jump in. It's good for one. But Deadly will turn around and shut his counterpart down. It's another 13-0. Reckoning Esports does the exact same thing that Velocity did. And it's madness. It just blows my mind how this could be done. Not just once, but twice. Last time it was Velocity. This time it is Reckoning. But at the same time, one team that remained the same was Aura. They could not bring themselves to pick even a single round, Necro. I know you're joining us for the first time, but I believe with that hype, you already know what happened.
Exactly, man. Just straight up one-sided game. Who would have thought, right? Especially knowing the fact that, yeah, Reckoning Esports, they're one of the big dogs. They're, of course, much more stronger on the force. But still, the opponents, I expected a little bit of more resistance. Unfortunately, we did not see that. Maybe in the upcoming game, something better can happen.
You know, I'll have to tell you one more fun fact. Out of the last 26 rounds that have been played by Aura, they have not won a single one. The last time that they went 13-0 was against Velocity on the map of Pearl. It was the second map, and that series was a 2-0. So 13 rounds there, and then 13 rounds right now. And it's Reckoning we're talking about, running in with an entirely new lineup, BGG being their main IGL. He's doing such a phenomenal job.
Exactly, man. And honestly, you should have kept that fact as a fact, because now at this point, they're probably demotivated if they're listening to the English broadcast, because not being able to win any sort of rounds. Aura, one thing is for sure, man, something needs to be changed. And I'm not exactly sure what they can change, especially when the swords are out on top of their necks now. And nothing taken away from Reckoning Esports, too. It's much more of a solid lineup, knowing the fact that, yeah, you've also got a few newer additions, and they've been doing pretty much phenomenally well for themselves. And I guess the stats are a prime example of that.
Absolutely. You talk about stats, Rio, Deadly 10. They have been playing so good in terms of providing that utility to the team. Every single time Tricky takes the entry, BGG takes the entry, everyone on the other side is either blinded, or is either paranoid, is either concussed, or is either dead.
Let's not forget, there are 3 duelist mains. I mean, I'm speaking of the past days, right? I'm speaking of the previous year. Deadly 10 used to be a great duelist player. You've also got Tricky being one of the best duelists in the India. And now let's understand this. When you've got duelist players, when you've got so much firepower in that team, it makes a lot of sense. You will see a complete one-sided mowdown like this, especially when you're going up against a team that does not exactly have a lot of experience.
Absolutely. Even last time when Robo was playing on Phoenix on the map of Pearl, he was struggling. Right now on ISO, it did feel a bit more comfortable. He was top fragging for his team, but the rest of them were just not able to capitalize onto anything that they were setting up. There was a lack of macro itself, and more than anything, I think so it eventually came down to that lack of confidence, man, lack of momentum.
Exactly, and let's not forget, Reckoning Esports is one of those teams that has also defeated great banners like It's a 2L in the past, right? So Reckoning Esports, there's someone who are pretty much like the stronger teams, and you speak of Aura, they're sort of like the dark horses in the tournament. So it makes a lot of sense. There's probably going to be those jitters too, but as you mentioned, the fact that they haven't really won a single round in that previous matchup is a big sign of concern. Now you move on towards an upcoming map, and you still do wonder, is the outcome going to be the same, or are we going to see at least a decent amount of comeback from them in the series?
I mean, it's going to be difficult, right? Because the next map is also Lotus, and Reckoning have shown how solid they can be on that map. But before we move on to that one, of course, the stats onto this one, 13-0. 8 times Reckoning got the first kill, but it was only 5 times that Aura got it. Now, here's the thing. Even in a 4v5 disadvantage, Reckoning were able to pull themselves back.
Just look at the first pick itself. Reckoning Esports having 8, and then Aura just having 5. A complete difference maker in the stats too. I mean, unmatched, unparalleled. At this point, these stats don't even make sense, because it feels like Aura, they're not even close to matching up to Reckoning Esports' level. I do understand I might just sound a little bit too brutal over here, but hey, it is what it is, man. That's what the stats say. Just look at the post plans too. Reckoning Esports has succeeded every single post plan they did, because it was a complete one-sided stomp. They won by a 12-0. They won by a 13-0 scoreline, so nothing taken away from that. We've also got the MVP of the previous game. It's going to be Moner with the KDA of 5.8 and the ACS of 387. That's some insane stats by the man.
Just a bit more damage, maybe he would have gone over 400. And look at the first kills. He's got 3 first kills on a Killjoy, and that too when they played 12 rounds in a tag. This does not make sense. 19-4-4. Rest of the team as well. Every single person in a positive KDA. Probably Tricky is going to be bullied into, you know, having the least amount of ACS for his team. But if you look on the other side, Homeboy on the Yoru, 4-11-2. Of course, not the stat you'd want to see. Only 98 ACS for the guy. that clearly showcases you that regardless of the fact that Aura is bringing some nice compositions on the table, in terms of how well they play around each other, how well they play on the back of each other's utility, that's where they're struggling. Gambo, Prime, Homeboy, Sinks, all of them, they've just been looking out of sync. And now when we'll move on to Lotus, sync is even more important.
Look, looking at the matchup, this matchup just does not seem fair. No matter whatever you try to bring in over here, no matter what sort of tacticality you try and bring in, no matter how you try to analyze the gameplay, the players are just on a different level of Reckoning Esports, and you try and compare them to Aura where they're just not able to match up to that same caliber. That's simple. That's pretty much the way you need to put it. When it comes to firepower, Aura is lacking. When it comes to team play, they're lacking. When it comes to strategies, they're lacking. When it comes to tactical nature, they're still lacking in the game. Pretty much every single thing is a little bit short-handed from the side of Aura. Now they need to take the upcoming matchup as if like they're here to fight for the pride.
Because it is now. In terms of the round differentials, we're pretty sure that they're not going to win. They're not going to close it out whatsoever. Even after day one itself, they were at a round difference of -21. You cannot cover that up until and unless you 13-0 the other side, and the rest of the maps are also fairly advantageous for you. And now it's not just once, but twice they've been 13-0. So, of course, it comes down to how quickly can you reset. Now, they've had a couple of days to reset. Still feels this exact same story now heading into the map of Lotus itself. We've seen last time they went in with some different kind of compositions. They brought a Neon into the mix with a Teho breach that we've been seeing so much even on the international stage. But in terms of those ideas, that's where I feel that they're still lacking.
Look, in my opinion, utilizing the new agents, fine, it's understandable, right? But still, just sticking to the comfort zone might just help the players of Aura a bit more, because it's all about being able to feel that comfort. I do understand right now in the overall standings, you're not exactly feeling that comfort, but at least when it comes to the composition in the upcoming game, you can get that comfort zone acquired if you pretty much stick to the normal agents that you like to play. Just stick to the agents that you're comfortable with. Now, bringing in new agents on the board can definitely catch the opponents off guard before how many rounds? Maybe 1 or 2, that's it. In the third round, you will be instantly retaliated. So that's something that the players of Aura need to understand, and they just need to start things off pretty much on a dominant spree. If they are able to start things off dominant, that means they can at least have the wind in the sails.
You know, maybe at this point, I just want to say, pull out a rain out of the hat if you want to. just do whatever you want.
Comfort zone, yeah.
Exactly. Just go ahead and enjoy the game. That's the best advice that I think maybe someone could give this team. While on the other end of the spectrum, Reckoning, if anything, I feel that this is probably one of the only team who can actually take down the Goliaths of Velocity. We've seen Velocity being one of the top tier teams out there. No one can touch them. But I think so if Reckoning shows the exact same performance, they very well would be able to bring it out. But you know what?
Yeah.
We've been talking a lot about stats, right? We've been so much nerdy on this one. Let's have a look at the agent pool of the entire Reckoning Esports on the map of Lotus.
Lotus is one of those maps that is quite controller heavy, right? Because you've got 3 sites and quite the exposed ones as well. And if you really do want to get the control, you need a strong controller on the entire team. So Omen, of course, is going to be an 100%. You've also got Vice if you want to anchor down a site and at least have the defensive side on you. So Vice is going to be pretty important too. Yoru, you can pull off some weird shenanigans, put the teleporter on a complete different site and just try and bamboozle the opponent team. You've also got Teho, considering he's new and also super overpowered. So everyone would love to bring Teho on the board.
Well, alright, we've changed back our own original forms, but yes, I agree. Teho just being super broken right now. The Armageddon as well as the guided salvo combination is busted. You empty out the entire backside with that. It's super annoying. Now, here's this fun fact, right? Both of these teams like to play the Teho Breach comp, but with just a single twist. We've seen Aura going in for the Neon, while Reckoning they like to play with the Yoru. Both of these agents, yes, they've got their own utility, but in terms of setting things up, I think so Neon sets herself up a bit more better as compared to Yoru. He would really want someone else to put out the utilities and then move in with a flash and dash combination that we really talk about, that we've seen on the international stage itself. And BGG and his lads were pulling that off last time. So I really want to see how the other side is actually going to counter that after such a embarrassing defeat.
Now look, I understand you still want to give them the benefit of the doubt. You still want to bring in a bit of those hopes that maybe Aura can do something. But as I mentioned, Aura, the only thing they need to do in the upcoming matchup is get at least a few rounds off the rip. Pistol round's going to be their greatest chance. That's where they can definitely diff the players of Reckoning Esports and maybe have the boat rolling instantly for them. If they lose out on the pistol round, in my opinion, it's done for. I don't think so Aura stands a chance anymore, because then you will have the opponents on much more stronger weaponries, and that's where Aura instantly just loses out. But if you win that pistol round, you can get the SMGs on the board, hell, maybe even an AR if you're completely able to dominate Reckoning Esports on the first round itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've been talking about those flashy things right now. There's no flashy thing in terms of the composition. It's going to remain exactly the same as what we saw last time. Sinks on that Killjoy, Teho Breach comp along with the Neon Omen into the mix. The only change is in the Sentinels and in the Duelists. But in terms of the ideas, now that's where I'm super excited to see what Aura has got in their bag. Is there anything left in the tank of this team, or have they gassed out already in the beginning of Split 1? Necro, I know you're super excited for this one as well. Pick up your team. Who do you think is winning this? Reckoning or Aura?
Of course. Listen, is that even a question? What sort of questions are you asking me over here, man? Of course, it's Reckoning Esports who's probably going to take this matchup in hands. But still, just to be a bit of a believer, I think Aura can at least squeeze a few rounds away from Reckoning Esports this time and maybe give them a little bit of much more a tougher matchup.
We'll just have to wait and see, as night away we'll be heading into that pistol round. A full-fledged utility coming in by Gambo. Only a classic into his hand, but that's what we always see from those initiators. Widespread setup. Now we've always seen Monair being that key, being that lurk. Aura needs to shut him down. He's been stopping any kind of flank possibilities of Aura itself. So Monair becomes the prime target, and he was also the MVP of the previous game. So he's carrying that momentum, and that's why we see a sheriff in the hand of this guy.
Let's not forget experience counts as well, and that's where Reckoning Esports, they've got the upper edge. Aura on the opposite side, struggling. Mentality not exactly the way they want it to be in this game itself. In the previous game, they got 13 out, and now Reckoning Esports, they've got the heavier side. They've got every single advantage they can ask for, beat the mental, beat the tactical. And now Aura just left to try and defend. A take towards Seaside maybe. Reckoning Esports trying to take a bit of that dig. Utilities were tossed out to try and bait out a few more traps. You've got the man on the opposite side. Tricky's just waiting for someone to overextend. Oh boy. He's going to come out with that peek, but still, Tricky is good for two. Even Deadly 10 was able to back up with one, but he instantly gets picked off. Trades did happen, but in the favor of Reckoning Esports, they just lost out on one man, and Aura is down to just two. Rough luck. We already know who's going to be the one to convert this round, unless Prime or even Gambo pulls a rabbit out of their hat.
Yeah, I mean, it all was again BGG's big brain cells. Set his team up already, and he made them ready for any kind of push out over towards the mount. As he goes towards the A, opens the door.
One enemy remaining.
Shot. Gambo's down, and it's all down to just Prime. One man.
Oh, flank. He's getting knifed. No, maybe not. Prime expected the flank. For a moment, I thought BGG can definitely go for the knife, considering, I mean, they've got every single advantage they can ask for, right? They can even afford to drop down a few bodies if they want, so they could have went for the knife if they wanted to, but unfortunately for BGG, Prime was aware.
Yeah, Monair did the knife thingy in the previous map itself already. If I'm not wrong, it was probably Sova. I don't know who Sova was that time. Confused between two. It's fine. Absolutely fine. Aura now onto their save round. Want to push out directly outside the B. And Reckoning, they do have an idea that this might actually be the case. So they're just slow pushing out on the other avenues while Monair is just watching out.
Shame.
What a shot that was. Disgusting. Still, the push continues. Aura does not want to back away from this. It's one of the most classic pushes that you would see. Just straight up rush outside of B and Reckoning Esports. It's a complete meat grinder. Tricky on the opposite side. It's just funneling in the kills. And a flawless round on the board.
They understood what's going to happen right away. And they were ready for that B push. And what a lovely support, specifically from Deadly 10 as well as Rio. jumped in right away as soon as they heard that Moner is being pushed down. He had the rifle. They didn't want to give that possibility to Aura. With the salvos, flashpoints, and the fault 9. Clear that entire angle out and just finish them out in that one choke point, wall banged as well. Setup is being changed a bit by Aura. They're starting with 4 players over towards the A side, and C is the weaker one. Reckoning starting with something similar to what they did in pistol round though.
Reckoning, once again, pretty much pulling out the classic. Who's next? Going towards the C site. A flash to back it up. Even the dimensional drift is active. The man's already pushed up so deep, and he's got so much intel to play with. Tricky knows exactly where every single player's positioned for now. He knows exactly how many players are going to walk in from the back, and how many players can walk in from the fountain. Reckoning Esports ready with the post plan. Paranoia out. That's going to delay the push maybe for a bit more, but homeboy, he's still got the judge to back him up, but he instantly gets shut down with a tap from that Guardian. What is going on? But alright, they still retaliate. Beautiful stuff from 6, and even backed up with Robster, but still eventually Moner is going to be the one to strike them both.
Does not even matter as eventually Gambo, he just stuck down to that defuse. Lovely approach from Aura. They saved every single bit of utility for that retake. And Reckoning, whenever this kind of things happen, the main idea is just directly to push out those extremities, maybe towards the waterfall, maybe towards the spawn. They did not do that. So Aura, they had everything for the side retake. Paranoia, pair it up with the flashpoints, aftershocks. Even the razor vines that were put out by Moner, they could not stop a lot out of the other team. So it's absolutely fine. But this is the first gun round of the game.
What is going on? Oh boy. The man was on a suicide mission. I understand he wanted to pull off a heroic play since they won that previous round, probably feeling at the top of the game, but still it's one of those moves that you might as well would not want to pull out. And judging from the way Aura is playing this game, it feels like Aura is just playing a normal competitive game. It does not feel like they've got any sort of strategies to work with. The previous round, luckily enough, the utilities were on point. Even the players were able to find the picks exactly when they needed to. And on the back of 6, they were able to get some nice picks. But look at Reckoning Esports. Once again, systematically dismantling this site. And now every single piece falls in their hand.
The Paranoia with the aftershock was just phenomenal, and this position from Moner even better. A flawless conversion of the first buy round of the game. And on the back of it, Moner now has got the Steel Garden available for the next. Few points away from the Rolling Thunder, but on the other side, Alt economy is not looking pretty. Neither is their economy either. I mean, running in with a couple of Stingers, a Sheriff. Seems to be 4th coming on board for Reckoning Esports, unless they fall into this field side trap where everyone from Aura is stacked up.
3-1 being the score. Reckoning Esports once again looking to pull out the same shenanigans. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm in 2 doubts about this position from 6. Maybe he can't be getting the first pick, but it's one of those positions that's going to be just one and done, and that's exactly what happens. He was able to find the first pick, but that's it. Instantly, the entire site falls in the hands of Reckoning Esports, and this should be another round converted if Reckoning Esports does not screw up this post plan.
And it seems like they're not actually screwing it up. Again, a lot of utilities to just hold down, push back the members of Aura. Moving out of stairs though, Prime could be caught up. Paranoia comes in, but does not catch Deadly 10, and neither was it. Of course, sure, Moner, sure. A shorty at that range.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's Reckoning Esports just trolling Aura. A little bit of mind game, you know, just tickling the man with shorty bullets that far away. The pellets.
I would have thrown out my coffee on the screen right away if he would have got the kill with that.
Why would you do that?
Because that's not.
How would you cast?
I've got 2 monitors in front of me.
Enough. Right
Rich
there.
man.
Of course. was not. It's the setup from the office, but
Aura. At least I like the fact that Aura has one round in their hands, right? They've got something to work with. And look at Revenant Esports now. Tricky, what a pick that was. On the back of that pick, they instantly get the B-side control, but Tricky, hands were too busy. And he instantly gets picked off. Trades happening back and forth, but Revenant Esports, they've got the advantage. Prime all by himself in a 1-on-3. Deadly 10, BGG, and Monair on the opposite. 3 men just waiting for the man to walk out, and that's exactly what happens. And Warriors Crosshairs was trained.
And now for the last few rounds, Reckoning were just going into their slow hits. Aura, they're basically conditioned in order to believe that it's probably going to be another slow hit, and that's when they decide to change the pace. Like, it's fine, we've gone for a lot of those slows. We're going to rush it down towards B side. Utility, again, perfect. Held it down. And even though Tricky was taken down, he set Monair up for success. His flash was the one that basically let Monair pick that one player who was playing it towards that A connector. And this is the ability to play on the back of your teammates' utilities that is making this team super strong. Look at that. He sends out the flash and right away Monair peaks. And also he was standing in the soft angle to take down Prime. And there was no chance for Prime to win that one.
Yeah,
One
you
good
see
thing. Yeah.
Look, the main problem for Aura at this point is that Reckoning Esports, they're cycling through their ultimates pretty quick.
Exactly.
And if this keeps on happening, that means it's a default lose situation for the players of Aura. They do have a lockdown available in the upcoming round, so that can be used for a post-plant situation. They can get the site back in their hands. But still, it's Reckoning Esports we're speaking of, right? And they probably do know what exactly is going to be cooking up in the heads of Aura.
I was about to just mention the same thing, that even Gambo on the Rolling Thunder is one away from it. So if they want, they can really try to play for that orb, which seems to be the case as they're playing 4 people towards the A side to try and put a trap under Reckoning's defensive play.
Homeboy can't be serious with these moves.
He is.
As I told you, it feels like Aura is just playing a normal competitive game. It does not feel like they're playing a tournament. Unfortunate for Aura, Sinks gets picked off. One of the strong anchors not in the game anymore. That means C-Site's open. And that's exactly where Reckoning Esports, they're going to find themselves the home in the comfort zone. Aura playing it defensive now. As I mentioned, they did have the lockdown available, but since they've already funneled out Sinks, the lockdown is not there for the post plant. But they still do have Rolling Thunder. But as I mentioned, Aura... Okay, hold on. I just left speechless. Oh boy, what was that shot?
But hold on, the Rolling Thunder, even though it was invested, this one way is not going to be in his favor. PGG, this man does not need a rifle. He's on with a ghost, probably the ghost of Tsushima, as Deadly catches Robo. What a round by Reckoning, and I must say, I love the adaptation from Reckoning. They do realize what their mistake was in the round which they lost, so they pushed out directly towards the waterfall as well as towards the spawn, just to take all of that space away. It was just Aura who was playing flank heavy in this round, where even after all of that, Reckoning had a perfect answer.
The fact that Homeboy was able to pull that off in a tournament like this, it just boggled my mind. I just lost my words when I saw that Bucky shot come through. Just B-hopping his way straight up to the face, and the Bucky shot just nails him down. But yeah, in my opinion, they should not have used that Rolling Thunder, considering it was an eco round for them. They did not have the proper weaponries to go for the retake, but they still invested that. And now everything's going to rely on this lockdown. Reckoning Esports probably knows the lockdown's coming in soon. And they gotta leave someone on the lurk for that.
Lockdown already invested. I think so that's a bit too preemptive out there. They haven't even
too
triggered the
early.
backstab ball.
It's a bit too early. They want to funnel out the players in one direction. And Aura now finally towards Rubble as well. You can see the Omen. Things not looking fluid. Pride, what a pick that was. that maybe he's going to open up the floodgates, and that's exactly what happens. Prime with a nice 2 pieces, able to open up the site, but still 3 players remain in the hands of Reckoning Esports, and these 3 can instantly turn the tides. Prime's good for 3, but no time on the defuse. He's losing out on the time, which is the most essential thing, and Reckoning Esports, on the back of that pressure, they close out the round.
Prime had the ultimate available. He had Armageddon. He still went in to go for the peak. He could have just flushed out the players in the 3. Oh my goodness gracious. This was their round, Aura. Not in this way. They did everything perfectly. They sent out Robo with the TP so that the backstab wall of Muner was not triggered. Sheer was not triggered, and Homeboy was just waiting for the entire duration out there. Everything was perfect until it wasn't.
What do they have left now? Nothing. They do not have proper weaponries, neither any ultimates. They do, I guess, too. From which one of them is from the shadows. Can be utilized for a quick rotation, but let's be honest, I don't really see a proper usage of that. Beautiful shot from 6. That too with the Marshall. Able to get rid of that player, just deletes him out of the server. Monair still waiting for the man on the flank to peek out. From the shadows was utilized as well, and Roblox for
Enemy remaining.
even his position's now noticed. They know exactly where the man is. 29 HP. This clutch does not seem possible. And what a flick from Rio that was to get rid of Roblox.
And I'll tell you one more fun thing. You know, as soon as Sinks got that headshot with the Marshall on Tricky in A Heaven, Deadly quickly moved up forward and took that rifle away so that Sinks cannot pick it up.
Yep, I saw that.
That is such a small microplay, but it's so crucial, and it shows you the discipline that Reckoning Esports has right now. That it does not matter what the scoreline is, they're still going to do all the things that you're supposed to do to get the round in your own team's favor. And even if the odds are 75-25, you'll make sure that it turns to 76-24. And
It's
that's
simple.
why, yes, yeah.
Reckoning Esports just wants to trap the opponents in an economical loop. Simple. That's pretty much what Reckoning Esports wants to do. They want to keep the opponents struggling. And as long as that happens, Reckoning Esports, of course, they will have the upper edge in every single fight they go for. But Homeboy, once again, aggressive towards the rubble, strikes down the man. Now the controller's not in the game anymore. That means Reckoning Esports, they need to be quick. And that's what they are. They instantly get the seaside in their hands. Now extending towards the backside might just be a little bit too much. But they're still doing it no matter what.
All the way down, Homeboy. Just 10 HP. And it's a full-fledged flank heavy take.
Grenade is live.
Nah, no way you missed onto that one, but it's still a couple of players. Now it's trying to hold it down. I like what Reckoning is doing. They're trying to double up. Want to play together.
30 seconds left.
Not trying to take any of those individual duels. And Aura at the same time as well, I'd have to say. They're just watching out for all of those avenues, but this lurk now from
Spike
Tricky
planted.
could be the key.
A 4-on-2 in the favor of Aura. Homeboy's dropped down pretty low. Just 10 HPs. And let's not forget, Homeboy is one of those players that's been taking risk. Left, right, center.
Lovely.
You blink it and you miss it. Just like that. Aura, they squeeze in the second round of the first half.
Such a pretty play. Aura went in yet again with a flank heavy retake, sending in 3 players. Rio had to go big. Got one, but could not catch anyone after that. And the moment that happened, that's when Tricky looks away from the angle, and that's when Homeboy moves from the spawn to take him down. Nice approach by Aura, 8-2. So at least that's 2 more steps closer to improvement. not got kind of ultimate to play around with. Rio has got the Rolling Thunder up.
Okay.
And Tricky is 2 away along with Munair for Dimensional Drift as well as Team Valorant.
Reckoning Esports is done playing games now. They've realized if you let things a little bit too loose, Aura can't catch up. And now it's time to take things a little bit more serious. Prime's been popping off this game. How can you forget that 3-piece earlier? Single-handedly just giving the sight to his team. And that really just caught the players of Reckoning Esports off guard. Did not exactly knew how to counter Prime. They were stun locked. And if these type of individual plays keep on catching Reckoning Esports off guard, the game gets tougher. But we cannot really forget Reckoning Esports. Even they're just trying to pull off some weird shenanigans. They're going for the risk they would not normally go for.
Boy. Pushed out all the way, finds the first one. Are they expecting Tricky on the drop though? Rolling Thunder, it's dodged entirely. Prime and Sings, they find one each and Prime goes in for 2. And with all of that, it's only Rio who finds something as Aura now one more step closer for an 8-4 half. And I hope that what seemed lost is now being reignited in this team.
Last round before the switch.
Steel Garden.
8-3.
Yep.
Honestly, look, Aura, it's still winnable for them. Now, if it is going to be a 9-3 swap, then they would need to rely heavily on the pistol. If it's going to be an 8-4, maybe there can't be a bit of that room for error. But still, Aura, pistol round's going to be the most key thing in the second half when they move on. But if they're able to squeeze in this one, that can just be the sigh of relief they're looking for.
It's probably a trap setup play currently for Aura. This could very well work out for them. Yeah, but that's the Steel Garden now being invested. No more weaponries to work around with as Gambo finds one with the Aftershock.
Solid stuff. Tricky now wants to go for a risky play as well. Prime One's going to be on the opposite side. And a beautiful flash from Gambo. He's able to shut down Tricky, and even 6 on the site takes down BGG. And Rio, the man was all by himself, and he's not able to hold down the site. Aura, what's going on? Slowly and steadily, these guys are rising up from the ashes.
Punishing the indiscipline of Reckoning. They wanted to push out way too fast towards the B side, but Aura learned from their mistake. They gave up on that side and then just doubled up over towards the connector. Their setup perfect. It was a trap. And even after the investment of Steel Garden, they found the perfect opener, picked off Munair, and then just allowed the members of Reckoning to flow in on site, fall in that trap, and then clench their fists. Even finding a pick with a Nano Swarm, the Aftershock was perfect as well. Lovely approach. Hopefully, they've got enough time because this map pick is of Reckoning. Starting with the 2-3 setup right now, heavy towards it. Oh, a Mount Pinch.
Go, go, go.
Oh, once again, the man's looking to be extra aggressive.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Just wanted to trip that wall over towards the B to create a question mark.
Keep the opponents guessing. Tricky in a one-and-done angle. He's going to get flushed out soon, but still is able to get 2. Deadly tennis wall on the back is able to provide that cover fire. What was that play? From a one-and-done angle, he's good for 2. And now Tricky, there's no stopping him. He's going to make that push once again as he dumps down Prime as well. And pistol round, Reckoning Esports unmatched. And Monair, even though he had the HP disadvantage, he still strikes down Homeboy.
Well, you think about the comeback, specifically from an 8-4 down, maybe a 9-3 down. The first thing you need is pistol, and that's exactly what Reckoning stole away. And what a setup, what a play. As you mentioned, Tricky was supposed to be one and done in that angle, but the support from Deadly 10, impeccable. And also, Rio. They flushed all of the people forward because of the guided salvos, and then eventually it was a meat grinder.
Idiot. One way to kick things off. Gets rid of that killjoy.
You meant the dialogue.
Tricky. On the side of Aura, it was Homeboy every single time pushing up A. And now it's Tricky from Reckoning Esports. The man who was supposed to watch the flanks not there. Tricky's gotten rid of him. And here comes Homeboy once again. B-hopping his way through, but it's not going to work out this time. The man gets taken down to just 9 HP. One single shot connection. It's going to shut down Homeboy. And even more air, when air replies back. Able to find a nice 2-piece on the back of that. And Revenant Esports, now it's just going to be their flood moving up and claiming this round.
8-4 was the half, which has now turned into a 10-4 because of the pistols. Great stuff from Reckoning. Again, even though they lost the momentum over towards the last few rounds, super solid to pick it up. Nothing much to talk about in the previous one because again, it was a save round for Aura. They didn't have anything. The outlaw aggressive play by Tricky towards Rubble. Found themselves the first pick onto Sinks, the opener, and then eventually it was just a trap setup towards C. They knew that someone's gonna make a play. They were ready with their own utilities for the trap. Sent out all of them, shut them out. First pick there, and then the follow-up. Unfortunately for Gambo, he was just stuck in an angle where maximum he could have got was 1. But now, this round becomes even more crucial for Aura. What approach are they going to use?
What do you believe? Is Lotus attacking side or a defensive sided?
Oh, super attacking sided.
Exactly. That's my point. And Aura right now, they're on the attack. They still do have the overall advantage when it comes to the tactical aspect of the game. And considering given the map favors the attacking side, Aura in the first half, they were able to squeeze in 4 rounds, which is not bad. But considering now they're on the attack, in my opinion, they should do even better. On paper, Aura does still stand a chance to win this round.
It needs to be constant rounds after rounds. That's the main thing. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Nasty.
What just happened?
That's the combination today. I like the idea from Reckoning Esports, quickly going in for the re-clear and...
Oh no! Sinks! The perfect play from the mat, pushed up exactly at the timing as well. And now Aura with every single advantage on the board. Just mowing down the players of Reckoning Esports. Who would have thought about this? As I mentioned, on paper, they did have a chance to win that round, and that's exactly what happens. Rio is completely lost, never expected Prime to push up that deep. And just like that, Reckoning Esports wrapped up in a sheet.
A rhyme you did there out. But yes, the first one with again the guided salvos was able to catch on to Moner. And on the back of it, Sinks just holding down for the push of Reckoning. That is a good adaptation. That seems like Aura have done their homework. They know how Reckoning like to play on defense. They always like to push the extremity in the response to what the other team is doing. So they were just super ready with this one. The judge in the hand of Prime, one away from Armageddon, but so is Tricky with the Dimensional Drift. Full-fledged utility to take control of the rubble while they give up the space on the mound where Aura is moving.
My ultimate is ready.
Deadly. Presence known. Homeboy once again looking to make that mad dash. He's got the judge for up close and personal combats. And Tricky tosses out a clone. Homeboy shoots that. With that, his position's now noticed. They know exactly what's going on here. But Homeboy's the only man making the dash towards the site, and is still able to find the strike. Monair there to try and funnel in. Homeboy, as he does secure that kill, but that's all he's going to find. The rest of the players moving towards A. It was a bit of a bamboozle move from the side of Aura. And Reckoning Esports, it feels like they haven't really exactly fallen for that. Still 3 players ready to retaliate instantly towards the A. And this has got to blow for Reckoning Esports. It does not seem like they stand a lot of that chance to try and defend the site down, but still BGG is able to find the first 2 and even back it up with Deadly Ted. BGG is able to do perfectly well.
And Prime, his position is noted. Utility is being dumped on the face of that man as he sends out the salvos, but it's not going to salvage anything. Reckoning Esports converting another round. Lovely stuff. BGG was not supposed to stay alive after that. They used the Armageddon, if I'm not wrong. They also used a Concuss to try and take this man down. But the way he maneuvered around the site, moved in from the other side, just walked away. Nasty.
Economy now starting to look thin on Aura. And that's the main problem. If Aura loses this round, it's done for. Needing to rely on Eco on the last round would be tough. They need to win this one, no matter what. Homeboy did a perfect job in baiting the players of Reckoning Esports and thinking that maybe the push is going to happen towards C. Tricky too, collecting the information. Beautiful stuff with that dimensional drift. He now knows exactly how many players lie outside of C.
They wanted to go in for a trap play where with the dimensional drift, they will send out the fault line. And then Tricky moves out of his ultimate to try and pick them off when they were concussed. They just could not time that well, so Tricky got caught in that in the fault line itself. So he had to just TP out of there. Around a minute remaining still for Aura. They can create a bounce around the map, the other side too. But here's the thing, you know, they haven't really dealt with the Wise utility over towards the A. So Reckoning Esports can just leave one person there and maybe rotate the other ones over towards the C.
True. It does feel like Aura is quite confused. They do not exactly have a proper playing structure, and that's why Homeboy gets caught. And he's the only player that was isolated, by the way. Instantly Aura, they try to come up with a plan on the fly, but I don't think it's going to be working that successfully well. They do not have things planned out for this round. They're just going with the flow of the game, and the man behind this wall should be spotted. Sinks from the cubby, shut down. Still got Gambo exactly on the site. Aura with the remaining 3, and now they've got a dream target on the back. And Deadly Ted, he's at least able to find Gambo too. Now the situation's taken down with 2v2. Aura still stands a major chance in winning this round. But Monair, he's able to take it down with 2-on-1. Prime, the only man left alive. What can Prime do? Pulls out the classic. Waits for the man in the front. He did go for the shots, but with a classic, you can't really take a fight against a Vandal.
There was no tap on the spike. He just had to buy a few more seconds. That is so impatient from Prime. He had time. He could have peeked in a bit more later once the effect of the Steel Garden was over, and he could have pulled out his own Vandal. Oh
Heat of the moment, my friend.
Probably.
And that's the experience beacon right there.
Lovely stuff from Monair though. Using up the Steel Garden as soon as it was available, regardless his team was in a 2v1 advantage. Again, Reckoning with their discipline is the reason why they're winning so solidly. Deadly 10 is 1 away from his Armageddon though. Long pitch.
The pressure's now starting to build up on Aura. Still BGG gets caught. Aura is starting to make those mistakes that they're not supposed to. And these are normal mechanical mistakes that they're making. But at least they've managed to get the C-side in the hits. A beautiful bait and switch that was. Monair shut down with that bait of Homeboy. And now the push continues. Sinks He's a man with some good mechanical prowess and sinks. C still manages to shut down Rio. Even Gamble was able to find one of his own. A 1-on-4 cannot be converted. Deadly 10, he's got too much on the plate.
A bit too presumptuous with that Armageddon as well. I think so he could have saved it for the next round though, but it's fine. He just wanted to use that. 6th round on board for Aura, as you mentioned. A good anticipation again towards the mound. They wanted to go for that pinch play. Opened up the door as well, but I did like the idea from Reckoning. They sent down that Razor Beam early on to try and help out BGG and hide him inside his own smoke. But good awareness of Aura, understanding that this might actually be the play. So able to take care of him, then took control of the site, and then that bait and switch to take down Monet. Now Reckoning play aggressive over towards C bound, but there's the lockdown over towards the B side. The rest of the team will probably move towards the A. Oh my god, this triple flank, heavy play from Reckoning.
Not a big fan of this. Deadly 10 once again into what I'd done. And how did they not check one of the basic angles?
Oh
Deadly
my
10
god!
Still messes up big time. What just happened? Reckoning Esports. You do not really expect such sort of plays from a team like that. Deadly 10 at least expected a one piece from the man, but he was not even able to secure that. He whipped both those shots onto Gambo. And that lifeline given to the players of Aura might just mean a round cost for Reckoning Esports. A judge in the hands of Homeboy. The man's just waiting for the players to funnel in from that main entrance. The rotating doors triggered. A few players showcasing their presence. And yeah, a play was tried from Homeboy, but it instantly gets shut down, not entertained enough. And even the Rolling Thunder utilized. That's going to secure another kill. As I mentioned, Reckoning Esports, that one misplay from Deadly 10 might just cost them the round, and that's exactly what happens. It's all on Deadly 10 in my opinion.
It is. He just needed to pick one there. And he could have probably played in for survival. No one checked him. Not even Sinks. That's going to be clip, 100%. He's going to have an earful for that one. It's not having the prettiest of the day, 10, 12. 7 assists, yes, understandable, but I mean, come on. He's the initiator of the team.
You can't look at it this way. Aura's aura was so strong that Deadly 10 panicked.
Conqueror's hockey, SC, huh? Alright. Fair enough. With the way how Aura has been playing, at least it's not going in minus anymore.
I know, right? They still do stand a chance to win this entire game, considering they're on the attack.
Probably.
Comeback is possible. Any believers?
You know what? I'm actually going to say yes.
Yeah. We all love a comeback story, don't we?
Everyone does. And what better than being 13-0 down, not just once, twice consecutively in 2 maps.
And then just making a comeback against a strong team like Reckoning Esports.
Yeah, arguably one of the strongest out here. I'm totally down for it. And they have got the ultimates to do so. Ryan with the Armageddon, Homeboy with also the Overdrive. That's why he's running with the Judge in the hand. He's going to probably go, or rather, I'll reframe that. He's probably going to go the entire map.
The way Homeboy is playing, honestly, he seems like a troll. And now Homeboy. Oh, he's got the ultimate up. And with that, he's already able to find Tricky. Once again, on the man on the same angle, Rio. Can he pull off a value? BGG was able to shut down Homeboy eventually, but Rio's taken down at just 30 HP. Needs to back away once again towards the site. The man was too exposed. And Rio, luckily enough, he won't be chased.
Oh my god. Armageddon used in all of that chaos so preemptively. Now that's mistake though. A couple of players down low in HP, 41 and 31 for BGG and Rio. The shadows invested by BGG to try and find some information as to where the players are. They're still going to keep the stack over towards the A and ask Monet to rotate. No noise being made over towards either B or towards C. They've got the full C mount control. That's why they're stripping stack. This very well is winnable for Reckoning themselves.
30 seconds left.
Not enough time. Aura They need to fasten up the process. Rio almost lines up too. Reckoning Esports, they've got this round in the back unless they somehow mess things up. And it feels like they're almost on the verge of messing things up once again. 11 seconds will make that 10, and Sinks has already gone for the plant towards B. This is brilliant. But look at the man on the flank. The breach is just waiting for someone to step out in the open. And that's about to happen soon. Gambo, he's got the advantage. And also the first strike. And Gambo takes down the second one as well. Deadly 10 is starting to choke. It's not looking good. And now BGG left with some heavy lifting to do. He's got his backs turned towards Sinks, and Sinks will close it out. What a clutch that was from Aura.
It was indeed the most important one, specifically for Gambo. My man just turned 90 degrees to the left to take down the second. Deadly 10 tried his best.
What's going on with Deadly 10?
I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe he's the first one getting affected by the aura of Aura.
Yeah, probably, I guess. Even he knows the possibilities and the odds are now starting to stack up with the players of Aura. And that's making him panic. Just look at this play once again from Deadly 10. He had the advantage since the man's back was turned. And still Deadly 10 whiffed every single shot from that Vandal. And look at Aura now. This seems like a complete rundown towards the site. Tricky still with the Sheriff, can be a bit more deadly, but a beautiful stun. That's going to catch the man instantly. Tricky taken down, even Gambo was able to back it up on him on air. Aura, what is going on? Now this seems like a stomp on Reckoning Esports in this round itself. Still BGG, a beautiful slap to the face. At least trying to humble the players, but Aura, for them, what matters is to take this game as close as possible.
I love this. I love this from Aura. Now the momentum is in their favor. They're not letting Reckoning control the map at all. They do understand that they're playing heavy on those rotations. They're just trying to find the timings, running it down towards the A side. The set plays are working a bit. And with all that, now they want to start over towards the C. We'll probably see Tricky make some nasty aggressive play. There's an operator in the play as well by BGG though. And what a util dump. Fault line along with the guided salvos, 2 refreshable utility, and you force Tricky to burn up his gate crash already in the early 15 seconds of the round. I love this approach.
(12-9). Aura slowly and steadily making it close. They're now clawing their way back up on the board.
Targets.
And look at Deadly Ted. An aggressive peek. Oh, the hats were busy. Things could have been real bad for Deadly. Luckily enough, he backs away in the nick of time, and Sinks almost missed out on the opportunity of cutting Deadly's lifeline away. It's going to be safe for now. But still, Aura, they've got a lot to worry about.
Dimensional drift.
The room for error is super low. And Homeboy's able to get the pick on him on there. Yeah, the dimensional drift was used, but what can Tricky do? The entire site has fallen in the hands of Aura. And now Tricky all by himself gets stunned too. Oh,
Lovely.
Sinks, he's really activated himself big time in this game.
BGG is just gonna run away, save down his operator. It's a safe call already for Aura. What a play by
this
them.
game is getting close.
Yeah, I love that. Reckoning just running it away. They can't do anything. They don't have the crits to buy in the next one. Tricky cannot buy. Rio 300, Monet 200. Maybe the lost bonus is gonna help them out, but not enough. So it's still gonna be just scraps in the next one with a couple of hero weaponries in the form of that operator as well as the Vandal. Aura are doing such a fantastic job again, slowing things down. They understood Reckoning might actually push out, and they were ready for that. Since that did not happen, they worked around the map entirely.
Oh my God. He was caught napping straight up. He was caught napping onto that angle. Reckoning Esports' economy is broken. And now they're pretty much stuck in an economical loop. They do not have a lot of money. Reckoning Esports is choking every single step in the game. And Aura, they're just able to gain that confidence back. And just on the back of that confidence, they're able to squeeze in the rounds. And Reckoning Esports, they're trembling. You saw what exactly happened to Deadly. He whiffed out on those two insane plays that could have secured the round and also the victory for Reckoning Esports. But those plays costed them the game now.
Just 2 more rounds. Can they do it? Is the question. You know, there might be a lot of people asking the questions. Is it Reckoning making the mistakes? I'd say damn not. It's Aura just outclassing them.
If you think about it, it's not like Aura is something pulling out. Aura is pulling out something that's completely new. Aura is pretty much just bringing in the textbook classic. And they're still able to take away the players of Reckoning Esports. It's because they're just able to win the duels. Simple.
Yep. And right now, with all the sheriffs on the board, Aura should win this one out. They've got the lockdown up as well. Fast lanes, along with the guided salvo, pushing the entire team of Reckoning back down. Wow. I like this idea as well from Aura. Adding into another rifle with the Outlaw, so that they can catch in someone rotating, and then also keeping the rifle together, so that they can quickly change it up, work around.
Placing swarm grenade.
And after being a bit aggressive out there, they're now holding down this back angle. Robo should catch one. Oh my god, please, Robo, look at that, back in the same direction always.
Oh no. Man was busy tossing out the smoke. Right next to him. Switches over instantly, and he also dodges the flash. Robo, he's done his job. Taking down the 2 players, especially in a position where he was only supposed to get 1. He's done more than enough. Situation in control of Aura. But they've got the advantage. They've also got the plant down. I do understand Reckoning Esports have retrieved some weapons, but it's not going to matter when you've got players like Sinks hitting shots like these.
Enemy remaining.
Phew. Alright. Damage control. Now it's fine.
Sinks is just on a different level. What just happened to him on Lotus?
What happened to him in second half of Lotus?
Even in the first half, Sinks was popping off. He had some crazy individual plays. In general, on this map, Sinks has just woken up from the slumber. And he's single-handedly just carrying his team on the back. Not exactly a carry. Yeah, I do understand it's a team effort, but he's doing more than anyone else.
He's trading the teammates out so very well. As soon as Homeboy takes that entry, Sinks is always there to support him. He's not watching it out for the backstab. He's just all the way going gung-ho in front of all the players now. An aggressive C play being made, and with that, you can already see the rotation is being called. We are seeing Rio quickly run away from there. Move towards the B side. Now that's the stacked part. The question is, how much utility can they force the Reckoning to burn, which they are holding on down very well, apart from just a couple of gate crashes.
Good question. 11 to 12. Aura just needs 1 to tie it up and send it to OT.
You should run.
Lockdown.
Heavy investment.
Oh wait, the salvos. It's gonna destroy the lockdown. Lovely play. That's a big ultimate now out of the picture.
Yeah, but still Aura, they've got something else cooking in their minds.
There's a wall.
Indy Reyes from Lucas 6 is already pushed up deep. Is able to get the trade. It's good for 1. Sinks has done his part. They might just make sure that the site falls apart in the hands of Aura. And just like that, Robo is able to get the second strike as well with the shorty. Reckoning Esports, still 1 more man towards the side. Maybe he can't be the table turner, and he needs to be the table turner, but he still gets struck down. Aura, now they've got the man advantage in the hands, and just like that, Gambo with that 2-piece will close things off, and we move on to overtime.
Switching sides. Overtime.
An overtime from being down by 8-4. It was a 10-4. Then it turned into a 5-10 and then a 12-5. They've won 7 rounds after that consecutively. Aura, comeback is for real. The trade, impeccable. Robo, perfect onto that. He needed to win the duel near the waterfall and he did so. That is what gave rest of his teammate confidence to eventually turn around and take care of the players who are playing towards the lane. BGG only good for 1 with that operator and he is going for the glass cannon. He does not have the paranoia.
Indeed does not.
Portal closed.
Quick moves from Reckoning. They've realized the more time they let loose, Aura is able to capitalize pretty quick.
Homeboy.
A lot of flashes on the side. Everyone's blind at this point. Reckoning Esports, still they haven't cleared the backside. And just like that, Aura, they once again get the advantage. Reckoning Esports, they're choking this majorly.
Oh my
But
god.
at least they're able to win the major duels now once again. The situation's taken down to a 3v3. A team which we thought does not stand a chance to convert even a single map. Now Aura is giving a tough fight to Reckoning Esports. And Reckoning Esports left with no answers.
Rio.
But this Rolling Thunder, it will catch the players off guard. Aura, both the players just falling back. Sinks, he once again needs to pull off a big play. But everything on the one man's shoulder might just be too much for him to try and get anything done. Aura running loose on time, and eventually Monair will catch the last man sneak by. And just like that, Reckoning Esports, they make it 13.
They found the opening picks, but it was eventual repositioning of Rio that won them the round. Catching a couple of players as well and then going in for the Rolling Thunder. Most crucial ultimate in this one OT round. They did not check the backside. Yes, the punish was there by Sinks and Homeboy. But then this play towards the stairs. A double push out by Monair and Rio. Taking that space, eventually leading Rio to lurk towards the heaven. It set things up for Monair again so that he could reposition and play in for the spam. Aura, they have shown that they can run in this marathon. But can they push through that finish line? Can they take the first map in VCSA Split 1 2025?
I'm pretty sure everyone watching this game thought that this is probably going to be one-sided stop. But now watching this sort of an outcome, it's got to be a shock for everyone. BGG with the operator. Reckoning on defense. They need to go for some heroic plays. But just make sure you cannot really make any sort of mistakes. Homeboy.
Oh
Once
my
again, the quick
god.
one. And Deadly 10 is able to get that first pick just on the back of his utils. Even BGG squeezes in that kill with the operator. 2 picks off the rip. That's going to give a major advantage in the hands of Reckoning Esports. That is going to be the man advantage.
Not just 1 but 2. And it's a glass cannon operator for BGG. He's got both the smokes up now. Big play needs to be made. Sinks is still alive. He can probably do something. They've got a paranoia to work around with. And now the salvos are up. But Reckoning are just playing for the retake now. They've got everything that they need. Rio has got the full util available, barring just 1 flash. Tricky also got the clone up. Couple of flashes for himself too. So if in case Aura decide to play backside, they're done for. They'll have to find some way to push forward. And Sinks needs to be the guy. It is
30
a dry
seconds
swing,
left.
but he needs to take it and he needs to win it.
Patience is the
dodge.
key. A
BGG.
3-on-5. Man advantage. And Reckoning Esports, now it seems like it's going to be mowed down. There's no stopping now for Reckoning. Final 2 players remaining for Aura. And it
Paranoia.
feels like now everything is starting to fall apart.
Last player standing.
Prime is taken down at just 24. And yeah, Rio will be the one to hand out the closure. Reckoning Esports, they went out this series against Aura. But you got to give it to Aura as well. What a close game this was, and especially towards Lotus. Sinks was popping off. Even Hopeboy was able to get some crucial kills on the board. I'm pretty sure the players are not going to be too happy after this victory, because even Reckoning Esports themselves expected this to be a one-sided stomp.
Oh, they were definitely sweating. Aura gave us what we wanted to see. Yes, probably a map 3 as well, but that did not happen. It's absolutely fine. Bringing themselves back from 2-13-0s, then into an overtime. My man, that's the best thing you could ask for this evening. I'll have to say this was the favorite map that I had seen.
I know, right? I mean, especially when all the odds were stacked against Aura, we thought that, yeah, probably Reckoning Esports is going to be the one to take it home. But then they just coming out of nowhere, scoop in so many rounds, pretty much take it to OT. But unfortunately, in the overtime, Reckoning Esports realized what exactly was going on. Reckoning Esports started to make some quick moves on the board. They started to counter aggression with aggression, and things pretty much just worked out.
Yeah, and it's also the glass cannon operator eventually in the OT that BGG brought out, right? In the attacking rounds, they were also able to make some quick decisions on the fly, pushing out the stairs, catching a couple of players there, and then Rio going all the way towards the heaven, go for that rolling thunder play. Good adjustment out there from Reckoning. Yes, it took its own time, but I'll have to give it to Aura, man. Pulling yourself out from such a brink of defeat when you are 7 rounds in the deficit and then pushing it to the OT, when you've lost 26 consecutive rounds, I'll have to hand it to them. They showed great resilience.
Without a doubt, it was an impressive game from Aura, but still Reckoning Esports, on the back of the experience they've gotten so far, they were able to squeeze in the victory in the series, taking down Aura with any sort of problems. Now, for Reckoning Esports, looking at the entire course of action, we all knew that it's going to be one-sided stomp. We all somewhere down the line knew that this is going to be a Reckoning Esports win. But Aura gave it such a tough fight. Now this just makes us hope for the better future for this team.
If anything, I just want to see this team not long into the future, but rather a couple of days later now, to perform against the rest of the matchups that they've got. And I think so, if this is how they can perform against Reckoning, this team is very well capable of being in the top 4, or at least in the top 5 of the BCSS Split 1.
Let's not forget, even Reckoning Esports was choking hard. We're speaking of the mechanical chokes. The tactical chokes, yeah, sometimes the strategies cannot unfold the way you want it to, but especially when it comes to the mechanical side of things, and if the players are choking individual fights, then that's a real big problem. And Reckoning Esports, the only reason why they were losing so many rounds was on the back of that.
Yeah, and also at the same time, Aura just started to play together. They were trying to create as much chaos as possible into the field, and that's why we also saw where they were constantly pairing up their utilities with the rest of the few things. Now, there were some hero moments, as we mentioned, that one moment as well from Robo, who was able to quickly catch them off guard. And this was the push that I was mentioning, which eventually turned the entire round on its head, even though Aura were up by 5-3. And over towards the end, BGG, with his own operator, was also able to close things out. Good game from Reckoning. Yes, a 2-0 victory, which everyone anticipated. But yeah, Aura definitely gave them a run for their money.
Exactly, especially trapping the players of Reckoning Esports in a mechanical loop. Trapping them in an economical loop was definitely a big thing from the side of Aura. Reckoning Esports was not able to get a proper economy. That also was fiddling with their mindset too much. We've got the stats on the board too. You can see the first picks. They're a lot more from the side of Aura. As I mentioned, Aura was playing aggressive off the rip. And then in the OT, Reckoning Esports realized that maybe countering aggression with aggression is probably the best thing you can do. And that's what they did, and it worked out.
Worked out really well. Even in the post-plant conversions, it's exactly the same for both of these teams. But let's have a look at the MVP of the previous one. I believe in the first one it was Moner. Maybe this time it's going to be the same guy he is. 254 ACS. He did a fantastic job in terms of holding down the fort when it was necessary, but it eventually came down to how quickly can Aura adapt to that and avoid him as much as possible, and they did a good job at that.
Exactly. It really did feel like Aura for an instance, did not really have a proper game plan. They were stepping inside of the round and then figuring out stuff on the fly. It's not like they had a proper playing structure already, knowing exactly what they need to do in that particular round. They were stepping towards a random site. They're like, yeah, you know what? Let's try and get in some sort of info. If we're not able to successfully breach in over there, then let's move on to a different site. And I guess that switch from A to B was a prime example of that.
Yes, that's how Lotus is eventually played by most of the other teams as well. That you try and find those openings. As soon as you see that it's going to be a struggle or an uphill battle for this side, you quickly pivot. And those close connectors, those doors, that's what they allow you. You can quickly pivot to the other side. Now, there was an interesting stat that I noticed in the previous screen, and that was 5 first bloods for Sinks. The man is playing on a killjoy, not on a duelist.
Exactly.
And that clearly shows you that he was always there, stopping out any kind of backstab, and he was so very ready to take those fights.
When you look at the stats, it feels like, yeah, Sinks is just doing okay. It's not like he's carrying the team. But it's about the amount of impact the man was having on the board. Now, Sinks, I do understand it's not really a lot of kills separating him and the second fragger on the team. But as I mentioned, it's about the impact frag Sinks had. He was able to clutch in so many rounds that the players were pretty much dropping out left, right, and center. And Sinks was there to hold the string and pretty much keep the team on track.
Absolutely. But let's quickly throw it to an interview with Tricky.
हेलो मैं ठीक हूँ आप कैसे हो
ऑल गुड भाई ओके पहला सवाल आपसे यही है कॉल्स क्या चल रहे थे जब लोटस वो 12-5 से लगातार स्लिप होता हुआ जा रहा था व्हाट वाज गोइंग ऑन इन द टीम राइट दैट टाइम
देखो लोटस पे ऑनेस्टली हम लोग का अच्छा चल रहा था बट देन धीरे धीरे छोटी छोटी मिस्टेक्स होती रही एंड देन वो बड़ी हो गई सो एंड हमको पता नहीं चला कब 12-5 से 12-12 हो गया एंड हम लोग ने इंडिविजुअली बहुत मिस्टेक्स करी और एज अ टीम भी मिस्टेक्स करी हम लोग ने बहुत ओवर कॉम्प्लिकेट करा चीज़ों को जो कि नहीं करना चाहिए था एंड अगली बार से नहीं होगा सो जो भी हुआ इट्स फॉर द बेटर ऑफ अस होपफुली फ्यूचर में नहीं होगा यस
एक और सवाल मेरा मेन यही है कि बीजीजी और स्नाइपर राइफल ये कनेक्शन क्या कोच का गिवन है कि ऑपरेटर थमाई जाएगी उमन के हाथ में आउटलॉ बहुत ज्यादा चला रहे हैं वो या फिर इट इज जस्ट समथिंग जो बीजीजी को करना बहुत पसंद है इन गेम
इट्स जस्ट कि इज रियली गुड विद ऑप एंड वो बंदा मिस ही नहीं करता है स्नाइपर से एंड ऐसे अगर हम स्क्रिम्स वगैरह भी कर रहे हैं वो ऑप खेलता रहेगा मारता रहेगा एंड इज जस्ट फ्री राउंड्स फॉर अस तो उसका बस टैलेंट ये है कि वो ऑप बहुत अच्छा करता है एंड ही लाइक्स टू प्ले ऑप एंड हमारे टीम में वो वर्क भी करती है तो आई थिंक इट्स गुड
दैट इज ट्रू मैन वो ऑपरेटर काम तो करी थी खास करके फाइनल राउंड के अंदर बट एक चीज है यूजली जब मिड राउंड के अंदर जब कभी कभी कुछ प्लेयर चल नहीं रहे थे जैसे डेडली के शॉट मिस हुए थे उस टाइम पे कुछ कॉम्स थे या फिर सब बिल्कुल शांत ने लाइक व्हाट वाज गोइंग ऑन क्योंकि क्रूशियल राउंड आपके हाथ से निकले थे तब
कॉम्स तो हो रहे थे कॉम्स का भी हमारे कम नहीं होता है अब वो इंडिविजुअल मिस्टेक हो रही है तो हम लोग लाइक कुछ होता नहीं हम लोग हमेशा ट्राई करते हैं कि जो इंडिविजुअल मिस्टेक है वो हमेशा इग्नोर मारे बिकॉज उसको उसके ऊपर पॉइंट आउट करना कुछ मतलब नहीं बनता है तो इंडिविजुअली अब हम सब विफ कर ही रहते हैं जो कि अब से नहीं होना चाहिए यस
ओके अनदर क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम माय साइड लोटस पे कहीं ना कहीं वो चीजें अच्छी हो रही थी बट अगेन लोटस एक ऐसा मैप बन चुका है जो हर एक टीम ही पिक कर रही है और सबके लिए क्लोज गेम जा रहे हैं तो क्या फ्यूचर में रेकनिंग लोटस बैन करने का कुछ पर्सपेक्टिव है
ये देखो ये जैसे मैं बस एक चीज बोलूंगा कि लोटस हम लोग खेलते रहेंगे एंड मे बी आप लोग को कुछ चेंजेस देखने को मिल सकता है लोटस में
that's a key भाई ये तो I really hope कि वो changes थोड़ा सा ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग हो क्योंकि आज के दिन तो भाई आपकी टीम और जितने भी प्लेयर्स आपने खुद भी बनाए थे वो बहुत ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग थे congratulations Tricky and thanks a lot for joining us for this amazing interview and best of luck for the future matches.
You know what? They did bring Tricky, but I really wish for Deadly 10 to be on that interview. I would have definitely asked him.
Yeah. Same. I really wanted Deadly 10 to be there. He messed up 2 plays, and those 2 plays could have actually stopped the game from going to OT. And let's not forget, especially in a 1-on-10 angle, he had all the 4 players in front of him with the Sheriff in his hands. 2 taps could have sealed the deal onto a player, but still Deadly 10 whiffed those shots. And because of that, he pretty much lost the opportunity to close out the round for his team.
Yeah, there's this one opportunity, you know, that people always say that God gives you that one chance. I believe that was the chance Aura got, and they capitalized on it, pushing it to the OT. So, Super fun. Maybe in the future we're probably gonna ask him that, but it's absolutely fine. That was about it for this entire series, right? And Necro, it's your first day here.
Yeah.
How were those two games, man? You were witnessing only the one match, but we saw both the maps, right?
Look, the first game, not really to take away from that, because considering it was a complete one-sided stop, a 13-0, you cannot really take a lot of things. But the second game was definitely entertaining, and I love to be a part of it, and I love casting that, because considering Aura is one of those teams that we never really expected to do so well against the OGs like Revenant Esports, I would love to see a bit more of the Aura from them.
Absolutely. Really want to see that. But for now, we're going to be witnessing the top 3 players in terms of different departments. ACS, KDA, first kills, damage per round. Munair, highest with 301 ACS. That is nasty. Followed up
Just
closely
better.
by Venka and Aziz. Wow. It's actually too crazy considering the fact that he plays on those sentinel and lurking roles as well. So yeah, he's been doing a phenomenal job. But that's about it for this one. We're going to have a look at the overall standings in this entire event, where the first place now goes for Reckoning. Round difference plus 26, followed up closely by Velocity with a round difference of 24.
That's going to stink for Aura. All the way at the bottom in the overall standings on the 8th spot. You've also got SC2 on the 6th. So a few teams still which are quite known on the latter half of the board. I would love to see them be there in the first half. But then looking at the first half itself, you think that the board is pretty much just stacked. Who would you really want to remove to bring in the other one?
No one. That's the whole point. Even Global Esports Academy lineup is doing really well. We've seen some of the few plays there. In V2K as well, he was there. He was doing a really solid job in terms of constantly having those first kills. And that clearly shows you that the Spearhead is doing his own job, having the highest one in terms of all the other teams that we have. I'm really hopeful for this lineup for a lot more in the future. But I want to see Orangutan slowly and steadily perform. And since we're on that topic, let's have a look at the schedule for tomorrow itself, as it's Asterisk up against Revenant Esports and Velocity up against OG.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting matchup. I mean, both the teams over here, pretty much it's like the first half of the board facing off the second half of the board. And you got to feel bad for teams like Asterisk, considering they're not doing too hot in the overall standings. That matchup is pretty much going to feel the same way that the players were feeling in the previous one. Aura was able to pull off a comeback on Lotus, but for Asterisk to do that same thing against their opponents, it might be a little bit tough, but let's hope for the best.
True. My entire eye will be focused on VLT up against OG, because that matchup is a super solid one. Hoax and the boys in that lineup along with Venka. Venka has been doing a phenomenal job onto that duelist. Plus also they're, slowly and steadily bringing in those cheeky compositions out. Velocity on the other hand, they stormed Aura on day number 1 with 13-0. They did a phenomenal job even today as well. 2-0 in their entire series against S8QL. No, that was a 2-1. They dropped one map though. And the map that they dropped was a map of Abyss. So maybe we're going to see that tomorrow, maybe not. But ladies and gentlemen, that's about it from us. It was Necro joining alongside me, and I was scared yet. Thank you so much for tuning in to VALORANT Challengers South Asia 2025 Split 1. We'll catch you guys with the action tomorrow. Have a good night.